Chapter 690. Saving the Draconic Granite Beast. After saving that innocent spirit beast, everyone rushed over to the log house. Soon, they saw a tombstone with a mound behind it. Knowing that this matter was extremely urgent, Zhang Xian firmly instructed, "Open it." Nodding, Elder Qian gathered his strength and grabbed at the soil. Hong long long. A dense layer of zhenqi surged from his hands, and a powerful might swept through the mound, pushing away the soil. Soon, a massive tomb came into appearance. "You built a tomb? It seems like there's still hope." Seeing that Elder Qian didn't simply bury the Draconic Granite Beast in the ground, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Even in a state of pseudo-death, the organs of the Draconic Granite Beast were still functioning, albeit very slowly, to keep it away from death's door. As such, it would still require oxygen to survive. At the very least, with this massive tomb, the Draconic Granite Beast could be spared from the fate of asphyxiation. In a sense, this was a blessing amidst a field of misfortune. Opening the gates to the tomb, the crowd immediately rushed in. Soon, they arrived at a vast hall where the massive Draconic Granite Beast laid. That huge fellow seemed to be made entirely of stones. Despite the passing of 50 years, there was no signs of decomposition on it. As expected of the Draconic Granite Beast, after taking a glance, Zhang Xian nodded in awe. 50 years was more than enough time to decompose the entirety of an average spirit beast's body. And yet, perhaps it was due to the possession the dragon bloodline and a tough granite exterior, the Draconic Granite Beast's physical body still seemed to be in a good condition. Seeing that the corpse was still completely intact, Elder Qian's hands immediately started trembling in agitation. He hurriedly turned to Han Chong and instructed, "Hurry up and call a physician." "Teacher, Zhang Shi is a very formidable physician himself," Han Chong quickly replied. Hearing Han Chong's words, Elder Qian immediately kneeled down before Zhang Xian and pleaded, "Zhang Shi, I beg you, save my Draconic Granite Beast." The Draconic Granite Beast was his closest companion, and ever since its passing, he had spent every single day living in self-reproach. He thought that he would never get a chance to see it again, but to think that the other party was still alive. Even if he had to give up his life to resuscitate the Draconic Granite Beast, he would definitely offer it without any hesitation. On top of that, he also felt deep guilt. The other party had put himself in a state of pseudo-death to save him, and yet due to his inability to comprehend the other party's words, he actually buried his tamed beast alive for 50 long years. If the Draconic Granite Beast couldn't be saved, then he would have no face to continue living in this world. Most likely, he would commit suicide out of guilt. "Elder Qian, there's no need to stand on ceremony. If there's still a chance, I'll surely try my best to save your Draconic Granite Beast." Understanding Elder Qian's sentiments, Zhang Xian stepped forward and touched the Draconic Granite Beast. After which, he circled around the ladder and fell into deep thought. A few moments later, he walked back with a stern face. Seeing the look on Zhang Xian's face, Elder Qian's body stiffened in anxiety. Can he still be saved? He is indeed still alive, but... At which, Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before continuing. After being buried for 50 years, the vitality in his body has been completely depleted. To resuscitate him, I will require pills that can stimulate one's vitality, as well as spirit stones. Pills to stimulate vitality? I have 3 void-treading creation pills over here. It's highly effective even on transcendent, mortal 8-dan void-treading realm experts. Hall Master Qin stepped forward and passed Jade Bottle over. I also have 2 spirit-nurturing pills here. It's the ideal medicine to stimulate one's vitality. Another elder offered, I don't have any pills, but I do have quite a few spirit stones. Here are 500 middle-tier spirit stones. They were all old friends with Elder Qian, and they knew that the revival of the Draconic Granite Beast would surely be a huge relief to him. On top of that, this was also beneficial to the Beast Hall as a whole. Good. Seeing the huge collection of items before him, Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction. I still need a 5 elements formation flag, purple ink bamboo, 3 big buckets of beast blood. For that, the great violet-winged beast outside will suffice. as well as faint verdant incense, purple crystal smoke. After seeing the pills and spirit stones that Hall Master Qin and the other elders had contributed, Zhang Xian couldn't help but be impressed by the wealth of the Beast Hall. Following which, Zhang Xian also named a few dozen more items. Hearing the names of the items Zhang Xian listed, everyone frowned in confusion. They could understand why the treatment of the draconic granite beast would require vitality pills and spirit stones. After all, those could help nourish one's body. But what use would the faint verdant incense and purple crystal smoke be to the treatment? An elder suddenly recalled something and spoke. I've heard of faint verdant incense. It has the ability of stabilizing one's soul. It is said that it was often used by the soul oracles in the past. Everyone was taken aback. Soul oracles? The occupation had already disappeared in the river of history several dozen millenniums ago. But could the young man before them be a soul oracle? It is just some unique method I know of. It doesn't have much of a relation to the soul oracles. Zhang Xian waved his hands casually. Right, prepare 108 3-chi-long silver needles and a cup of the emerald-tailed viper's saliva. Despite their extinction, soul oracles were still viewed in revile by the populace due to their betrayal back then. Thus, there was no way Zhang Xian could reveal that he was adept in the arts of the soul oracles. The saliva of the emerald-tailed viper? But that's lethal venom, Hall Master Qin exclaimed. He might not have known the uses of the faint verdant incense and purple crystal smoke, but he knew of the properties of the emerald-tailed viper well. Just a single drop was sufficient to kill a transcendent mortal 8-dan expert. Why would Zhang Xian want such a dangerous thing? Poison doesn't just kill, it can heal as well, replied Zhang Xian. Healing another through poison? But that's an ability only poison masters are capable of. Everyone's lips twitched in frenzy. Even though poison was indeed capable of healing, poison was still poison in the end. Use it incorrectly and it could cost someone's life. Thus, only poison masters would dare to use poison to concoct remedies to heal someone. Wasn't the young man before them a physician? Why was he able to utilize the means of a soul oracle? Why was he able to concoct poison like a poison master? Not to mention, he was also a master teacher and a beast tamer capable of speaking the ancient beast language. Was he incapable of anything? All right, I'll need this stuff. Hurry up and prepare it all. After listing down the items he required, Zhang Xian gestured for them to hurry. All right, I'll have my men prepare it now. Elder Qin nodded and hurriedly left. The Beast Hall's financial power and connections were truly astonishing. Not only were the items which Zhang Xian listed extremely rare, they were also diverse in terms of type and properties. If it had been an average occupational guild, it would have surely taken a long time for them to gather those items together. However, in less than 6 hours, the Beast Hall actually managed to obtain all of the required items. In fact, they even prepared spares in case of emergencies. Now that all of the items are here, I'll have to ask everyone to leave. I need absolute silence during my treatment, so I hope that you can help me by standing guard outside so as to prevent anyone from interrupting the treatment. Zhang Xian had thought that even with the Beast Hall's connections, it would still take 3 to 4 days to gather all of the items. Yet, within a mere 6 hours, they had already succeeded. He couldn't help but be impressed by the Beast Hall's logistical ability. The reason he asked them to leave was due to the nature of his treatment. He would need to utilize various means that could possibly sully his name as a master teacher, and on top of that, he would also have to continuously employ the Library of Heaven's Path. If outsiders were to be around, that could probably spell trouble. All right, Hall Master Qin, Elder Qin, and the others nodded before backing out of the tomb. Luo Qiqi and Yufei exchanged momentary glances before leaving as well. Soon, Zhang Xian was the only one remaining inside the tomb. Looking at the pile of valuable items before him, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist and placed them all inside his storage ring. Then, with another flick of his wrist, he threw the formation plate of the Spirit Gathering formation out. He didn't ask for these items for his own use. He truly needed them to treat the Draconic Granite Beast. Back then, when the Draconic Granite Beast depleted his blood essence to save Elder Qian, as long as Elder Qian had replenished the other party's blood essence, fed it nourishing herbs to stimulate its recovery, or nurtured it using spiritual energy, it would have been able to make a full recovery within a few years. However, not only did Elder Qian fail to do any of the three above, he even buried it. On top of that, the spiritual energy contained within the tomb was extremely limited, making it difficult for the draconic granite beast to sustain its life. Placed in such conditions for 50 years, even though it still managed to hold on to its last breath, its life was hanging by a thread as though a candle flame before a raging wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Even if an 8-star or even 9-star physician were here, there would surely be nothing they could have done under such circumstances. However, Zhang Xian was different. He possessed the absolutely pure Heaven's Path Shenqi. As long as there was still a breath left in his patient, he would be able to sustain the latter's life. However, just Heaven's Path Shenqi wouldn't suffice. The draconic granite beast had suffered a severe loss of blood essence, and it was buried for several decades in such a weak state. It desperately needed an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy to nourish its feeble body, as well as medicinal herbs to boost its vitality. And more importantly, its soul had to be summoned back to its body. Just like what the elder before had said, the faint verdant incense and purple crystal smoke were mainly items that only soul oracles would use. Given that the draconic granite beast had been unconscious for more than 50 years, it wasn't too far off from Lu Chang's situation back then. Thus, such items were required to summon back its soul before it could be resuscitated. As for the saliva of the emerald-tailed viper, Hall Master Qin was right in the sense that it was indeed a lethal venom. However, Zhang Xian intended on using it to stimulate the other party's acupoint, so as to trigger the other party's awakening. It could be said that this treatment involved the means of a beast tamer, soul oracle, physician, poison master, and master teacher. It would truly be difficult for anyone else to accomplish this feat. Only a monster like Zhang Xian could possibly do so. As soon as the formation plate landed, Zhang Xian immediately threw in the spirit stones which the elders had just contributed, and a thick layer of spiritual energy immediately filled the area, shrouding the corpse of the draconic granite beast. With a snap of his fingers, the silver needles which he had prepared beforehand appeared in his hands, and he dabbed them in the cup of emerald-tailed viper's saliva. With movements as swift as lightning, the 108 needles flew out and sealed the 108 acupoints throughout the draconic granite beast's body in the blink of an eye. The draconic granite beast was an extremely rare spirit beast. For the past several dozen millenniums, the beast tamers who had managed to tame it didn't even number more than 10. As such, no one knew about the matter of its pseudo-death, and the knowledge concerning it wasn't passed down either. Since even its abilities were unrecorded, naturally, the same applied to its physical structure as well. It was only through the book formed by the Library of Heaven's Path that Zhang Xian knew where its various acupoints were. After sealing the acupoints, Zhang Xian took out the faint verdant incense and purple crystal smoke and positioned them in a unique formation before lighting them, following which, he sat down on the floor and closed his eyes. Hong Long. His soul was drawn out from his body. Activating the Eye of Insight, Zhang Xian surveyed the surroundings before beckoning in a specific direction. His movements were light and gentle, as though a gesture to call upon one's lover. Wang. Seemingly sensing his beckoning, the silver needle at the specific location began ringing like a wind chime. The unique ability of a soul oracle, soul beckoning. Zhang Xian had inherited the complete heritage of the soul oracles from Mo Hunsheng, and soul beckoning was one of the techniques included in it. Once executed, it could draw even the most deeply hidden souls out. In fact, it could even draw out the souls of living beings. Considering how the draconic granite beast had been in a coma for 50 years, it would be exceedingly difficult to wake it using normal means. Thus, Zhang Xian had no choice but to resort to such extreme methods. He had to move very carefully, or else this could end in a catastrophe. Guguga. The silver needle shook for an instant, and the draconic granite beast suddenly began shaking. It slowly lifted its body up, seemingly coming to life. No, this shouldn't be. But upon seeing this sight, Zhang Xian's face darkened. Chapter 691. Great Violet-Winged Beast Submits. Under normal circumstances, soul beckoning should only draw out one soul. The movement of the corpse could only mean one thing. The soul was glued to the physical body. Under such circumstances, it would be even more difficult to wake the draconic granite beast up. Humph! With a light harumph, Zhang Xian flicked his finger, and the 5 elements formation flags which he'd had the others prepare beforehand were immediately lodged into the ground. The gathering of the 5 elements to complement yin-yang. This was yet another technique of the soul oracles, soul cleave. A human soul comprises 3 hun and 7 pur, and the same applies to beasts as well. Due to the long dormant state of the draconic granite beast, a portion of his hun and pur had been fully integrated into his body over time, making it difficult to extract his soul. Zhang Xian was intending to use soul cleave to tear off the integrated hun and pur from the entire soul so as to augment the extraction process. But of course, altering the course of nature was no easy feat. Thus, he required assistance from the might of the 5 elements. As the 5 elements amalgamate into one, yin-yang would be formed, creating a clear demarcation between clarity and turbidity. Hong long long. As the 5-element formation flags began to whir into action, the flora and fauna around the tomb started to turn yellow as the energy of wood was been sapped from them. The soil gradually turned white as the energy of earth was been drained from it. Metallic objects began to rust as the energy of metal was robbed from them. The same applied to the energy of water and energy of flame as well. The retrieved energy was gathered and fused into the glabella of the draconic granite beast. Along with the infusion of the 5-element energies, the yin and yang aura within the other party grew significantly stronger, and a tinge of redness began surfacing on the cold and rigid rock-like corpse. Knowing that his primary preparations were effective, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Zila. The soul of the massive draconic granite beast was drawn from the massive draconic granite beast, and it floated silently in the air. However, its eyes were tightly shut, a sign that it was still deeply asleep. Usually, when a soul was torn off from its body, it would swiftly weaken and eventually dissipate in the surroundings. However, the lit faint verdant incense stabilized the draconic granite beast's soul, allowing it to remain impervious before the chaotic energies lingering in the tomb. Go. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian flicked his finger, and the vitality pills which the other elders had given him were converted into a thick layer of mist that gathered within the concentrated spiritual energy in the region. The overwhelming vitality in the air made Zhang Xian feel revitalized and comfortable. Since these pills were highly useful even for transcendent mortal 8-dan experts, naturally, it would be effective on him as well. Just that, as his body had been nourished by the heavens path Shenqi, vitality wasn't something that he would lack. Thus, using these valuable pills on him would be a huge waste. Now, the final step. Holding his breath, Zhang Xian stepped against the ground and soared into the air. Withdraw. 108 faint surges of Zhenqi shot out from Zhang Xian's hands, each grabbing hold of the end of a silver needle and pulling on them simultaneously. Tzizila. The silver needles immediately flew out. The acupoints, which had been sealed by the venom a moment ago, immediately opened up as though a humongous floodgate. With a rumbling reminiscent of thunder, the spiritual energy and the mist were swiftly pulled into the draconic granite beast's body as though a whirlpool had been formed on the spot. Due to the overwhelming strength of the absorption, even the soul which had stabilized itself in the air was dragged in as well. Hula. As the vitality medicine, spiritual energy, and soul were dragged into the draconic granite beast's body, Zhang Xian flicked his hand, and 3 pails of beast blood immediately appeared above the draconic granite beast. It flowed down in a steady stream, seeping into the latter's body. Slowly, the rock-like body of the draconic granite beast began to turn crimson, and several mystical inscriptions abruptly appeared on it. Eventually, the sounds of breathing and a heart beating gradually returned. It seemed the unconscious fellow would wake up at any moment. I have succeeded. Zhang Xian's body suddenly staggered, and he fell from the sky, crashing onto the ground. Fortunately, the altitude wasn't too high, so he was unharmed. But even so, his face was pale with exhaustion, even though the duration of the treatment wasn't too long. Zhang Xian had utilized nearly all of the ability at his disposal during it. This had resulted in significant depletion in his shunqi, psyche, soul energy, and stamina. Sitting on the ground, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist and took out a spirit stone. It was only after absorbing around 20 middle-tier spirit stones did Zhang Xian finally recover fully from his depletion. I have made a loss. Looking at the powdery fragments of the middle-tier spirit stones before him, Zhang Xian frowned in frustration. He thought that it wouldn't be too difficult to save the draconic granite beast, and he might even have some leftovers remaining that he could claim for his own use. But contrary to his expectations, not only were there no leftovers, he even had to use more than 20 of his own middle-tier spirit stones to recuperate from his exhaustion. But at the very least, he didn't let down the expectations of those standing outside and soil his own name. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian pushed open the gates of the tomb and stepped out. As soon as he walked out, the anxious gazes of Elder Qian and the others immediately gathered on him. How is the draconic granite beast? Perhaps due to excessive worry and anxiety, Elder Qian's face was extremely pale. The operation was a success. However, due to the prolonged period of its coma, he has yet to wake up yet. It might take a few days before he can regain consciousness, Zhang Xian said calmly. The other party's soul had been dormant for more than 50 years. Even with Zhang Xian's means, it would still take a while for the latter to regain its strength and awaken. Great. I'll go in and take a look. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, Elder Qian's eyes immediately lit up, and he immediately rushed toward the tomb. However, before he could enter it, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on his body. A huge talon had grabbed him and threw him to the side. The great violet-winged beast. This fellow had just lost 3 huge pails of blood, and its body was still a little weak at the moment. Nevertheless, its eyes were brimming with spirit, and the aggressive aura it emanated earlier on had disappeared without a trace. Scrunching its body together, it entered the tomb. Seeing how the great violet-winged beast seemed to be even more excited than him, a bitter smile flashed across Elder Qian's face before hurriedly following behind it. When he finally came out a moment later, he immediately walked up to Zhang Xian and kneeled down in agitation. Elder Qian, this? Not expecting that Han Chang's teacher, an esteemed 5-star pinnacle beast tamer, would actually kneel before him so abruptly, Zhang Xian was astonished. He hurriedly stepped forward to help the other party up. Kowtowing heavily several times, Elder Qian raised his palm and made a vow. Zhang Shi, please do not stop me. You have saved his life, and I am extremely grateful to you. I owe you a debt of life. Regardless of whatever request you have of me in the future, feel free to speak, and I'll surely accomplish it for you no matter the cost. Ever since the death of the draconic granite beast, he had become nothing more than a living corpse. For the past 50 years, the only faith that was keeping him alive was his determination to learn the ancient beast language so as to learn of the dying will of his closest companion. Who could have known that not only would the young man be able to decipher the words of the great violet-winged beast, he would even undo the mistake he had made and bring his tamed beast back. The gratitude he was feeling at the moment was indescribable through words. Even if Zhang Xian were to order him to march off to his death now, he would do so without any hesitation. Seeing the determination in the Elder Qian's eyes, Zhang Xian knew that there was nothing he could do that could sway his decision. Thus, he shook his head and said, "All right, I don't need your life. It'll suffice as long as you find me a transcendent mortal 8-dan aerial spirit beast so that I can get to Hongyuan Empire." The main reason he came to the Beast Hall was so that he could find an aerial spirit beast to ride on. With Elder Qian's help, he should have no trouble finding one. "Leave this to me." Elder Qian nodded. But halfway through his words, Jia, the gates to the tomb opened once more, and the great violet-winged beast walked out. Just like Elder Qian, it immediately walked up to Zhang Xian and bowed down, and it began nudging Zhang Xian with its head. This is the gesture of submission? Seeing the great violet-winged beast's response, everyone was astonished. Even Hall Master Qin was dumbfounded. The Beast Hall had suffered greatly under the tyranny of the great violet-winged beast. Nothing they did, and no one they sought help from could stop it, and they were completely helpless before it. They thought that considering its obstinate and domineering personality, it would be impossible for anyone to tame it. But who could have guessed that it would actually voluntarily submit to Zhang Shi, whom it had only met 8 hours ago? This fellow is even more sentimental than humans. It is out of gratitude to Zhang Shi's saving draconic granite beast that it chose to voluntarily submit to him. Luo Qiqi exclaimed. Yu Feier nodded. Indeed, sometimes, beasts can turn out to be even more sentimental than humans. Despite the fact that it had been 50 years since the draconic granite beast had been buried, the great violet-winged beast had still been unable to let the matter go. The only way it could alleviate its raging emotions was to exact vengeance for its companion. Through this, it could be shown how deep its feelings for the latter were. Upon seeing its lover come to life, an overwhelming feeling of indebtedness compelled it to acknowledge Zhang Xian as its master and serve as his tamed beast. Such deep sentiments weren't necessarily seen in all humans. Zhang Xian also came to realize what was going on. He turned to face the great violet-winged beast and asked the latter seriously, "Do you wish to become my tamed beast?" It just happened that he needed a spirit beast to travel to Hongyuan Empire, and it would be for the best if the great violet-winged beast was willing to become his tamed beast. Roar! The great violet-winged beast nodded its massive head. Good. With a flick of Zhang Xian's finger, a droplet of his blood flew to the great violet-winged beast, thus sealing the contract. All right, you should get some rest and recover. Once the draconic granite beast comes to, we'll immediately set off for Hongyuan Empire. Zhang Xian said. To save the draconic granite beast, the great violet-winged beast had lost 3 huge pails of fresh blood, and it was currently in an extremely weak state. Even if it was still capable of flight in its current condition, it would surely be unable to maintain it for too long. Since that was the case, it would be much better for it to get a good rest and recover from its frailty first. Furthermore, there were many nourishing medicines in the Beast Hall that could hasten the great violet-winged beast's recovery. With Elder Qian taking care of it, it wouldn't take too long for it to recover. And most importantly of all, the great violet-winged beast had been waiting for the draconic granite beast for an entire 50 years now. It would be cruel to separate them before the draconic granite beast awakened. In any case, the great violet-winged beast was a half-9-dan spirit beast, so Zhang Xian had a few days to spare. Learning that Zhang Xian and the others would be staying there for some time, Elder Qian immediately had someone prepare some rooms for them. In the first 3 days of his stay, Zhang Xian traveled all around the Beast Hall and collected all of the books contained within it. After which, he spent another day thoroughly mastering the Heaven's Path beast taming art compiled from those books. In just 4 days, Zhang Xian's understanding of beast taming had already surpassed Elder Qian and even Hall Master Qin, reaching 5-star pinnacle or even beyond that. Even though Zhang Xian had successfully tamed the great violet-winged beast, due to his limited cultivation as a transcendent mortal 5-dan consonant spirit realm pinnacle, he only received a half 5-star beast tamer emblem. Nevertheless, as long as he could achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation, he would be able to immediately apply for a 5-star beast tamer emblem. On the 8th day, the draconic granite beast woke up, and the great violet-winged beast and Elder Qian were delighted. At the same time, their awe for Zhang Xian's capability also deepened. Even Hall Master Qin and the others were also impressed by Zhang Xian's skill. To save a spirit beast who had been in a state of pseudo-death for 50 years, this was already on the level of a miracle. On the 10th day, the great violet-winged beast finally made a full recovery. Thus, Zhang Xian, Luo Qiqi, and Yu Feier bade the Beast Hall goodbye and set off toward Hongyuan Empire. Zhang Shi will surely become the brightest star of the Master Teacher Academy. Watching the trio leave, Elder Qian recalled the various incredible feats the young man had achieved inside. Han Chang's lips couldn't help but twitch upon hearing those words. Brightest star? I only fear that the Master Teacher Academy will find itself in the abyss of misfortune. Chapter 692. Rules of the Master Teacher Academy. Han Chong had heard a little of the various trouble Zhang Xian had stirred up in Myriad Kingdom City and Huanyu Empire. Like a tornado, he left nothing but ruination in his wake. It was hard to tell whether it would be a fortune or misfortune for the Master Teacher Academy to have a student like him. Han Chong couldn't help but solemnly pray for the long-established institution in his mind. High above the clouds, great violet-winged beast glided across the sky. It was dragging something that resembled a 7 to 8 meters ship behind it. The ship consisted of 3 rooms, and Zhang Xian, Luo Qiqi, and Yu Feier took one each. A flying ship. The Beast Hall had crafted this for Zhang Xian in gratitude to him for freeing them from the tyranny of great violet-winged beast. This magnificent flying ship had an elegant design, and all kinds of amenities were present on it. It was said that this flying ship had cost the Beast Hall several thousand middle-tier spirit stones, and only after hearing this piece of news did Zhang Xian feel a little more balanced inside. After all, in order to save Draconic Granite Beast, he even had to use his own middle-tier spirit stones. At the very least, he should obtain something in return. If those from the Beast Hall were to learn of his thoughts, they would surely spurt blood. Zhang Xian had tamed the strongest spirit beast in their region and was gifted such a valuable flying ship, and yet he only felt that it was a fair exchange at this point. Wasn't he being a little too greedy? Would he only be happy after he robbed the Beast Hall of its entire wealth? While Zhang Xian didn't have any intention of cleaning out the Beast Hall, he did secretly wish to receive 1 or 2 high-tier spirit stones in exchange for his effort. However, it was a pity that all of Elder Qian's wealth had gone to the great violet-winged beast throughout the years, so even producing 100 middle-tier spirit stones was impossible for him. On the deck of the flying ship, Luo Qiqi walked up to Zhang Xian. "Teacher." Zhang Xian turned to her and asked, "You came at a good time. I recall you saying that there is the apothecary school and blacksmith school in the Master Teacher Academy. Can you tell me more about it?" Since he was about to enroll in the Master Teacher Academy, he should at least gather some basic knowledge regarding it. It is a fundamental prerequisite for a master teacher to have sufficient supporting occupations before they can be promoted to a higher rank. As such, on top of imparting the various ways of a master teacher, the Master Teacher Academy also provides supporting occupation classes for its students to take on, Luo Qiqi explained. After many years of development, the Master Teacher Academy has grown to consist of 10 schools. They are namely the Apothecary School, Blacksmith School, Celestial Designer School, Formation Master School, Painter School, Martial Arts School, Beast Tamer School, Physician School, Demonic Tunis School, and Terpsichorean School. The Apothecary School is a place where one studies the art of pill forging, and it is from there that I learned my pill forging skills. On the other hand, the Blacksmith School is a place where one learns how to smith weapons. Given my previous mastery of smithing, I wasn't able to rank amidst the top 100 there. However, after receiving teachers' guidance, I'll surely be able to make a name for myself there. The same applies for the Celestial Designer School, Formation Master School, Painter School, and Physician School as well, so I won't explain them. I'll talk about the Martial Arts School, Demonic Tunis School, and Terpsichorean School instead. Zhang Xian nodded. The Celestial Designer School was definitely a place where celestial designers learned about the complex engineering designs and mechanisms. He could tell so much from Wu Zhan. It was probably the same for the Formation Master School, Physician School, and Painter School as well. Zhang Xian had once studied these occupations, so he had a considerable understanding of them. It was only the remaining 3 which he had an incomplete knowledge of. The Martial Arts School isn't a support occupation school. Rather, it is a place to temper the fighting prowess of the master teachers. It conducts tournaments every now and then, and those who perform well will be allowed to study the top-notch battle techniques of the academy, thus further enhancing their fighting prowess. As for the Demonic Tunis School, it is a place where demonic tunists are groomed. Has teacher heard of demonic tunists before? Luo Qiqi asked. I have heard bits and pieces of it before. It is a lower 9 paths occupation, but its members are able to beguile hearts and crush souls through the utilization of melody. Even true experts find it hard to guard against such attacks. Zhang Xian nodded. Not only had Zhang Xian heard of demonic tunists, he had even met 2 of them before. However, neither one of them seemed to have fared well from the encounter with him. One was nearly driven mad by him, while the other party plummeted straight from the sky. Yes, you're right. As for the Terpsichorean School, It is a place where terpsichorees are groomed. Luo Qiqi smiled. Terpsichorees? You mean dancers? Zhang Xian was taken aback. That's right, dancers. Luo Qiqi nodded. Dancers are actually similar to demonic tunists in many ways. Through aligning their dance with nature, they can enthrall their target with their elegant movements, drawing in spellbound birds and bewitching even experts. Zhang Xian nodded. Since there were dancers in the world, it was only natural that there would be an occupation regarding it. The founder of the occupation went by the surname of Gongsun, and legend has it that her dances could even rivet saints. It was said that when Gongsun was younger, her entire clan was purged by the hands of its enemies. Having survived the calamity, this huge grudge was heaped onto her shoulders. One day, while she was in the midst of studying the freely flying birds in the air, enlightenment suddenly struck her, and she created the terpsichore occupation. After training for 30 years, she emerged from her seclusion and awed the world with her enthralling dances. Before long, she caught the attention of a certain conferred empire, and she was invited over to perform for the royal family. The emperor of this conferred empire happened to be Gongsun's enemy, and he was a saint expert at that time. However, as soon as Gongsun began dancing, it was as if the entire world was revolving around her. No eyes could tear away from her, and no mind could remain rational before her. In his riveted state, even the Saint Realm Emperor was killed easily. Just as she was escaping from the capital, she was surrounded by 1,000,000 guards. However, through her dance, she persuaded all of them to put down their weapons and allow her to leave, and eventually, the entire matter became a legend that spread far and wide across the entire master-teacher continent. After learning of this matter, Kongshi once visited Gongsun to witness her dance. After the performance, he was filled with compliments for the latter and left behind the following words, sighing at the fleeting moment, pursuing the terpsichore for one more gaze. It was then that the occupation was put amidst the ranks of the 9 paths, and the name terpsichore became known throughout the world. This occupation was also among the lower 9 paths, and it was mainly pursued by women. As those who studied this art were even rarer than demonic tunists, not many knew of this occupation. By some stroke of luck, Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy managed to receive the heritage for this occupation and establish the terpsichorean school. However, due to its limited members, it was considered as the weakest of the 10 schools. Luo Qiqi chuckled. Yu Feier has been studying the art ever since she was young, and just recently, she passed the 5-star terpsichore examination. Zhang Xian nodded. The Master Teacher Academy was very similar to the universities in his previous life, where the academy was divided into many faculties as well. The master teachers studying in the Master Teacher Academy could choose to undertake any supporting occupation that interested them and advance in that path. Honestly speaking, it was indeed an excellent place to groom master teachers. It was no wonder why it was an esteemed organization even within a Tier 1 empire. Even though many master teachers view the Master Teacher Academy as their goal, it is no paradise inside there. The Master Teacher Academy is extremely competitive, and regardless of what one intends to do, be it to study or to listen in a lecture, one must have sufficient academic credits. Otherwise, it'll be hard for one to make any progress in there. And to earn academic credits, one will have to accomplish all kinds of missions or clear the difficult tests set by the academy. There are some master teachers who choose to withdraw from the academy due to their inability to withstand the stressful environment, and there are also a few who are expelled due to their poor results. At which, Luo Qiqi's face turned grim. Withdraw? Expelled? All along, Zhang Xian had thought that entering the academy in itself was a gateway to success. However, that didn't seem to be the case. That's right. Back then, when Kongshi first established the Master Teacher Academy, he once said that the master teachers are the crux to the advancement of mankind. Only with strong teachers can humanity be strong. As such, the Master Teacher Academy didn't need any unmotivated students. The only choices before them are to push forward or to leave. It's that simple. Saying those words, Luo Qiqi smiled bitterly. Only with strong teachers can humanity be strong? Zhang Xian's body trembled at those words. Luo Qiqi was right. If mankind wished to advance further, the role of teachers was of utmost importance. If students didn't have the right values in life, their accomplishments would be severely limited. If even the teachers had stagnated in their studies, how could they possibly groom motivated, driven students and bring humanity to greater heights? Zhang Xian found himself relating deeply to these words. The strong emerges victorious, whereas the weak are eliminated. Such was the way of the world. Not even the number one occupation of the world could be spared from this competition. Actually, teacher, you need not worry too much. Given your abilities, it will be extremely difficult for you to be expelled from the academy. Recalling the monstrous proficiency her teacher had shown in numerous occupations, Luo Qiqi smiled bitterly. Then, she suddenly recalled something and added, however, there is an esteemed master teacher elite board that teacher can strive for. It'll be difficult, but I think teacher should be able to get a place on it with a few years of effort. Master Teacher Elite Board? It is a ranking board in the Master Teacher Academy that automatically reflects the top 100 most outstanding students in the academy. Those who are listed in the ranks of the board are all formidable geniuses who are highly respected in the academy. Luo Qiqi said. Zhang Xian asked, the top 100 students of the academy? How many people are there in the academy? The Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy doesn't only accept students within Hongyuan Empire. It also recruits students from other Tier 1 Empire. So there are at least several 100,000 people throughout the entire academy, and all of them are top-notch geniuses. Explained Luo Qiqi. Those who were able to enroll in the academy were all top geniuses in their own region. To be able to rank amidst the top of such a group was as difficult as ascending the heavens. Zhang Shi might be formidable, but Luo Qiqi still thought that it would be difficult for him to get on the board without several years of hard work. You aren't on the board? Zhang Xian asked. Over the time Zhang Xian had spent with Luo Qiqi, he could tell that the latter was an extraordinary genius. Just by her cultivation, pill forging, and smithing skills, there would be very few of her peers who could match up to her. But even so, she still wasn't on the board? Me? How could I possibly be on the board? That board is tied to one's academic credits, cultivation, and eye of discernment. As such, it is mainly dominated by the upper grade students, so how could a grade 2 student like me possibly get on it? Luo Qiqi shook her head. Naturally, the upper grade students had a higher chance of getting on the Master Teacher Elite Board as compared to the lower grade students. They had been in the academy for many years now, and they had accomplished innumerable missions, thus granting them a huge wealth of academic credits. On top of that, the grades in the academy were determined by the student's master teacher ranking, which was inadvertently related to one's cultivation. Naturally, a grade 2 student who had just joined the academy not too long ago wouldn't be able to surpass them so easily. I see. Hearing the other party's explanation, Zhang Xian gained a substantial understanding of the Master Teacher Academy. He'd thought that it was just a place for one to learn and study, but things were far more complex than he had expected. It was no wonder even a princess like Euphrasia would have to participate in missions and face dangers for academic credits. It seemed like the academy doesn't compromise its policies for nobility. Such a competitive landscape was just to Zhang Xian's liking. At the very least, he wouldn't be so bored. In an instant, endless fighting spirit suddenly sprouted within Zhang Xian, and he began looking forward to entering the renowned Master Teacher Academy. In the next few days, whenever the both of them were free, Luo Qiqi would explain the various rules of the Master Teacher Academy to Zhang Xian, and in exchange, Zhang Xian would guide her on her pill forging and smithing. Thus, in just 10 days, Luo Qiqi's pill forging and smithing proficiency had risen significantly. Teacher, we have arrived at Hongyuan City. On a certain day, just as Zhang Xian was explaining the essence of pill forging to Luo Qiqi, he suddenly heard the latter's exclamation and lowered his gaze to take a look. He saw a massive city that was far larger than Huanyu Empire below him. Chapter 693. Salvage the situation? Even with the eye of insight, Zhang Xian could hardly see the outskirts of the city. The capital of a Tier 1 empire is indeed grand. Zhang Xian gazed across the lands. As expected of a Tier 1 capital, it was grand and domineering. In comparison to this, Tianqian Kingdom felt like a countryside village whose buildings were made of mud. In fact, Just this city itself could match up to the entire area of Tianqian Kingdom. It seemed there was a massive formation that was controlling the weather and various other conditions of the city, thus bringing convenience and comfort to the population in the city. On top of that, the formation also seemed to draw in spiritual energy, thus making it easier for cultivators in the city to advance their cultivation. The ability to go against nature and alter the conditions of the land is an ability that only saints possess. Euphrasia walked over proudly. In this period of time, before the other party's formidable prowess, she felt nothing more like a countryside bumpkin. Thus, seeing the other party's astonishment upon seeing Hongyuan City, she immediately grasped this opportunity to boast. Even though Zhang Xian was able to set up formations as well, and his capability was on par with most five-star formation masters, it would still be difficult for him to create a massive environment-manipulating formation spanning over several thousand li. To set up such a formation, precise control was of absolute importance. Otherwise, a slight inaccuracy in the formation could easily result in devastating destruction. Recovering from the astonishment, Zhang Xian said, "It is still a few days before the start of the school term. Hong Shi and the others should have just arrived as well. Let's meet up with them first." 3 days were spent on the fusion of his body and his soul, and another 4 days was spent in the otherworldly demon's underground chamber. Following which, the time in the Beast Hall and the flight to Hongyuan City took up a total of 20 days, so there was still around 3 days before the start of the school term. Making a rough estimation, Hong Shi and the others should have arrived here already as well. The freshmen from Huanyu Empire usually reside in the academic sea. I'll take you over there first to settle in. After which, we'll have to return to the academy to report on our mission, Euphrasia said. They had uncovered such a huge secret in the midst of their mission, so it was necessary for them to make a formal report on the matter. Even though Xing Yuan and Wu Zhan had returned in advance, Wu Yangzi's handwritten book and the Crimson Blaze Cauldron were still in Luo Qiqi's hand. On top of that, Zhang Xian's return was also an important matter as well. Thus, they would have to explain everything face to face. Zhang Xian nodded. Teacher, there are many other freshmen who reside in the academic sea as well. Most of them are geniuses in Tier 2 empires, and there is a possibility that some of them might even be from Hongyuan Empire. Thus, you must be careful not to get into a conflict with them. Luo Qiqi advised grimly. Those who were termed as geniuses tended to be proud individuals. As the residence that the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy used to receive its freshmen, there were many geniuses amongst them. Some of them might even be from the royal family, such as Yi Qian. Thus, if a conflict were to occur, not even a princess like Euphrasia would be in a good position to interfere. Don't worry, how could I possibly get into trouble that easily? Zhang Xian chuckled. Luo Qiqi and Euphrasia glanced at one another and shook their heads. With that natural disposition for trouble of yours, how can you say those words without blinking? On the very day of your arrival at Huanyu Empire, you sent Feng Shi and his group plummeting to the ground from a high altitude. Afterward, you pummeled up the top 3 rankers of the other vessel states. Following which, you turned into a corpse in the cleansing lake. In any case, calamity seemed to follow your footsteps, and you actually said that you won't get into trouble easily? The academic scene named as such due to the large number of freshmen coming from all directions. It was also commonly known as Academic Manor and Freshman Lodge. From the direction Zhang Xian and the others were coming from, they weren't too far from the Master Teacher Academy. On top of that, the speed at which the great violet-winged beast traveled was also incredible. Thus, they arrived at their destination very quickly. Stepping out of the flying ship, Zhang Xian stowed it within this storage ring before bidding Luo Qiqi and Euphrasia farewell. After which, he stepped through the gates of the academic sea, and numerous towering infrastructures immediately appeared before his eyes. Many young master teachers walked to and fro the compound with grace. Most of them looked like they were in their 20s, but the 4 stars pinned on their chest reflected their 4-star master teacher rank. Most of their cultivation levels had reached consonant spirit realm. As expected of the geniuses of the various sects, kingdoms, and empires, they were indeed exceptional. Walking in the direction Luo Qiqi and the others had mentioned previously, Zhang Xian soon arrived at a courtyard. Why is there no one guarding the door? After ascertaining that this was the location where the freshmen of Huanyu Empire lived, Zhang Xian was perplexed by the lack of security. The other residences of the freshmen of other empires were either locked or heavily guarded. However, the door to Huanyu Empire's residence was wide open, but there wasn't a single figure in sight. Could it be that Hong Shi and the others hadn't arrived yet? Bewildered, Zhang Xian stepped into the residence. The courtyard was clean, signifying that the residence was often cleaned. Along the empty corridors and gazebo, there were signs that there had been people living here recently. It seems they have arrived. But why aren't they here then? Possessing the eye of insight, it wasn't difficult for Zhang Xian to determine whether someone had been living in the residence or not. Just as he was perplexed by the lack of people in the area, he suddenly heard a loud crashing sound reminiscent of something knocking heavily onto the wall. There is a fight ahead. Zhang Xian's face darkened, and he hurried forward. Turning around a corridor, he soon arrived at a vast main hall. Not too far away from the entrance was an average-sized dueling stage, and on it, two people were facing off with one another. A large group of people were gathered beneath the stage, and Hong Shi and Feng Shi were amongst the crowd. Ruohuan Gongzi, Bai Jianghai, Luo Xin, and the others were seated below as well. However, their faces were swollen and bruised, as if someone had beaten them up just a moment ago. Zhang Xian also recognized one of the fighters on the stage. It was one of the geniuses under Feng Shi's lead, and his name was Han Ling. His cultivation was at the Consonant Spirit Realm Intermediate stage the last time Zhang Xian saw him, but in less than a month, he had already broken through to Consonant Spirit Realm Advanced stage. Facing him was a gray-robed young man. The other party's cultivation was at the Consonant Spirit Realm Advanced stage as well, but his fighting prowess seemed to be far above Han Ling. In just a few blows, Han Ling was already forced to the corner of the stage. Go, Han Shi. We mustn't lose anymore. That's right. If we were to lose, we'll be at their disposal. Luo Xin and the others clenched their fists tightly in indignation. What are they up to? As everyone was too engrossed in the battle, no one noticed Zhang Xian's presence. Perplexed, Zhang Xian scratched his head. Why would there be a duel going on here? Haha, stop struggling pointlessly and just admit defeat. Considering how none of you are able to defeat me, how can you possibly rival Senior Feng, whom I can barely withstand 3 blows from? Given such, you still wish to win? Dream on. As the gray-robed young man slowly forced Han Ling to a corner, a gleeful smile surfaced on his lips, and he laughed heartily. Don't worry, we'll surely take care of you well if you follow us. If you continue to act so obstinately, don't blame me for getting nasty. As the gray-robed young man spoke those words, his powerful blows continued raining down on Han Ling. Han Ling was using all of his might to withstand those attacks, but his face turned a shade paler with each strike. With just a momentary glance, Zhang Xian could tell that Han Ling would fall in just a few more blows. Thus, he walked over to Hong Shi and asked, Hong Shi, what is going on? Ah, Zhang Shi, you're fine? This is wonderful. Upon seeing Zhang Shi, Hong Shi nearly leaped from his seat in excitement. The others beneath the stage, including Luo Xin and the others, also noticed Zhang Xian's presence, and their faces immediately flushed red in excitement. Even Shilian Gongzi, who had been beaten to pulp by him at Huanyu Empire earlier, gazed at him with eyes reddened in agitation, as though Zhang Xian was his long-lost kin. What's wrong? Seeing everyone's responses, Zhang Xian was bewildered. They'd only been apart for a month. Was there any need for them to react so intensely to his presence? It's the freshman examination. Seeing the confused look on Zhang Xian's face, Hong Shi hurriedly explained, the examination topic has been decided. It will be hunting in the Hongyuan mountain range. Soon, Hong Shi explained the entire matter to Zhang Xian. After hearing the explanation, Zhang Xian finally got a grasp of the situation. In truth, getting into the top 10 of the Master Teacher Tournament didn't signify a straight pass into the Master Teacher Academy. Rather, it would be more apt to consider it as an opportunity to take on the entrance examinations, and if they were to clear it, they would be allowed to enter the academy. The topic of the entrance examination would change each year. It had been an obstacle course in some years, formation deciphering in others, and even an academic examination was within the list of possibilities as well. And for this year, It was hunting. The location of the hunt would be at the Leiyuan Peak of Hongyuan mountain range. The Leiyuan Peak was a huge mountain in proximity to the Master Teacher Academy. Its exceptionally steep terrain made it extremely difficult to scale it. Even consonant spirit realm experts would find it laborious to travel to the top, let alone hunt. The duration was 1 day, and depending on the number of spirit beast hunted, one would be allocated a set number of points, and this would be reflected as one's result at the end of the examination. To pass, one would have to hunt at least one clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle spirit beast. Even though the powerful physique of spirit beasts allowed them to challenge cultivators possessing higher cultivation realms, the examination shouldn't be too difficult considering the formidable might that the master teacher elites from the various regions possess. Not to mention, most of the examinees were at the consonant spirit realm as well, so defeating a clarifying turbidity realm advanced stage spirit beast shouldn't be a problem at all. However, the problem was that the number of spirit beasts across the entire mountain was limited. Furthermore, once the spirit beasts realized that they were being hunted, they would surely flee and hide. On top of that, there was no limit to the number of spirit beasts one could hunt, and if one were to exceed the passing criteria, they could exchange the excess points for academic credits. Thus, the competition among examinees would be extremely intense. To make things worse, clarifying turbidity realm spirit beasts weren't the only ones roaming the mountain. There were also consonant spirit realm spirit beasts, cosmos bridge realm spirit beasts, and even some beyond that. Thus, on top of hunting, they had to prevent themselves from being hunted as well. Casualties were anticipated in this examination, and this was the norm for the entrance examination for the Master Teacher Academy. This examination served to test the examinee's resilience, strength, adaptability, eye of discernment, and various other aspects. Only the strongest of experts would be able to emerge victorious amidst the group. Those who were weaker physically or mentally would surely find themselves breaking down in the midst of the examination and eventually return in tragic defeat. This examination would eliminate the weak and frail from the group. Those who failed to meet the mark would be disqualified and forced to leave. So as to increase the success rate and avoid danger, some of the examinees from various regions had decided to form an alliance. With more people in their alliance, they would be able to vie for spirit beasts from other students and stand their ground against stronger spirit beasts. However, an alliance also had its downfall as well. While it was definitely safer to remain in a group, more people operating together also meant that the group would be easily detected by the spirit beasts. As such, spirit beasts would choose to stay out of their way, making their hunting highly inefficient. On top of that, distribution was a problem as well. After all, it was questionable whether the alliance would be able to hunt sufficient spirit beasts to go around the group. Thus, it was very possible that there would be some who would be tragically disqualified in the alliance. As such, the priority in the distribution of spirit beasts became an extremely important problem in the formation of alliance. All factions in an alliance would be hoping to gain this priority in distribution. The group from Huanyu Empire was the same as well. In order to stand their ground against other competitors, they decided to ally themselves with the master teachers from a Tier 2 empire, Jinhai Empire, and both sides had agreed on determining the priority of distribution based on the results of their strength. After hearing the explanation, Zhang Xian immediately understood the situation, and he hurriedly asked, "How many more duels are there?" If they were only halfway through the battle, he might still be able to salvage the situation. Chapter 694. A single finger. The number of duels we have decided on is 10, and the victor of 6 rounds will be given the priority of distribution, Hongshi said. Han Ling is currently fighting the 10th round. Since it has reached the 10th round, it means that the wins and losses are equal on both sides. Hearing that it was the 10th round, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. After all, there would be no point continuing the competition after the 6th round as the victor had already been decided. Given that they had reached the 10th round, it could only mean that both sides were equal. That isn't the case. Hongshi's face reddened in embarrassment. We have fought 10 rounds, but we have lost in every single one of them. And to the same person at that. Lost to the same person? You mean that the person on stage has already fought 10 rounds, but he hasn't been defeated yet? Zhang Xian's eyes widened in shock. That's right. Hong Shi covered his face in embarrassment, and the others were too ashamed to raise their heads. They had gone up one by one to challenge the man on the stage, and yet all of them suffered tragic defeats. And more importantly, the man on the stage wasn't their strongest fighter. Speechless, Zhang Xian was just about to speak when a dull thud sounded from the stage. Peng! Han Ling was sent flying out of the ring and crashed into the courtyard. All 10 matches have concluded. How in the world do I salvage this situation? Looking at the fellow moaning in pain on the ground, Zhang Xian's eyelids twitched. He thought that he might still be able to reverse the situation, but with all 10 matches finished, what else could he do at this point? Was he supposed to challenge the master teachers from Jinhai Empire once more? But the other party had no reason to accept. All right, the 10 matches have already concluded, and you didn't win a single match at all. What else do you have to say? After sending Han Ling flying, the man on the stage gazed down at the group below with a smirk on his face. The faces of Hong Shi and the others turned red. If they had at least won 2 to 3 matches, they wouldn't be so ashamed. They could have explained it as due to their strongest fighter being absent. But all of them actually lost to the same person. How were they supposed to explain this? Furthermore, if Zhang Shi wasn't an opponent for the other party as well, wouldn't they be embarrassed further? Zhang Shi might possess incredible talent, but in the end, his cultivation realm was only at clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle. Winning against this fellow who was able to single-handedly win against 10 of them without the slightest loss of breath seemed unlikely to them. Not to mention, this fellow wasn't their strongest fighter. Zhang Xian's breakthrough to consonant spirit realm only occurred after the corpse incident, so none of them are aware of it. You don't have anything else to say, right? Since that's the case, then as per our agreement, we will be going by Senior Feng's arrangements. The gray-robed young man chuckled before turning around and clasping his fist. Senior Feng. A white-robed young man then walked forward. His aura felt significantly stronger than the gray-robed young man. At closer examination, Zhang Xian realized that the white-robed man had already reached half-cosmos bridge realm, and he could possibly make the full breakthrough at any moment. The gray-robed young man who defeated 10 of them was already extremely powerful in the eyes of Ruohuan Gongzi and the others, but even so, he was still far from matching up to this white-robed young man. In a sense, Huanyu Empire's loss was inevitable. Even if they had been able to defeat the gray-robed young man, they would have never been able to win against the white-robed young man. Since we are allies, let's clarify the terms of our agreement first. Standing on the stage, Senior Feng gazed at the Huanyu Empire group and declared forcefully, 3 days from now, at the start of the hunt, all of you will listen to my arrangements, and priority will be given to our Jinhai Empire regarding the hunted beasts. However, you need not worry. As long as we stand united as one, it is not a problem for all of us to pass the entrance examination. They will be given priority over all of the hunted beasts? What if we don't hunt sufficient spirit beasts? Wouldn't all of us be disqualified then? Even though they understood that the leader of the alliance would be given additional privileges, they still couldn't help but feel frustrated upon hearing those words. The benefit of an alliance was that they would be able to steer clear of danger before formidable spirit beasts, as well as vie for prey against other alliances. However, there was also a clear disadvantage to it as well. Take this case for example. The group from Huanyu Empire had no say in the distribution of the hunted beasts at all. Should the number of beasts hunted within the duration prove to be insufficient, they would all stand to be eliminated. Why? Are you reluctant to accept this arrangement? Given the strength of our Senior Feng, it's your blessing to be able to ally with us. Seeing the indignant looks of the group below, the gray-robed young man harumphed coldly. In truth, given their strength, they could easily pass the examination even without allying with Huanyu Empire. However, what they were aiming for was beyond that. The teachers and elders of the academy would be paying attention to this entrance examination, and if they were to show an outstanding performance in this examination, they could win their favor and possibly become their disciples. This would make their lives in the academy smooth sailing. Hearing the other party's words, everyone's faces flushed in anger. They wanted to retort, but there wasn't a single word they could say. After all, It was the truth that they were weaker than the other party. I am indeed reluctant to accept this agreement. Just as everyone was placed in a difficult position, Zhang Xian's nonchalant voice suddenly resonated through the air. Huh, what do you mean by that? Does Huanyu Empire intend to renege on its promise? Seeing someone speaking up at this moment, the gray-robed young man frowned. They were all master teachers, respectable figures of society. Given that they had agreed on everything beforehand, it would be shameful for the group from Huanyu Empire to back out just because it had lost. If that were to really happen, they would become a huge laughingstock. We won't renege on our promise, but I do have a suggestion, Zhang Xian said. A suggestion? Zhang Xian replied, That's right. I am also a master teacher from Huanyu Empire, and I am unaware of your previous duel. However, since the results are already out, there's nothing much that I can say. However, I would like an equal distribution of spirit beasts. Equal distribution? We have won the position of the alliance leader fair and square. Why should we agree to an equal distribution? The gray-robed young man sneered. I understand. Since we have lost the duel, it is indeed difficult for you to accept an equal distribution. How about this then? Zhang Xian placed his hands behind his back and smiled. If your senior Feng can withstand 3 strikes from me, I won't speak about the matter regarding fair distribution anymore. You will have free reign over the distribution. In fact, we won't even ask for you to give a single spirit beast to us. What did you say? The gray-robed young man narrowed his eyes. This fellow actually challenged Senior Feng to a fight? He had seen plenty of arrogant people, but never had he seen such blind arrogance before. Do you know how strong our Senior Feng is? Do you think that you are qualified to challenge him? 3 moves? I doubt you could defeat him in a million moves. Why? You don't have the confidence to accept the challenge? I understand. Since that's the case, what about 1 move? If your Senior Feng can withstand a single blow from me, our group will not take a single hunted spirit beast from you. Noticing the other party's hesitation, Zhang Xian thought that the other party found his terms unfair, so he changed his offer. The heck? Upon seeing the fellow's earnest expression, the gray-robed young man nearly exploded in rage. Senior Feng's vision also darkened, and he nearly fainted on the spot. His cultivation had already reached half Cosmos Bridge, allowing him to fight on par with even some of the Grade 2 students. And yet, this fellow from Huanyu Empire was actually claiming that he could defeat him in a single blow? What kind of a joke was this? Just as the duo was about to die from anger, Ruahuan Gongzi, Luo Xian, and the others nearly spurted blood. They knew that Zhang Shi would surely stir some trouble here, but who could have known that he would actually utter such words? They couldn't even defeat the gray-robed young man, and Zhang Shi was actually betting that he would defeat Senior Feng in a single strike. How could that be possible? If they were to lose, wouldn't they be working for nothing for Jinhai Empire in the entrance examination? All of them would be disqualified then. Is a single blow still too much for you all? Sigh. Since that's the case, I'll just use a single finger then. Surely that should be fine with you. I don't think I can go any further than that. If you still don't dare to accept the challenge with this, there's nothing more I can do. After all, I couldn't possibly defeat you without moving, right? Alright, actually that's not impossible, but it'll reveal my means as a soul oracle or poison master. I should maintain a low profile. Since it was his first time being in Hongyuan Empire, Zhang Xian thought that it would be best for him to proceed warily and not reveal too many trump cards. Thus, if the other party were to reject this offer as well, he would be really put at a spot. Pooh. The gray-robed young man and Senior Feng nearly puked blood. Too much your head. Besides, what is with that troubled expression on your face? Am I that weak in your eyes that you will feel troubled over it? Fine. I would like to see how you can defeat me with a single finger. Senior Feng roared in anger, unable to hold back his rage anymore. Senior, allow me to teach this arrogant fellow a lesson. Seeing his senior flying into a rage, the gray-robed man hurriedly stepped forward. There's no need for that. I want to see how strong the person who dares to utter such arrogant words is. Senior Feng spoke coldly as his sharp gaze fell on the arrogant young man before him. Perhaps, The arrogant young man might have something up his sleeves that allowed him to speak such arrogant words. Thus, Senior Feng was interested to see whether the other party was simply uttering rubbish or really possessed the capability to do so. With narrowed eyes, Senior Feng flung his sleeves furiously and said, "This friend over here, come up onto the stage. If you can win against me, we'll drop the matter regarding the alliance. However, if you lose, you'd better remember your words. Every single hunted beast in the entrance examination shall go to us." Fine. Hearing the other party agree to his challenge, Zhang Xian walked up onto the stage. Can Zhang Shi win? I don't know either. Seeing Zhang Shi settling on such a disadvantageous bet with the other party, everyone glanced at one another doubtfully. Defeating Senior Feng with a single finger? Was Zhang Shi serious? Their loss might have sent him into a panic, but even so, this bet was way too extreme. Senior Feng, allow me to teach this fellow a lesson in your stead. Seeing Senior Feng flying into such a huge rage, the gray-robed young man quickly stepped forward and said, "It won't be too late for Senior to face him after my loss." Given the arrogant words that the other party had uttered, there was a possibility that he might really possess the strength to back up his words. To be safe, the gray-robed young man thought that he should test the waters first. If the other party turned out to be weak, he would simply pummel the other party to get even for his provocations. On the other hand, if the other party turned out to be strong, Senior Feng could at least prepare himself. Senior Feng hesitated upon hearing those words. However, at that moment, the young man impatiently declared, "If you are still scared, why don't the both of you face me together? I'll just use 2 fingers." Hearing those words, Senior Feng and the gray-robed young man nearly fainted. "There's no need for that. Let me see how strong you are." With a cold harumph, Senior Feng charged forward. The other party's words were simply too infuriating. He was afraid that he might just die from fury if he were to allow the other party to talk anymore. Stepping forcefully against the ground, he dashed forward as though a charging, ferocious beast. Releasing his full might as a half-cosmos bridge realm expert, the wind raged furiously, and in that instant, his charge felt reminiscent of a massive stampede, inducing helplessness in those facing it. How powerful! The eyebrows of Hong Shi and the others twitched. Even they would find it hard to withstand such a powerful attack with their cultivation of Cosmos Bridge Realm primary stage. They hurriedly turned their gazes to the young man, curious to see how he would deal with it. Before their astonished gazes, the young man shook his head before raising a single finger and pointing it forward leisurely. Chapter 695. Defeated with a single finger? He's really going to fight with a single finger? Feng Shi, Luo Shi, and Hong Shi pulled their hair in frenzy. Given the other party's strength, even Cosmos Bridge primary realm experts like us will find it hard to withstand that attack. It has been only a month since you reached Clarifying Turbidity Realm, and yet you intend to face such an attack with just a single finger? You must be mad. Furthermore, even if you are just using a single finger, surely you can move faster than that. Your leisurely and unsteady movements are reminiscent of a dying granny. Are you sure you are fighting? This Senior Feng's movements are as swift as a leopard's. Even if your cultivation has advanced significantly in the past month, and you could defeat the other party with a single finger, surely you need to gather some force and move way faster than that. It is one thing for your finger to be completely devoid of skill, but to move so slowly on top of that, even the weakest cultivator could dodge it easily. Not only were Hong Shi and the others on the verge of fainting, the mouths of Luo Xin and the others were also twitching violently. They had heard the content of bet clearly just now. Given the stakes on the line, shouldn't Zhang Shi act more seriously? With such speed, one couldn't even kill a fly. Seeing Zhang Xian's slow movement, the gray-robed young man harumphed coldly. To think that I thought that you might be a formidable foe. In the end, you are just a braggart. It was just a moment ago that the other party arrogantly boasted about defeating Senior Feng with a single finger. Who knew that he would turn out to be so weak? Do you think that you can stop Senior Feng's charge with such a weak finger? Senior Feng could probably smash you to your grave with a single slap. Just as he was sneering within, he suddenly heard a commotion in the surroundings. Something is wrong, look. Hearing everyone's anxious exclamations, the gray-robed man frowned. He hurriedly turned his gaze to the stage, and his eyes immediately widened in shock. He thought that the other party's slow finger would be easily crushed by Senior Feng's charge. But who knew that Senior Feng would actually slow his charge instead? There was a grim expression on his face at this moment, as if he was facing some formidable foe. He tried swerving to the side, seemingly trying to avoid the finger. However, right after taking half a step, the trembling finger turned toward him, and his eyebrows immediately shot up in alarm. Thus, he tried leaping to the left. But before he could make the movement, the finger pointed straight toward the direction of his intended movement. Upon seeing the direction of the finger, Senior Feng's face paled as if he had seen a ghost. Cold sweat flowed from his forehead, and he hurriedly tried to dodge to another direction. However, the same sight only happened again. It felt like Senior Feng was leaping to the commands of the finger, as though he was being controlled remotely. The sight of the scene was extraordinarily bizarre. Did that Senior Feng suffer a stroke? That seems to be the case. Ruohuan Gongzi, Luo Zhao, and the others were completely bewildered by the sight before them. Zhang Shi's finger seemed to be completely devoid of strength whatsoever. Why would Senior Feng leap around the spot just because that finger was pointing toward him? Not to mention, to be even sweating profusely before it. Did he take the wrong medicine today? Or did he see a ghost somewhere? Even couples who had danced for many years didn't share such harmony. Coming to a realization, Hong Shi's body stiffened. No, he isn't suffering from a stroke. Rather, it seems like Zhang Shi has found the other party's flaws. His movements might be slow, but it accurately points toward the flaws of the other party. Zhang Shi has not struck yet, but if he were to shoot a surge of zhenqi from the tip of his finger, that Senior Feng would surely be defeated immediately. Or perhaps, he might even die from the attack. That's right. Feng Shi and Luo Shi nodded in agreement as well. As five-star master teachers, their eyes of discernment were far above Luo Xian and the others, thus allowing them to see through the situation. Clearly, Zhang Shi seemed to have seen through the other party's flaws and was pointing straight at them. Fearful that he might be struck, his opponent could only leap around to dodge. In a battle among experts, the most feared situation was for one's weakness or Mingmen to be discovered by one's opponents. Senior Feng might be strong, but he still had to think twice before rushing in under such circumstances. Senior, realizing something was amiss in this situation as well, the gray-robed young man clenched his fists tightly in worry. He knew how powerful Senior Feng was. Even the average Cosmos Bridge Realm primary stage experts might not necessarily be a match for him. Yet, at this moment, he was actually leaping around under the control of the other party's finger. This clearly reflected the other party's strength. To be able to see through his senior's flaws in an instant and force him into defense, how powerful must one's eye of discernment be? Damn it! While everyone was astonished by this situation, Senior Feng was grinding his teeth together in anger. Just as Hong Shi had guessed, even though Zhang Xian's finger moved extremely slowly, it pointed straight towards Senior Feng's Mingmen. As long as Senior Feng dared to advance forward, the other party could easily curb him just by shooting out a surge of zhenqi. Senior Feng had a strong foundation, and in the course of the battle, he had already changed his movement technique 5 times and battle technique 8 times. But even so, the other party's finger was still accurately aimed at the Mingmen of his techniques. Even his teacher, a 5-star pinnacle master teacher, was incapable of such a feat. When did such a formidable figure appear in Huanyu Empire? Forget it. I'll go all out. After leaping several more times, Senior Feng knew that going on like this wasn't a solution. It was just a matter of time before he lost at this rate. Thus, clenching his jaws, he gathered his strength and leaped forward. This movement of his was reminiscent of a tiger pouncing on its prey. An elder of his sect had once examined the movements of a hunting tiger and leopard, and using that as a reference, he created this killing technique. In close-range combat, it was a nigh-invincible skill that could easily catch one's opponent off guard. Through this technique, that elder was able to defeat all of his peers easily. Spirit Intermediate Tier Pinnacle Battle Technique. Howling Tiger. Roar. The roar of a tiger resounded in the air along with his movements. Good. Seeing his senior bringing out his ultimate technique, the gray-robed young man heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he thought that they would win this round, the young man whom Senior Feng was facing suddenly sighed, and he complained, "What are you roaring for? You nearly gave me a heart attack." Pada. With a dull thud, Senior Feng was abruptly struck in his Mingmen, and he immediately fell to the ground. His face swiftly turned pale, and white foam leaked from the corner of his mouth. Senior. The gray-robed young man's eyes narrowed in shock, and he hurriedly rushed forward to help his senior up. Howling Tiger could already be considered one of the strongest techniques in their sect, and only a genius of Senior Feng's caliber could bring out its full might. This was a howl sounded through suppressing one's zhenqi and circulating it to build up power before an abrupt release. Before it, even a Cosmos Bridge Realm primary stage cultivator would find their spirit and fighting will shattered. He thought that this technique would surely defeat the opponent, but who could have known that the one who fell would actually be his senior instead? With just a light blow from his finger, the other party actually broke through his senior's defense and struck the region where his zhenqi was circulating. How in the world did he do it? This move might have looked simple, but the gray-robed young man could tell how fearsome it was. Putting aside how it was difficult to find and strike at a flaw before such a swift movement, more importantly, Senior Feng had specially trained himself to neutralize the flaw. Even swords and sabers wouldn't even be able to get past his defense, and yet a shaking finger actually pierced through it. How powerful must the other party's strength be? His strength probably exceeds 5 million ding. With such might, if he were to really harbor killing intent towards Senior Feng, he could easily send Senior flying with just his brute might. Making a swift estimation, the gray-robed young man's body stiffened in disbelief. He had once done the calculation. Even if a Cosmos Bridge Realm intermediate stage expert were to launch a frontal strike on his Mingmen, his senior would still be able to withstand the blow and stand his ground. Yet, with just a single finger, not only did the young man manage to break through his senior's defense, he even managed to severely wound his senior. Just by this itself, it could be deduced that the young man's strength was beyond a Cosmos Bridge Realm intermediate stage cultivator. At Cosmos Bridge Realm intermediate stage, one could harness a might of 4,800,000 ding. Beyond that, one would wield a might of 5 million ding at the minimum. With such strength, there was no need for the young man to search for flaws at all. There was no one here who could withstand a single slap from him. It seemed the other party was going easy on them when he said that he would only use a single finger. Otherwise, if the other party were to utilize his fist, Senior Feng could very possibly have died on the spot. "Thank you for your magnanimity." Just as the gray-robed young man was overwhelmed with astonishment, a feeble voice suddenly sounded. Lowering his head, he saw Senior Feng opening his eyes painfully. Even though the other party had struck Senior Feng's Mingmen, it seemed that he had held back. As such, Senior Feng's injuries weren't as severe as expected. "It is just a spar, so there's no need to go all out." Zhang Xian chuckled lightly. As fellow master teachers, there was no need for them to fight each other to the death. It would suffice to just defeat the other party. Actually, just as the gray-robed young man was thinking, if Zhang Xian truly had intended to deal with Senior Feng, given his immense might of 10 million ding, he could easily slay the other party with just a flick of his finger. There was no need for him to go through so much trouble at all. "Since I have lost, we'll call off the alliance." Gritting his teeth, Senior Feng struggled to his feet and walked out of the main hall. To think that he, the #1 genius of Jinhai Empire, would be unable to match a single finger of the other party. He would only embarrass himself by staying here. Since that was the case, he decided to leave that instant. "We won." That formidable-looking Senior Feng was actually unable to match a single finger from Zhang Shi. Seeing the group from Jinhai Empire depart, a huge commotion broke out amidst the group from Huanyu Empire. Luo Xian and Bai Jianghai glanced at one another, and bitter smiles surfaced on their lips. It seemed like their gap with the other party had grown much larger than before. Back in Myriad Kingdom City, while they might not be a match for Zhang Shi, they were still able to cross some blows with him. But now, If they were to rush at Zhang Xian with all their might, they would probably meet the same fate as Senior Feng, defeated by a mere finger. Consonant Spirit Realm Pinnacle? Zhang Shi, you have reached Consonant Spirit Realm Pinnacle? Hong Shi's eyes lit up in agitation. Even though Zhang Shi's attack ended in an instant, he still received a clear glimpse of the other party's strength, Consonant Spirit Realm Pinnacle. Back in Myriad Kingdom Alliance, Zhang Shi had made a breakthrough to Consonant Spirit Realm. It had only been around 2 months since then, and not only had Zhang Xian successfully made the breakthrough to Consonant Spirit Realm, he had even reached the pinnacle of the realm. His rate of improvement was too astonishing. The hurdle to Consonant Spirit Realm had trapped innumerable cultivators, but not only did Zhang Shi manage to cross the hurdle in just 2 months, he even raised his cultivation by 1 entire realm. How in the world did he cultivate to achieve such an astounding growth rate? Consonant Spirit Realm Pinnacle? In truth, most of them had intended to get even with Zhang Xian once he returned to the party. After all, back at Huanyu Empire, many of them had suffered greatly under Zhang Xian's hands. However, upon hearing those words, a strong feeling of helplessness loomed over them. How could they possibly rival this monster? Even if they were to guzzle down pills, they still couldn't keep up with the other party's pace. Most likely, the gap between them would only grow greater and greater in the future, and one day, the other party's back would disappear completely from their sight. It's just a stroke of good luck. Zhang Xian chuckled. Hong Shi, didn't my students come here along with you? Where are they? Since the group from Huanyu Empire have arrived here, Zhang Yang, Wang Ying, and the others were meant to be there as well. Hearing those words, Hong Shi subconsciously glanced at Feng Shi and the others and hesitated. Seeing Hong Shi's response, Zhang Xian frowned, and his face darkened. What happened to them? Chapter 696. King Huai Manor. Zhang Yang and the others were his direct disciples, and they had accompanied him all the way here from Tianqian Kingdom. They had braved many life-threatening situations together, and Zhang Xian already viewed them as his closest kin. If anything were to happen to them, he didn't mind wiping the entire Hongyuan Empire off the face of the world. If he needed to, he would even punch a gaping hole through the heavens. Anyone who meant them harm would have to suffer his wrath. Zhang Shi, don't worry. They are safe. Seeing the latter's awful expression, Hong Shi immediately realized that his hesitation had caused a huge misunderstanding. Thus, he hurriedly explained, however, they were taken away by the men of the King Huai Manor yesterday, and we dare not stop them. Zhang Shi had entrusted his direct disciples to his care, only to find them missing upon his return. Anyone would be angry when faced with such a situation. It was already incredible that Zhang Shi could still retain his rationality in this situation. King Huai Manor? Zhang Xian frowned. He had never heard of this name before. Why would the other party take his direct disciples away? I am not too sure about what's going on either, Hong Shi said, and then hesitated for a brief moment before further explaining. King Huai, Yulongxian, is the blood-related uncle of the incumbent emperor of Hongyuan Empire, thus making him the imperial uncle of the current era. Given his esteemed position, there's only a single man throughout the entire Hongyuan Empire who stands above him, the emperor himself. Even Princess Yufei, whom we met before, would have to address him as Grandpa Xian. The men from the King Huai Manor came over yesterday, and they insisted on taking them over to their manor to stay for a few days. Considering their respectful attitude and their esteemed standing in Hongyuan Empire, it didn't seem like they were harboring any malicious intentions, so I didn't stop them. Stay for a few days? Zhang Xian was perplexed. He was certain that he had no ties with King Hua Yulongxian. As for his students, Zheng Yang, Wang Ying, Yuan Tao, and Lu Yang, only Wang Ying came from a distinguished background. However, it could only be considered as a distinguished clan in Tianqian Kingdom. Yuan Tao was an orphan, and he had been roaming the streets ever since he was young. Unable to find a proper cultivation technique manual, he could only fumble his way through his cultivation. As a result, even though he managed to pass the Hongyuan Academy's entrance examination back then, his examination results were the very lowest of the entire cohort. The same went for Zheng Yang and Lu Yang as well. Since none of them could possibly be related to a king of a Tier 1 empire, why would the latter take them to his manor? This was way too bizarre. A thought suddenly surfaced in Zhang Xian's mind, and he immediately asked worriedly, "When did you all arrive? Did they cause any trouble?" His students and his butler were true troublemakers, and this was especially so for the latter. With Yang Shi serving as his backing, he put on a brazen attitude regardless of whom he was standing before. Could they have offended the King Huai manor somehow, thus resulting in the latter finding an excuse to take them to the manor? "We only arrived yesterday afternoon. As soon as we arrived, we immediately headed toward this residence, so there is no way they could have caused any trouble." Hong Shi frowned as he went through his memory to see if he might have missed out something. But they did. "Did you forget what the plump student of Zhang Shi did before arriving at this residence?" Feng Shi suddenly interjected. Under Feng Shi's prompt, Hong Shi also recalled the matter and quickly explained it. "Plump student? Oh, Yuan Tao did fight with someone yesterday, but that was a small matter. Besides, the other party was an ordinary person who had no ties with the King Huai manor." Hearing that Yuan Tao had caused some kind of trouble, Zhang Xian immediately asked with a livid expression, "What happened?" "Actually, Yuan Tao is not to be blamed for this matter. Right after we arrived, an itinerant cultivator came to provoke us into dueling with him. Thus, Yuan Tao stood forward to teach that person a lesson. Due to this matter, Yuan Tao sustained some injuries and shed some blood. However, after Yuan Tao defeated the itinerant cultivator, the latter gave him some recovery pills in compensation for the matter. Judging from that person's dress-up, it seemed like he is a merchant. Could the both matters be related?" Hong Shi frowned as he recalled the happenings yesterday. The person who fought against Yuan Tao was an ordinary merchant, and his cultivation was also. It was unlikely for him to be related to King Huai manor, so Hong Shi didn't think too much into the matter. However, the frown on Zhang Xian's forehead deepened after hearing of the matter. Duel? And Yuan Tao was injured at that? Yuan Tao, Zhang Yang, and the others might be brazen, but they still knew better than to get into conflict with someone in a foreign land, especially when their teacher was not around. Furthermore, with the awakening of Yuan Tao's unique constitution, his defense had reached an absurd level. Making him bleed was no easy task at all. Could this matter really be related to King Huai manor? Otherwise, there was no other plausible explanation as to why the other party would take his students away. Unable to come to a conclusion, the frown on Zhang Xian's forehead tightened. Eventually, he turned to Hong Shi and asked, "Where is King Huai manor?" "Zhang Shi intends to head to King Huai manor to find your students?" Hong Shi was taken aback. Given that King Huai was the imperial uncle of Hongyuan Empire, his manor would surely be well protected by top-notch formations and Saint Realm experts. It would be extremely dangerous for Zhang Xian to head there alone without any preparation. "Just tell me where it is." Zhang Xian harumphed. While his cultivation realm was lower than Hong Shi's, the legendary feats he had accomplished, his extraordinary disposition, as well as the powerful aura he carried made it difficult for anyone to stand against him. Yes, knowing that Zhang Xian's mind was made up and that nothing he said could change the other party's mind, Hong Shi could only relent. King Huai Manor is not too far away from here. After leaving the academic sea, turn left and walk several dozen kilometers down the streets. You should see it then. Saying so, Hong Shi pointed in a direction. But before he could finish his words, a shrill call suddenly resounded in the air, and the massive great violet-winged beast landed on the courtyard. Zhang Xian leaped onto its back, and the duo immediately flew in the direction in which Hong Shi was pointing toward. Zhang Shi. Not expecting Zhang Shi to actually dive straight into action, Hong Shi's face paled in fright. Who was King Huai? The uncle of the incumbent emperor, the highest standing official in the Hongyuan royal court. Even the emperor would have to show him some respect. And yet, Zhang Shi actually rode an aerial spirit beast over to his manor. It wouldn't be a joke if he were to offend a person of such standing. Ruohuan, accompany me to find Princess Yufei now. She is probably the only one who can salvage the situation now. Gritting his teeth, Hong Shi beckoned for Ruohuan Gongzi to go along with him. The only royalty they were acquainted with at the moment was Yufei. The most they could hope for at this moment was for the latter to help Zhang Shi on account of the time they had spent together in Huanyu Empire. The great violet-winged beast was extremely swift. From the back of the beast, Zhang Xin scanned the buildings below, and before long, a massive manor came into sight. The manor was resplendently designed, and many of the guards on the compound were all dressed in golden armor. Even before getting into proximity, Zhang Xin could already feel an aura of invulnerability from it. This should be it. After circling around the area to further assess the situation, Zhang Xin instructed the great violet-winged beast to land on the ground. He didn't dash right into the other party's manor. After all, the other party was an imperial uncle of the state. Without ascertaining the situation of Wang Ying and the others, it was best not to offend the other party first. Landing on an empty street several hundred meters away, Zhang Xin changed into a brand-new master-teacher robe before walking to the gates of the manor. At the entrance, he saw a huge plaque with 3 grand words, King Huai Manor, written in gold. The words seemed to be dancing around, as though they would break free of the surface of the plaque and soar into the greater world any moment now. This is probably the work of a 6-star painter, Zhang Xin assessed. Considering the incredible skill and astounding disposition behind those words, the painter of it had to be at least at 6-star. There were 4 guards standing at the entrance. Each of them was dressed in steel armor, and their presence exuded a strong pressure on one's soul. Transcendent Mortal 6 Dan Cosmos Bridge Realm experts? Zhang Xin narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect even the guards to be Cosmos Bridge Realm experts as well. That would mean that their cultivation realms were even higher than his. An expert of this caliber would at least be an esteemed official or a commander of an army of several thousand in Huanyu Empire. Yet, in Hongyuan Empire, they were only an ordinary entrance guard. Huaiwang Manor was indeed powerful. It was no wonder Hong Shi was worried. Entering this place was no different from venturing into a lion's den. But so what if that was the case? If the other party had malicious intentions toward Yuan Tao, Zhang Yang, and the others, even if he was a member of the royal family, Zhang Xin was determined to cause a huge uproar. If it came down to it, he could also bring out his otherworldly demon puppets to wreak havoc. With 20 Saint Realm experts with 9 invincible defense and no lack of stamina, along with the unfathomable vicious, he was confident that he could easily destroy the entire King Huai Manor. Taking in a deep breath, Zhang Xin walked up to the gate. Seeing Zhang Xin walk over, a guard raised his spear and harumphed. Our King Huai Manor forbids the approach of any unrelated personnel. I am Master Teacher Zhang Xin, and I am here to pay respect to King Huai. I hope that you can relay the message. Zhang Xin took out an identity scroll and passed it over. Before confirming the other party's intentions, it was best not to offend them first. Master Teacher? The guard assessed Zhang Xin doubtfully before grabbing the identity scroll. There were only 4 words written on the identity scroll, Master Teacher Zhang Xin. There was nothing on his rank at all. For Star Master Teacher might be the strongest existence in Myriad Kingdom Alliance, but in a Tier 1 Empire, it would be insufficient for him to meet someone of King Huai's caliber. If Zhang Xin were to write it down, it was highly likely that he would be denied entry immediately. The guards wouldn't even bother showing his identity scroll to their boss. The guard passed the identity scroll to the other guards to see as well, and they were all perplexed when they saw the content as well. One of them spoke up hesitantly. May I know what Zhang Shi's Master Teacher rank is? Are you an acquaintance of our old master? Have you made an appointment with him? Since there was nothing written on it, they could only ask the person in question. Naturally, a person of their master's standing wouldn't meet a person just because the other party had provided an identity scroll. I have never met King Huai before, but I am a close buddy of Princess Yufei. Oh, Pavilion Master Mo Gaoyuan is also an old friend of mine. Zhang Xin chuckled. If he were to say that he was a 4-star master teacher, he would immediately be chased away. Thus, he could respond to the other party's questions in a roundabout manner, hoping that the other party wouldn't pursue the matter. But in any case, what he was saying was the truth as well. He had gone through a life-and-death situation with Yufei, so it wouldn't be going too far to address her as a close buddy. On the other hand, he had met Mo Gaoyuan, and the latter had expressed goodwill toward him. Thus, It wasn't exactly wrong to call them old friends as well. Emo Shi's friend? As expected, upon hearing those words, the faces of the guards immediately turned grim. Emo Gaoyuan was the pavilion master of the Hongyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, a 6-star pinnacle master teacher. Only another 6-star master teacher would dare to address him as a friend. Just that, was it even possible for a 6-star master teacher to be so young? Zhang Shi, this way please. We will report your arrival to our old master. Even though the guards were doubtful, they didn't dare take any chances. Thus, they quickly invited Zhang Xian into the residence. The means of a master teacher should never be underestimated. While the fellow before them might look young, it might not necessarily an accurate indicator of his age. Furthermore, regardless of whether the other party was truly a 6-star master teacher or not, just the fact that he was a master teacher would have to make them think twice before offending him. Thank you. Seeing that the guards were going to report his presence to their old master, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. With a nod, he followed the guards into the manor. Chapter 697. Scram. King Huai Manor was so huge that it was impossible to see the end of it with a single glance. Many powerful guards dressed in golden armor patrolled the soundings of the majestic buildings, rising throughout the entire estate. It felt like even an army wouldn't be able to take down this manor easily. It was no wonder Hang Shi was so worried when Zhang Xian said that he would come here. This was indeed the den of a ferocious tiger. The movements of these guards seem to be aligned with some kind of formation. They will be difficult opponents. As a formation master, Zhang Xian could easily tell that despite the seemingly random movement of the guards, their movements were actually aligned with something to form a powerful offensive formation. If anyone were to attempt to intrude into the manor, they would be able to immediately bring forth a destructive assault upon him. Wang Ying and the others should be fine. If the men from King Huai Manor really intended to mean them harm, no one from the Huanyu Empire Party would be able to stop them. There is no reason for them to go through so much trouble. Upon seeing the astounding might of the manor, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief instead. Considering how the other party could easily overcome the entire group from Huanyu Empire just by dispatching a few guards, there was absolutely no need to go through the trouble of inviting Wang Ying and the others to the manor. Possessing absolute power, there was no need for the other party to hide his actions at all. Zhang Shi, please wait here. We'll report your arrival to our old master. Soon, they arrived at an elegant gazebo. The guard invited Zhang Xian to take a seat before taking his leave. Understanding the rules around here, Zhang Xian sipped on the fragrant tea that a maid served while waiting patiently. It must be said that the etiquette of King Huai Manor toward guests was truly impeccable. Even the tea leaves used were freshly picked, and the fragrance drifting from it left one feeling deeply revitalized. While sipping on the tea, Zhang Xian took this opportunity to activate his eye of insight to examine the area. After taking a brief look, he couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. Even though the security in the manor seemed tight, he could still see many openings under the scrutiny of the eye of insight. Zhang Xian was confident that with his current cultivation, he could easily enter and leave the residence without being discovered. Zhang Shi. Just as Zhang Xian was scanning his surroundings, the guard from before suddenly rushed back and announced, "The old master invites you to the main hall." Retracting his curious gaze, impassiveness returned to Zhang Xian's face. Standing up, he followed the lead of the guard. After strolling through a maze of corridors, they soon arrived at a vast main hall with a high ceiling. "Old master, Zhang Shi has arrived." Upon reaching the main hall, the guard immediately rushed forward and reported their arrival with clasped fists before backing out of the room. Following which, Zhang Xian stepped into the main hall. At the center of the massive room sat an austere middle-aged man who exuded a strong authoritative disposition. On the guest seat by the side was a white-haired elder, and a young man was standing behind him. These were the three people in the room. The middle-aged man carried a demeanor which reflected the many years in which he'd held his position of power. The chances were that he was King Huai. As for the white-haired elder, his very presence felt unfathomable, making it extremely difficult to assess him. On the other hand, The young man behind him unreservedly exerted his aura, revealing his cultivation as a transcendent mortal 8-dan primary stage expert. A transcendent mortal 8-dan expert in his 20s. Even among the geniuses in Hongyuan Empire, he could be considered as the cream of the crop. Walking to the center of the room, Zhang Xian clasped his fist and greeted, "Master Teacher Zhang Xian pays respect to your highness." "You are Zhang Xian?" Before the middle-aged man could even speak, the young man turned his sharp gaze on Zhang Xian and questioned him coldly. Seeing how that young man was devoid of the slightest respect, Zhang Xian ignored him and walked to the guest seat on the opposite side. "Didn't you hear my words?" Realizing he had just been snubbed, the young man's face darkened. While he was standing subserviently behind the elder, his cultivation of transcendent mortal 8-dan at his age made him a respected figure no matter where he went. How dare the other party act so arrogantly as to ignore his words? Zhang Xian glanced at the young man and replied, "I heard them. Then why aren't you answering me?" The young man harumphed furiously. Ignoring the young man once more, Zhang Xian turned to the middle-aged man and clasped his fist. "Your Highness, I believe you should know the reason for my visit." "You." Seeing how the other party disregarded him yet again, the young man staggered. "Stop ignoring me. I am talking to you." Gritting his teeth, the young man bellowed furiously, "If you want His Highness to answer your question, you'd better answer mine first." "Fine." Zhang Xian finally turned his gaze back to the young man. "Speak. Answer me. Are you Zhang Xian?" the young man asked rudely. Zhang Xian turned his face back to King Huai once more and said, "I heard that my students have been invited to your manor as guests. I hope that you will allow me to take them away with me." Fury gushed to the head of the young man, and his body swayed weakly from side to side. At this point, how could he possibly not tell that the other party was making a fool of him? The other party had no intention of answering his question in the first place. "How dare you make a fool out of me? Do you know who I am?" With a furious roar, a powerful aura reminiscent of the expansive ocean burst forth from the young man. Even though his cultivation wasn't on par with Yuan-Tian, the strength he wielded seemed to be far mightier. Especially now that he was enraged, his muscles began bulged out furiously, creating a formidable sight. With just a glance, one could easily tell that he possessed an exceptionally strong body. Despite the other party's rage, Zhang Xian remained completely impassive. "Do you think it matters to me who you are? I am a noble master teacher who stood against the otherworldly demons for humanity, a respected figure of all mankind. How dare a mere cultivator like you act so haughtily before me? Who gave you the guts to act this way?" Driving his soul depth, Zhang Xian's words were imbued with the impartation of heaven's will. Paired with the inviolable aura he possessed as a celestial master teacher, Zhang Xian's presence suddenly towered before the young man as though a giant before an ant. It was as if desecrating him was an act of blasphemy. The young man froze in fear. As the #1 occupation in the world, the prestige of the master teachers wasn't just for show. All cultivators had to respect them. Dishonoring them was equivalent to provoking the master teacher pavilion, as well as the entire human race. This was simply the prestige that master teachers commanded. If anyone could shout and order a master teacher around, how was the master teacher pavilion supposed to establish order on this continent? The young man tried to take advantage of Zhang Xian's weakness to instill fear into him, but he forgot about this unspoken rule. Thus, upon being questioned under the effects of the impartation of heaven's will, he was immediately rendered speechless. His face swiftly paled. Seeing that the young man was suppressed entirely by him, Zhang Xian continued, "No matter what, I am a guest in King Huai Manor. His Highness hasn't even spoken yet, and a subordinate like you actually dares to overstep your bounds and cause such a fuss. Do you have no respect for His Highness and the elder before you?" The young man's body trembled weakly. The ferocious aura he had exuded on earlier vanished completely at this moment. He had been too engrossed with forcing some humble pie onto Zhang Xian that he forgot that he was in the presence of King Huai and the elder before him. He had gotten ahead of himself, and his actions could be easily interpreted as insubordination. To forget your own place and act so conceitedly before your elders. You aren't welcomed here. Scram. Zhang Xian flung his sleeves. The young man couldn't find a single word to say. His complexion swiftly turned awful, and after a moment of hesitation, he turned around and walked out. Zhang Xian's current soul depth was 19.1, making him comparable to even a 6-star master teacher. Even though the young man was a transcendent mortal 8-dan expert, he was far too weak to withstand Zhang Xian's impartation of heaven's will. With just a few words, Zhang Xian had made him lose himself. The middle-aged man and the elder were stunned. They didn't expect Zhang Xian to be able to beguile the young man into leaving just like that, and they glanced at one another in astonishment. Wasn't Zhang Shi supposed to be a 4-star master teacher? How could his words be effective even on a transcendent mortal 8-dan expert? In the end, the elder shook his head and uttered, "Enough." Boom. That voice wasn't loud, but it resounded clearly in one's ears as though a clap of thunder. The departing young man suddenly froze. The elder's words had shaken him out of the effects of Zhang Xian's impartation of heaven's will, and he immediately turned around to glare at Zhang Xian in animosity. He was on the verge of going insane. To think that he, a transcendent mortal 8-dan expert, would actually be beguiled into leaving the room while trying to teach the other party a lesson. The immense humiliation induced a furious blaze within him. "I will kill you." Howling angrily, the young man stepped against the ground and charged forward. However, at that very moment, the elder's voice rang in his ears. "Enough. Don't you think you have embarrassed yourself enough today?" "Yes." Hearing the displeasure in the elder's tone, the young man shuddered and hurriedly retracted his aura. He swiftly returned back to his place behind the elder and fell quiet. Even so, his vengeful eyes were still fixated on Zhang Xian, seemingly trying to tear him apart. However, Zhang Xian couldn't care less. While he wasn't a match for the other party, there was no need for him to fear the other party either. After all, the Saint Realm puppets he had on him weren't just for show. Ignoring the young man, Zhang Xian turned to look at the elder instead. Zhang Xian knew how strong his impartation of heaven's will was. Those whom he had beguiled couldn't be awakened that easily by external force. Yet, with just a single word, the elder actually managed to return the young man's rationality. Without a doubt, the elder was a formidable expert. In fact, even Imo Gaoyuan didn't seem to wield such capability either. Zhang Shi's students are indeed guests in my manor. I'll have my men invite them over. Noticing the peculiar atmosphere drifting in the air, the middle-aged man chuckled awkwardly and hurriedly issued some instructions to a servant. The servant swiftly left the room. "I'll be thanking His Highness in advance then." Hearing that his students were indeed just guests of the manor, the heavy stone weighing down Zhang Xian's heart was finally released. But even so, he still had some doubts in mind and said, "My students are mischievous, so I beg your Highness's pardon if they have troubled you in any way." "Troubled me? How can that be?" Zhang Shi's students possess astonishing talent. If anything, I am impressed by them. Knowing that it would be impossible for him to hide the truth from the master teacher before him, King Huai shook his head and explained, "To tell you the truth, it was by Elder Yuan's request that I invited Zhang Shi's students to the manor." Elder Yuan? Zhang Xian was perplexed. Elder Yuan? He didn't recall ever meeting such a figure. Why would the other party invite his students to King Huai's manor? The elder before the young man stroked his beard and said, "I am Yuan Cheng, the elder of Boundless Empire's Yuan clan." Boundless Empire? Yuan clan? Zhang Xian was taken aback. On the way here, Yu Feier had told him about the various Tier 1 empires and Tier 2 empires around Hongyuan Empire, but he didn't recall any of them going by the name of Boundless Empire. Could it be a conferred empire? Chapter 698. Yuan Tao's heritage conferred empires were a rank higher than Tier 1 empires. 7-star master teachers stood at the core of the empire, ensuring the prosperity of the nation. Considering how King Huai didn't fly into a rage despite the rudeness of the young man, intervening to mediate the situation even, it was likely that the elder and the young man possessed extraordinary standing. If they were truly from a conferred empire, everything would make sense. After all, when Yufei and Xing Yuan visited Huanyu Empire, Yuan had to act prudently around them, not daring to offend them at all. That's right. The elder chuckled. Zhang sure is incredible. To think that you would possess a soul depth superior to most 6-star master teachers at such a young age. Your talent is incredible even among the multitude of geniuses I have seen. You will surely achieve great things in the future. Soul depth superior to most 6-star master teachers? King Huai was astonished to hear that. He had sent his men to investigate the background of Zhang Xian, and the other party was only a 4-star master teacher of Huanyu Empire. He'd thought that it would still take many years before the other party could achieve anything sizable, but who could have known that his soul depth would actually be so high? It was extremely difficult to raise one's soul depth. There were many master teachers whose cultivation had reached the mark, but were unable to be promoted due to their soul depth not reaching the prerequisite. And yet, the fellow before him, despite his low cultivation, possessed an extraordinarily high soul depth. This meant that it was just a matter of time before the other party became a 6-star master teacher. If he were to be given some time to grow, he would surely make a name for himself. It seemed like there was a need to establish close ties with the other party. Hearing the other party's evaluation, Zhang Xian frowned. Without using a stone of insight, not even a 6-star master teacher was able to gauge his soul depth accurately. And yet, the other party was actually able to evaluate it accurately. Clearly, the other party's eye of discernment and cultivation had truly reached a fearsome level. With a grim expression, Zhang Xian clasped his fist and said, "Elder Yuan is being too generous. Given your cultivation and talent, there's nothing generous about my praise. Since Zhang Shi's surname is Zhang, may I know if you are related to the sage ancestry Zhang clan?" Elder Yuan asked doubtfully. Sage ancestry? Zhang clan? Zhang Xian shook his head. I have never heard of them before, and I am unrelated to them. He was an orphan as well as a transcender, so how could he have known of this Zhang clan and sage ancestry? Unrelated. Elder Yuan was taken back for an instant before saying, "It doesn't matter whether you are related to them or not. It is admirable in itself that you were able to advance so far in your soul depth cultivation given your age, as well as your composure and steadiness in dealing with matters, and your lack of complacency and impatience. It is no wonder young Master Tao views you so highly, refusing to acknowledge anyone else as his teacher except for you." Young Master Tao? Zhang Xian frowned. Do you mean Yuan Tao? Zhang Xian only had a few students, and the elder also went by the surname of Yuan. It wasn't too difficult to figure out who the other party was referring to. Just that, wasn't Yuan Tao an orphan? On top of that, he grew up in Tianqian Royal City as well. How could he be the young master of the boundless empire's Yuan clan? That's right. We found young Master Tao through the resonance in our bloodline. I have heard stories about his travels with you, and I would like to thank you for the care you have shown him. Elder Yuan nodded. This? Zhang Xian was bewildered. Bloodline resonance. Could Yuan Tao really be a missing young master from the Yuan clan? But this was way too inconceivable. If this was really true, considering how the Yuan clan was likely to be a powerful clan in a conferred empire, how could their young master possibly be left behind in a place as remote as Tianqian Kingdom? Seemingly noticing Zhang Xian's doubts, Elder Yuan asked with a smile, "As young Master Tao's teacher, are you aware of his ancient bloodline?" "He possesses the Emperor's bloodline." Zhang Xian nodded. Zhang Xian had noticed Yuan Tao's Emperor's bloodline from the very start through the Library of Heaven's Path. It was due to his bloodline that he accepted Yuan Tao as his student. Just like unique constitutions, there were many differing types of bloodlines too. Ancient bloodlines, new bloodlines, inheritances, and mutations. The Emperor's bloodline was an extremely powerful bloodline from the ancient era which boasted invincible defense. Zhang Xian had met so many talented people, but not even a 6-star master teacher like Mo Gao Yuan was able to discern Yuan Tao's ancient bloodline. As such, it was unlikely that the elder was lying. Zhang Shi indeed has keen eyes. Elder Yuan nodded. That's right. Young Master Yuan possesses the purest Emperor's bloodline of our clan, and to our surprise, Zhang Shi has managed to awaken it. Clan? Our Yuan clan is built on the ancient emperor's bloodline, and every single one of our members possesses it. However, with each passing generation, our bloodline grows thinner and thinner. Elder Yuan sighed. However, the heavens have taken pity on us. They have given us young Master Tao, who possesses the perfect ancient emperor's bloodline. With his return, it'll only be a matter of time before our clan rises to power once more. This, Zhang Xian was taken aback. He suddenly recalled the young man who tried to act arrogantly before him earlier. Judging from the other party's bulging muscles, it was clear that he specialized in physical body cultivation. Thinking about it, the emperor's bloodline probably ran through his blood as well. The emperor's bloodline boasted invincible defense, and if one were to fully awaken it, the might of one's physical body would reach unimaginable levels. In truth, Zhang Xian had been wondering how the rare emperor's bloodline could possibly appear in Yuan Tao. It turned out that he had such a huge clan behind him after all. But if he is from your clan, how did he end up in Tianxin Kingdom? Zhang Xian voiced his doubts. Considering how Yuan Tao was born with the complete emperor's bloodline, how could the Yuan clan possibly leave him alone in a remote kingdom? It was out of helplessness that we chose this course of action. As time passes, the bloodline running through our veins only continues to grow thinner. In order to revive the ancient bloodline, we could only send our offspring to ancient ruins via teleportation formations and allow them to grow by themselves. Only in places like that could the recovery of the bloodline be triggered, Elder Yuan explained. An ancient bloodline could only retain its complete form in ancient ruins. If they were to stay cooped up in their clan, the bloodline would only grow thinner and thinner, and eventually disappear entirely. Ancient ruins? You mean Tianxin Kingdom is considered as ancient ruins as well? Zhang Xian was astonished. Tianxin was an unranked kingdom located in the most remote part of the continent, but there was actually more to it? That's right. The war between the otherworldly demonic tribe and the human race was spread across the entire continent, and we term the regions unaffected by the conflict as ancient ruins. Such places tend to be more backward, and there are no teleportation formations in the vicinity. Even the master-teacher pavilions wouldn't dispatch any personnel to such a region, thus isolating it from the entire world, Elder Yuan explained. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian widened his eyes. It seemed like Tianxin Kingdom fit that description aptly, devoid of a master-teacher pavilion or teleportation formation, remote and thin in spiritual energy. Such lands tend to be located by the borders of the continent, and they spread across a wide area. We send our offspring to these ancient ruins via teleportation formations shortly after their birth, but we are unable to clearly locate their specific coordinates, so we could only slowly look for them. And throughout the years, many have failed to survive there as well. Elder Yuan shook his head. They couldn't choose where their offspring were teleported to nor whether they would be able to survive there or not. If they had another choice, they wouldn't have sent their offspring to such places either. Many of their offspring ended up dead, and those who lived on to restore the ancient bloodline numbered even more in the minority. It was truly fortunate that they had managed to find Yuan Tao, who had recovered the ancient bloodline. How could they not be agitated? After conversing for a moment longer, Zhang Xian finally gained a good grasp on the situation. Back then, the war between the otherworldly demonic tribe and the human race had spread far and wide across the entire master-teacher continent. The regions that were unaffected by the conflict were known as ancient ruins. But while such places were closer to the ancient era, they were extremely backward, especially in terms of cultivation techniques and battle techniques. Without anyone to care for the Yuan clan offspring who were sent there was a lot of doubt about whether they could survive or not, let alone restore the ancient bloodline. But this was the only course of action they could take. Otherwise, if they were to allow their bloodline to continue thinning, it would only be a matter of time before they were consumed by other powers and disappeared in the annals of history. But still, to possess teleportation formations, the Yuan clan is far stronger than I had thought. After hearing the other party's words, Zhang Xian fell into deep thought. Rumor had it that an 8-star formation master possessed the ability to construct a formation capable of teleporting life forms. Considering how the Yuan clan sent their offspring to the ancient ruins through such formations, How could they be an ordinary clan? Elder Yuan then revealed his true intentions. Since we have found the young master, we intend to bring him back to our clan to inherit our heritage. However, young Master Tao insists on meeting you, and he wants to receive your approval before deciding anything. I hope that Zhang Shi can express your support for this matter. It wasn't easy for the Yuan clan to find an offspring that possessed the complete emperor's bloodline, so Elder Yuan was determined to bring Yuan Tao back to inherit the heritage regardless of the situation. However, Yuan Tao insisted on meeting his teacher before making a decision, thus resulting in the present situation. On the other hand, the young man behind Elder Yuan felt that it was humiliating that the actions of the Yuan clan had to be dictated by a mere 4-star master teacher. On top of that, he didn't think that Zhang Xian was qualified to serve as Yuan Tao's teacher either, and that was the reason he provoked Zhang Xian earlier. Zhang Xian was hesitant to respond. First Zhao Ya, and now Yuan Tao was standing before a crossroad as well. Considering how the Yuan clan had a complete heritage of the ancient emperor's bloodline, the best course of action was clearly for Yuan Tao to return with them. But after the days they had spent together, Zhang Xian was reluctant to part with the other party, especially since Zhao Ya had left. Who knew when they would be able to meet, or whether they would even meet again at all? I have heard of the methods Zhang Shi used to awaken young Master Tao's bloodline, and they are indeed novel. However, our Yuan clan possesses the complete heritage regarding the emperor's bloodline, so young Master Tao will surely be able to awaken his bloodline much faster, allowing his cultivation to soar. Thus, I hope that Zhang Shi can agree to this matter. After all, this is for young Master Tao's welfare. Elder Yuan urged. He had already discussed the matter with young Master Tao, and he could see the deep relationship they had for one another. If Zhang Xian were to say no, young Master Tao would surely refuse to leave with them. However, the fate of their clan lay on their shoulders. A prospective successor was standing before them, so how could they possibly allow him to continue roaming instead of bringing him back? I understand. Zhang Xian sighed gloomily. Life is a cycle of reunion and separation. There is no teacher who can stay by his student's side for life. Sometimes, letting go is the best way to unleash a student's potential. Take Zhao Ya, for example. After heading to the Glacier Plain Court and receiving the best heritage and resources, her cultivation was probably on par or even beyond Zhang Xian's right now. The same applied for Lu Chong as well. He and Mo Hunching had gone on a journey to search for the ancient domain of soul oracles. They might not have reached their destination yet, but once they did, Lu Chong's cultivation would surely soar. Seeing the look of hesitation on Zhang Xian's face, the young man by the side said coldly, "Our elder has already said so much, and yet you are still reluctant? Young Master Tao possesses the complete emperor's bloodline, and it is a matter of time before he grows to become a mighty dragon. You might be a master teacher, and your talent is not bad, but in terms of physical body cultivation, you are far from a match for us. You aren't qualified to be the young master's teacher at all. You'd better learn your place. It is only out of politeness that we are discussing this matter with you." Zhang Xian's face darkened. "Did you just say that I am unqualified to be Yuan Tao's teacher?" Chapter 699. Zhang Xian's physical body, that's right. The young man sneered in disdain. "If you think that I am speaking nonsense, why don't we verify it through a physical fight? If you lose, you'd better hand young Master Tao obediently to us and admit that you are unqualified to be his teacher. On the other hand, if you win, I can even acknowledge you as my teacher." The young man roared. "How is it? Do you dare to take on the challenge?" Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes. The other party was a transcendent mortal 8-dan expert. Even without the use of the Library of Heaven's Path or Eye of Insight, Zhang Xian could still easily tell that the other party possessed tremendous physical strength and resilience. Even if Zhang Xian were to gather the entirety of his 10 million ding strength, he couldn't be sure whether he could break the other party's defenses or not. Not to mention, his physical strength only amounted to 4 million ding. But if Zhang Xian couldn't defeat the other party, what right did he have to be young Master Tao's teacher? While it might look as if the other party was acting recklessly by challenging Zhang Xian to a battle all of a sudden, the truth was that he had grasped Zhang Xian's weakness accurately and placed him in check. Furthermore, If it was just a battle involving only their physical strength, the other party would be able to avoid Zhang Xian's impartation of heaven's will too. His move was indeed ingenious. Placing his hands behind his back, the young man taunted derisively, "That's right. Do you dare to accept the challenge?" Humph! Seeing how the other party arrogantly attempted to push him to a corner, Zhang Xian flung his sleeves and harumphed. But at that moment, an excited voice suddenly sounded, "Teacher." Turning around, Zhang Xian saw Yuan Tao, Zheng Yang, Wang Ying, and the others walking over with eyes brimming with agitation. Over the past month, his students seemed to have made significant advancements in their cultivation. From this, it could be seen that they had been working diligently over this period of time. Young Master Sun Chang was also amidst the group. At this moment, he had already reached transcendent, mortal 3-Dan Yin-Yang realm intermediate stage. Even though his cultivation was slightly beneath Wang Ying and the others, considering Sun Chang's usual indolent nature, it could be considered rather impressive. Seeing that each and every one of them was spirited, Zhang Xian felt heartened, and a slight smile crept onto his face. All of a sudden, a majestic aura flowed out of Zhang Xian as he turned around toward the young man and replied nonchalantly, "Fine. We'll have a duel using just our physical bodies." "Duel? Teacher." Hearing those words, Yuan Tao and the others immediately panicked. Even though their teacher's cultivation had improved swiftly, it was still much too difficult for him to defeat a transcendent mortal 8-Dan expert who specialized in physical body cultivation in a physical duel. "Don't worry, he's nothing more than a little pebble in the way. Just watch how I crush him." Chuckling softly, Zhang Xian placed his hands behind his back grandly. Since the other party had already gone this far, how could Zhang Xian possibly back down now, especially before his students? "It's good that you agreed to the duel. Come." Hearing the other party agreeing to the duel, the young man immediately burst into laughter. He proceeded to the center of the room, and just by flexing his muscles, he seemed to have grown a few inches taller. His bulky and powerful frame gave him a sharp appearance reminiscent of a ferocious tiger. There's no need to rush into it. Even though the young man was already preparing himself for the duel, Zhang Xian still remained on his seat. With a smile, he turned to King Huai and asked, "Your Highness, there's a matter I need to trouble you with. Is there a secret chamber here that I can use here? There are some matters that I need to attend to." "Secret chamber? Of course there is." King Huai was still busy finding a way to form a close relationship with Zhang Xian when the latter delivered an opportunity for him to express his goodwill. Thus, he immediately waved his hand, and the wall by the side of the room suddenly split apart, revealing a hidden chamber. As a member of the royal family of a Tier 1 empire, it wasn't too surprising for him to have several secret chambers in his main hall so as to discuss confidential matters. A special formation was set up here in order to prevent anyone, regardless of strength, from peering into the room or eavesdropping into the conversation. "Thank you." With a smile, Zhang Xian entered the chamber and closed the doors, after which he flicked his wrist and his clone appeared before him. With the measly 4 million ding of strength that Zhang Xian could harness in his physical body, it was surely impossible for him to teach the other party a lesson. However, his clone was different. His clone had been forged of the 9 Hearts Lotus, thus making its physical body far stronger than his. Zhang Xian had little doubt that the young man wouldn't be an opponent for his clone as well. Zhang Xian swiftly filled his clone up on the details through their mental connection. "That's how it is. So, go there and smash his teeth out. Don't worry." His clone nodded, put on Zhang Xian's previous clothes, and walked out of the secret chamber. Considering how the clone had the same form as the main body, and the main body was hidden within the secret chamber, there was no need to worry about the trick being exposed. "You're finally out." Upon seeing Zhang Xian coming out from the chamber, the young man sneered coldly. "Jai. Jai." Cracking sounds echoed from his body, and the aura shrouding him rapidly grew stronger. He flicked his wrist, and a deafening sound boomed in the air, seemingly threatening to shatter everything in the area to pieces. When one's physical body reached a certain realm, the prowess it could exert would be on par with Zhenqi. No matter how thin it was, the young man still possessed the powerful emperor's bloodline. On top of that, the long heritage of his clan meant that he had access to the best physical body cultivation techniques, thus resulting in the might of his physical body to exceed even his Zhenshi cultivation of transcendent mortal 8 Dan. Zhang Xian chuckled lightly as he walked to the center of the room as well. Humph! Seeing how a consonant spirit realm brat actually dared to pit his physical body against him, the young man's face twisted in savageness. Kicking against the ground, he dashed forward. Boom! Due to the absurd speed he was traveling at, a deep rumbling reminiscent of thunder boomed along with his movements. Even before he reached Zhang Xian, the air in the surroundings had already been torn apart, forming a huge vacuum around Zhang Xian. Teacher, seeing how the young man executed his strongest technique from the very start, Yuan Tao clenched his fists tightly. Even though the young man could be considered his fellow clan member, the relationship between him and his teacher ran far deeper than that. Wang Ying and the others were anxious as well. They were well aware of the strength their teacher wielded. Just a month ago, their teacher was only at the clarifying turbidity realm, so even if he had made a breakthrough in the past month, he would only be at consonant spirit realm at the moment. A consonant spirit realm against a transcendent mortal 8 Dan. The gap was simply too huge. It could be said that both parties weren't even on the same level. How could Zhang Xian triumph against him? Don't worry. Since the young master agreed to the duel, he won't lose, Sun Chong said by the side. Before his students, the young master always put on an austere face to uphold his prestige. It was not that Wang Ying and the others didn't believe in Zhang Xian, but the gap between the two was simply too huge. At the same time, considering the upright personality of their teacher, he wouldn't do anything despicable just to achieve victory. However, Sun Chong had a differing opinion. After living with the young master for a period of time, he had gained a good grasp of the latter's personality. Had the young master ever done anything he was unconfident at? Since the young master agreed to the other party's challenge, there was no doubt that he must have found a way to pummel the other party. Besides, it was suspicious how the young master asked to use the secret chamber before the duel. Won't lose? Wang Ying and the others were a little doubtful upon hearing Sun Chong's words. Who? Before the young man's ferocious attack, their teacher didn't bother to dodge. Instead, he raised his right arm and sent a fist over. A frontal attack? Upon seeing Zhang Xian's reaction, everyone's eyebrows shot up. Even Elder Yuan also frowned in confusion. Elder Yuan knew very well how strong the young man was. Even transcendent mortal 8 Dan intermediate stage experts would find it hard to breach his defenses. A consonant spirit realm small fry, like you actually dares to face him head-on. Aren't you courting death? Pong. In just the blink of an eye, the two fists clashed with one another, and a frenzied wind burst into the surroundings. The ground beneath the duo's feet immediately cracked from the tremendous impact of the clash. Upon the collision of fists, the young man's excited face slowly turned in astonishment. He felt as if he had struck a steel plate, and an intense pain assaulted his knuckle. Kacha! Kacha! In just a brief moment, the bones in his fist were shattered, following which an immense force traveled through his arm, seemingly trying to suppress him altogether. Who? The young man was sent flying backward. Due to the limitations of his cultivation, it was impossible for the clone's strength to match up to the other party. However, a unique property of a physical body crafted by the Nine Hearts Lotus was its incredible toughness that was on par with any other god artifact. To make an analogy, it was equivalent to an ordinary man striking a wall with his full strength, not to mention that the young man's strength was beyond ordinary. When the immense force of his attack rebounded back on him, how could he possibly withstand the impact? On top of that, the qualitative difference in the bodies of the duo was also way too great. If the young man's body was iron, the clone's body would be diamond. No matter how compact the iron was, it could still be easily torn apart by diamond. How can you have such a powerful physical body? The young man widened his eyes in astonishment. At this moment, he felt as if he was going crazy. He possessed the Emperor's bloodline, and he cultivated one of the strongest physical body cultivation technique in the clan. It was no joke to say that he was almost invincible in his power class. Even spirit high-tier weapons might not necessarily be able to pierce his skin. And yet, the other party's fist actually crushed his bones. Are you sure that I am the one possessing the Emperor's bloodline, not you? How could such a powerful physical body possibly exist in the world? Howling furiously, the young man tried to steady his flying figure. But at that moment, a blur abruptly flashed across his eyes, and unknowingly, his opponent had appeared behind him. Pong! Once again, the two bodies clashed with one another. Pacha! Pacha! Two cracks resounded clearly in the air. The prided bones that the young man had devoted a very long period of time to cultivating had broken yet again. The intense pain he was experiencing left him frenzied. He immediately twisted his body and elbowed the other party with his intact left arm. It must be said that the young man was indeed a skilled fighter. His reaction was swift and deadly. With this blow, the other party would surely have to dodge, thus giving him time to take a breather and regain his momentum in the battle. But Zhang Xian didn't move at all. He simply stood idly, allowing the young man's elbow to strike him. Pong! The elbow struck Zhang Xian's head. Great! The head was the weakest spot of a human body. Upon striking it squarely, the young man's eyes immediately lit up in excitement. However, before he could celebrate, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm once again. His bones had been shattered to pieces. What is going on? The young man finally cried. The Emperor's bloodline was known for its invincible defense, thus making him far stronger than any cultivator of his power tier. He thought that he would be able to crush Zhang Xian as easily as tearing a cabbage into pieces, but the other party remained completely unfazed by his attacks. On the contrary, it was his bones that had been shattered in the collisions. It was as if he was fighting against a saint artifact. What the heck was with this? By the side, Elder Yuan's eyes were widened as much as humanly possible. Zhang Shi was the one being beaten up, and yet he was able to rebound the might back onto his opponent and crush the other party's bones. And this was taking into account that his opponent specialized in physical body cultivation. How powerful must Zhang Shi's physical body be? Even Elder Yuan, despite the long years of cultivating his body, had to admit that he was incapable of such a feat. Could it be that he had identified the wrong young master? Was Zhang Shi the true possessor of the Emperor's bloodline instead of young Master Tao? Teacher, is actually so strong? Wang Ying, Yuan Tao, and the others stared at one another in astonishment. They thought that their growth rate in the past month was already incredible, but it seemed their teacher had improved far more than them. To actually crush the other party's bones by being pummeled, who else in the world was capable of such a feat? Pacha! Pacha! The same astonishment also surfaced on King Huai's face. Amidst gazes of disbelief, Zhang Xian went on to shatter the bones in the legs of the young man before standing quietly at the main hall. With a nonchalant gaze, he gazed down at the young man lying on the ground and asked calmly, "So, with the strength of my physical body, am I qualified to be Yuan Tao's teacher?" Chapter 700. Repaying malice with benevolence. The entire room was silent. Everyone stared at one another, unable to utter a single word. You said that the other party's physical body was too weak for him to be qualified to teach a person possessing the Emperor's bloodline. Yet, you ended up shattering nearly all of your bones while trying to pummel the other party. What else do you have to say? Many gazes turned toward the young man, only to see him lying on the ground in a mess. His body was contorted in awkward angles. With his bones shattered to such a degree, he was unable to stand up. You are qualified to be young Master Tao's teacher. Tears were threatening to spill from the young man's eyes. Never had such an incident occurred to him ever since he'd started cultivating his physical body. He used his full might to pummel the other party, and yet, the other party remained completely unharmed, whereas his bones were shattered instead. Not even the elders of the Yuan clan possessed such astounding defensive ability. Was the other party still mortal? If I knew that your physical body was this strong, I would have never provoked you. If this was going to be the case, I should have just left obediently just now when you asked me to. At the very least, I would still be unharmed. And now, with my bones shattered to such a degree, how am I going to fare in the future? Cultivation is an endless journey. We might possess the Emperor's bloodline, but that doesn't mean that we are invincible. Zhang Shi has only taught you that there's always a mountain higher than the other. Sighing, Elder Yuan flicked his finger, and a pill was shot into the young man's mouth. The reason he didn't stop the young man from challenging Zhang Shi earlier was because he intended to see the depths of the latter's prowess as well. Who would have thought that he would be so powerful? The pill immediately dissolved as soon as it entered the young man's mouth. A moment later, the young man finally recovered slightly, and he struggled to his feet strenuously. Seeing the young man's state, Elder Yuan sighed in lamentation. Given the degree of damage to your bones, it'll be hard for you to recover to how you were. You won't be able to cultivate your physical body anymore in the future. The greatest taboo for physical body cultivators was the breaking of their bones. If it was just a bone or two, it could still be healed via consuming pills. However, considering how the young man's bones were shattered into near smithereens, there was no way he could get back to how he was before. In other words, the young man's cultivation had been crippled through this fight, and his future achievements had been capped. While there were saint recovery pills within the clan which was capable of healing even such grievous injuries, given that the young man didn't belong to the main family and that his bloodline wasn't pure either, he wasn't qualified to use such precious resources. Yes, the young man nodded with a desolate expression. His cultivation wasn't outstanding in the clan in the first place, and he had been despised due to that. Now that he had lost his cultivation, it wasn't hard to imagine how tragic his plight would be in the future. All right, only with setbacks will one grow wiser, so don't be too harsh on yourself. After which, Elder Yuan turned to Zhang Xian, and awe gleamed in his eyes. To be able to cultivate your physical body to such an astounding degree despite your young age, Zhang Shi is indeed worthy of awe. May I know, if you're interested in coming to our Yuan clan? Given your age and your physical body prowess, as long as you persevere, it is just a matter of time before you become an honorary elder there. An invitation to the Yuan clan? On the main seat, King Huai widened his eyes upon hearing those words, and his breathing hastened. Zhang Shi might not have heard of the Boundless Empire's Yuan clan, but he knew very well what that power represented. Even if it was just an offer to become a guard of the Yuan clan, he would surely grasp the opportunity without any hesitation. But just as he thought that Zhang Shi would immediately agree to the request in delight, the latter shook his head in disdain and said, "I don't have any interest in that." Hearing those words, King Huai's body jolted in astonishment. Zhang Shi, do you understand the significance of becoming an honorary elder in the Boundless Empire's Yuan clan? Who cares what kind of significance it has? I don't have any interest in it. Zhang Xian waved his hands nonchalantly. No matter how impressive becoming an honorary elder might be, in the end, he would be nothing more than a subordinate. He was a person who would become a 9-star master teacher one day. Before that, all powers were nothing more than fleeting clouds. Besides, how could he possibly lower himself to serve as an honorary elder for his student's clan? That's a huge pity. Seeing Zhang Xian rejecting the offer without any hesitation, Elder Yuan shook his head in disappointment. Sighing, he raised his head once more and asked, "Zhang Shi, about our young master." Zhang Shi hadn't given his opinion regarding Yuan Tao's matter yet. Even though Elder Yuan possessed incredible power, he dared not offend a person who could possibly become the next head of his clan. Sigh. With a deep sigh, Zhang Xian turned to the young man not too far away and said, "Yuan Tao, come over here." "Teacher." Yuan Tao responded and hurriedly rushed forward. Zhang Xian rubbed the plump boy's head with his hand as complex emotions surfaced in his eyes. Memories flashed across his head as reminisced about the time they had spent together. The sorrow of parting jabbed at his heart, but as a teacher, he knew that he couldn't limit his own students. Cultivate well after you return to your clan. Don't let me down. Teacher. With reddened eyes, Yuan Tao kneeled on the floor. I won't go. I want to stay by your side. Zhang Xian shook his head slowly. Since the Yuan clan possesses the complete heritage of the Emperor's bloodline, you should leave with Elder Yuan. This is the route you should take if you aspire to reach for greater heights. Following behind me will only limit your accomplishments. Yuan Tao's body stiffened upon hearing those words. All right, as my student, you should decisively grasp any opportunity that comes your way. Work hard, awaken your bloodline, and make me proud. Zhang Xian waved his hands. No matter how reluctant he was, he knew that he had to let go. Students are just like birdlings. No matter how well one taught them, if they don't try to venture beyond their nest, they will never learn to fly. A greater world lies out there for them. That is the place where they belong. Only by experiencing the various elements of the world will they fly higher and higher, and eventually reach the peak. All right. Seeing that his teacher had made up his mind, Yuan Tao clenched his jaws and nodded. After convincing Yuan Tao, Zhang Xian turned to Elder Yuan and said, Elder Yuan, my student is a troublemaker, so I'll be depending on you to take care of him in the future. Of course, you can count on me for that. Elder Yuan froze for a moment upon seeing that sight, and admiration slowly gleamed through his face. He could tell the deep concern Zhang Xian harbored for Yuan Tao, and it would surely be difficult for him to part with the latter. Nevertheless, upon realizing that his student had a much better path before him, he still decisively chose to send the latter there. There were very few master teachers who could do the same. As long as he could survive amidst the harsh world, Zhang Shi would surely achieve great things in the future. Yuan Tao is my direct disciple. If I hear that he has been subjected to some grievances or unfair treatment, have no doubt that I will come knocking on the gates of the Yuan clan. Zhang Xian warned with a grim expression. He might be weak at the moment, but he was growing stronger rapidly. If the Yuan clan dared to torment Yuan Tao, he wouldn't mind trampling them into the ground. Don't worry. Young Master Tao possesses the complete Emperor's bloodline, making him the future hope of our clan. How could he possibly subject him to grievances or unfair treatment? Elder Yuan hurriedly reassured. It had been more than a dozen millenniums since a complete Emperor's bloodline had appeared in the Yuan clan. Yuan Tao played a pivotal role to the revival of the Yuan clan. So how could the Yuan clan possibly treat him unfairly? That would be for the best. Zhang Xian nodded, following which, he grabbed a wine cup from a table a distance away and smiled. Allow me to propose a toast to Elder Yuan. This, Zhang Xian's action of grabbing the wine cup may seem normal, but Elder Yuan's eyes narrowed upon seeing that sight. Zhang Xian was around 1.5 meters away from the table, and yet, he was still able to grab the wine cup without the utilization of zhenqi. In other words, Zhang Xian's arm had instantaneously extended by a length of 0.5 meter. To extend one's arm abruptly without the use of zhenqi, Elder Yuan's body stiffened as the thought flashed across his mind. Could he have cultivated his bones and muscles to the undying realm? Legend had it that upon reaching a certain level of cultivation in one's physical body, not only would one's physical body become extremely tough, their body would also become incredibly flexible. Upon reaching that realm, their bones and muscles would be able to extend in a way that defied common sense. At the same time, the enhanced elasticity also allowed their bodies to revert back to its original form even when squashed like a pancake. As such, this was known as the undying realm. Even though it wasn't invulnerability in the strictest sense, the ability to extend one's limbs freely and recover from lethal force were already exceptionally valuable capabilities, especially in battle. Even in their clan, only the legendary old ancestor had achieved such a feat. Considering how the young man before him was able to extend his arm 0.5 meter without tapping into his zhenqi, even if he hadn't truly reached the undying realm, he was surely not too far from it. To actually train one's physical body to the limits and reach undying realm at 20. Was this even possible? Was the fellow before him some kind of monster in human skin? It was no wonder his junior lost so tragically. Even he himself hadn't advanced this far in his physical body cultivation. If it was before, he would have taken the other party's threat to be a joke. However, such thoughts had vanished completely from his mind. No matter how weak the other party's cultivation was at the moment, given how his physical body had already reached or was extremely near to the undying realm, his future achievements would surely be immeasurable. Even despite the dozens of millenniums of history behind the Yuan clan, A day might come when the entire Yuan clan would have to bow before him. Caught up in his astonishment, when Elder Yuan finally recovered, he realized that the young man had already gulped down the wine in his cup and returned back to the secret chamber. A moment later, he returned with an impassive expression. "Let's leave." Zhang Xian beckoned for his students before striding out of the main hall. "We'll be leaving now." Zhang Yang and the others bade Yuan Tao farewell before hurriedly leaving behind Zhang Xian. Having accompanied one another on this long journey, a strong relationship had already been forged among them. Thus, they couldn't help but feel dejected by this parting. Zhang Shi, seeing Zhang Xian leaving decisively, Elder Yuan was just about to say something when the other party suddenly flicked his hand and tossed a wine gourd over. Catching it instinctively, he heard the other party's voice sounding in the air. "Connect the fractured bones carefully before drinking this medicinal wine. He will be able to make a full recovery." This, Elder Yuan was stunned for a moment after hearing those words, following which, he swiftly passed the medicinal wine to his junior to drink. The young man had already reconnected his bones using his shanqi earlier on. Upon learning that the medicinal wine could possibly heal his injuries, he gulped it down without any hesitation. Guguga. As the medicinal wine rushed down his throat, a warm surge of energy abruptly burst from his stomach and gushed through his entire body. He felt a numbing sensation in the broken bones throughout his body as the warm surge washed over them. In just a few breaths, he could already stand up even without relying on Zhenqi to balance himself. All of the injuries he had sustained vanished into thin air, as if he hadn't been injured in the first place. The young man narrowed his eyes, and his body began trembling in agitation. He thought that he was doomed for life, but this turnaround came so abruptly. Elder Yuan's body stiffened as well. Saint, recovery medicine? This kind of medicine was invaluable even in their clan. Yet, the other party actually tossed it to them as though it were nothing at all. This was truly a huge favor to them. Zhang Shi, thank you. Understanding the value of the medicine, the young man immediately dropped to the floor and kowtowed in gratitude. He had provoked the other party intentionally with a sharp tone earlier on, intending to harm him even. Yet, not only did the other party not harbor a grudge against him for that, he even gave him such a valuable medicine. How magnanimous he must be to repay malice with such great benevolence. So this is a master teacher. It was no wonder young Master Tao would be willing to turn down even the heritage from the Yuan clan to pursue him. The other party's character was indeed worthy of respect. While the young man was kowtowing in gratitude, Yuan Tao's clenched fists were trembling with overwhelming emotions. Looking at his teachers departing back, tears streamed freely down his face. It was Zhang Laoshi who didn't scorn him for being the last place in Hongtian Academy and accepted him as his student. It was Zhang Laoshi who turned him from an ignorant and reckless weakling into a transcendent mortal realm expert. It was Zhang Laoshi who went to great lengths to search for medicinal herbs to awaken his unique constitution. It was Zhang Laoshi who stayed up at night to modify his cultivation technique for him. Teacher, rest assured, I will surely work hard after returning to my clan, so as to not let down your expectations. Yuan Tao vowed with great determination. Chapter 701. Bazaar. After leaving King Huai Manor, Zhang Xian turned to Sun Chang and instructed, Sun Chang, find suitable living quarters with a good atmosphere in proximity to the academy within the next 2 days. As a student of the Master Teacher Academy, he was allowed to stay at the academic C. However, going by the rules, Zhang Yang and the others weren't qualified to live there. This was also part of the reason Hong Shi and the others allowed them to leave with King Huai without much protest. While it wasn't a problem for them to stay in the academic C for a few days, complaints from the other students would arise soon enough if their stay stretched on. Rather than having to deal with the mess then, they might as well find suitable lodgings now. This way, it would be more convenient for Zhang Xian to conduct lessons for them, and Zhang Yang and the others need not be so restrained as well. Yes, Sun Chang nodded. As the butler, he was in charge of the miscellaneous affairs of the group. The others only needed to focus on their cultivation. Teacher, I think I am on the verge of a breakthrough. After relaying some instructions, Zhang Xian was just about to return to the academic sea when he heard Wang Ying's voice. Turning around, he saw a powerful aura flowing around the latter's body. Her zhenqi was trembling in her acupoints, and it seemed that she would make a breakthrough at any moment. She was currently at Yin-Yang Realm Pinnacle, so with this breakthrough, she would reach Transcendent Mortal Fordan Clarifying Turbidity Realm. She had been working hard over the past month, and she had long reached the peak of Yin-Yang Realm, but the impetus for a breakthrough just didn't seem to come somehow. However, the intense emotion from the parting with Yuan Tao had resonated with her cultivation, thus allowing her to take this final step forward. Great Violet-Winged Beast. Knowing that opportunities for achieving a breakthrough didn't come easily, Zhang Xian immediately beckoned his tamed beast telepathically. Then, with a sweep of his zhenqi, the group soared into the air and landed on the back of the great Violet-Winged Beast. Several dozen breaths later, they finally returned back to the academic sea. After arranging for Zhang Yang and the others to stay at his room for the time being, Zhang Xian took Wang Ying to a silent chamber and stood guard for her as she attempted the breakthrough. In Clarifying Turbidity Realm, one's soul and physical body would be clearly divided into two. Even though Wang Ying possessed a simplified version of the Heaven's Path divine art, so making the breakthrough shouldn't be a problem at all. It would still be difficult for her to maintain the consonance between her body and soul while preventing their merging. Nevertheless, she would only benefit the greatest from this breakthrough if she were to achieve a breakthrough while enduring this pressure. Thus, Zhang Xian didn't intend to interfere at all. Guguga. Her acupoints furiously devoured spiritual energy from the surroundings as zhenqi rushed through her body. With a harumph, a surge of zhenqi rushed up her Baihui acupoint and gushed out. Boom! The division of clarity and turbidity, Transcendent Mortal Fordan Clarifying Turbidity Realm reached. At this moment, Wang Ying exuded an overwhelmingly powerful aura reminiscent of a sword. This is a breakthrough in her will of mind? Zhang Xian's eyelids twitched furiously. Just like master teachers, cultivators could also achieve breakthroughs in their will of mind as well. The only difference was that the former was more sided toward the analytical aspect, whereas the latter was more sided toward practicality in combat. Even though a breakthrough to Clarifying Turbidity Realm would boost one's cultivation significantly, it still wasn't possible for one to exude such a sharp aura. Clearly, Wang Ying had reached a higher realm in her will of mind. Scarlet Heart Realm. This is truly a fortuitous encounter. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. In the fighter realm, the cultivation of one's physical body and zhenqi took priority, but beyond Clarifying Turbidity Realm, the importance of will of mind would start to shine through. After all, this was intricately tied to the purity of one's soul. If one could temper their will of mind, their cultivation would be much smoother and faster in the future. Humans are beings possessing sentience, and thus they are vulnerable to the disturbances around them. This made it nigh impossible for them to focus all of their attention to the task they had at hand. However, the Crimson Heart Realm allowed one to toss aside their miscellaneous thoughts to focus their efforts on cultivating. In such a state, one's cultivation would be several times more effective than usual. It could be said that upon reaching the realm, Wang Ying's cultivation would only grow faster and faster, and she would eventually far surpass Zhang Yang and the others. Even though this lass is reticent, it seems like she possesses great determination. Zhang Xian shook his head with a bitter smile. Wang Ying's talent was not on par with Zhao Ye, her resilience was not on par with Lu Chong, her flexibility was not on par with Zhang Yang, her cunningness was not on par with Yuan Tao, and her worldliness was not on par with Lu Yang. But even so, she still managed to stand her own ground and shine among them. And now, she had even comprehended the Crimson Heart Realm. It seemed like meticulousness and composure were the strongest factors influencing the advancement of one's cultivation. Given her rate of cultivation, it won't be long before she requires a consonant spirit realm cultivation technique. However, I don't have one at the moment. Since Wang Ying was already past the crucial period, there was no need for Zhang Xian to stand guard anymore. While he was heartened by Wang Ying's breakthrough, another new problem cropped up, and he pinched his glabella. While Zhang Xian had reached consonant spirit realm pinnacle, he had only managed to do so due to the assistance of the white-robed lady and the means of a soul oracle. He still didn't have a consonant spirit realm Heaven's Path Divine art manual in the library of Heaven's Path yet. He had to quickly search for it, or else Wang Ying might find her cultivation stagnating very soon. Thus, after leaving the secret chamber, he immediately headed toward Hong Shi's room. Upon finding the other party, Zhang Xian asked, Hong Shi, do you know where I can find consonant spirit realm and cosmos bridge realm cultivation technique manuals? Cultivation technique manuals? I can find a few for you, but how many do you need? Hong Shi was slightly startled by Hong Shi's request. The more the better, Zhang Xian replied. Give me a moment, I'll take a look. Saying so, Hong Shi walked out of the room. Not too long later, he returned with several dozen books. I was able to find 40 consonant spirit realm cultivation technique manuals, but I could only find 3 for Cosmos Bridge Realm. Not knowing what the other party intended to use the secret manuals for, Hong Shi tried to gather as many books as he could. The 50 geniuses from Huanyu Empire were all consonant spirit realm cultivators. Thus, it wasn't too difficult to gather some cultivation technique manuals from them. However, gathering Cosmos Bridge Realm cultivation technique manuals would be tricky. Only Feng Shi and Luo Shi had some in their possession. 40. Zhang Xian brushed his fingers through them and shook his head. 40 books might already be an impressive collection to others, but to Zhang Xian, it was far from sufficient for meeting his goal. Passing the books back to Hong Shi, Zhang Xian asked, where can I find more cultivation technique manuals? The quality doesn't matter. I am only interested in the quantity. Then, how many books do you need? Hong Shi was stunned to hear that even 40 books were less than sufficient. Even he would have to take several months before he could finish reading and comprehending those books. Yet, Zhang Shi actually said that it wasn't enough. How many did he need then? At least 1,000. Zhang Xian replied. 8,000. Hong Shi staggered and nearly fell to the ground. Even though all kinds of cultivation techniques appeared in the world after the establishment of the Master Teacher Pavilion, as though flowers blooming with the onset of summer, finding 1,000 different cultivation technique manuals was still an extremely difficult feat. After all, there wasn't a single cultivation technique that came to the world just because one willed it to. Each of these cultivation techniques contained the crystallization of an expert's comprehension of the cultivation realm and their relentless effort to refine it. That's right. Do you know where I can find them? Asked Zhang Xian, oblivious to the shock going through the other party's mind. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to be joking, Hong Shi rubbed his glabella and said, the Master Teacher Academy will surely have plenty of books there. I think you will be able to easily find tens of thousands of the books you want there. The Master Teacher Academy was a place which gathered the talented master teachers all over the world. Over many millennia of heritage, many cultivation techniques and secret arts had been left behind by generations of geniuses, thus forming an impressive collection. However, as Zhang Xian had yet to become an official student of the academy, not to mention that he didn't have any academic credits either, he would be unable to access the books there. Right. Suddenly, a thought came to Hong Shi, and his eyes lit up. There will be a bazaar for the freshmen over the next few days, and there will surely be some who are selling cultivation technique manuals too. You can go over to take a look. Given how many freshmen there are in the academic sea, it shouldn't be a problem for you to find 1,000 books. Bazaar? Zhang Xian was taken aback. The freshmen from the various empires have brought along the local specialties from their own empires, as well as their own unique cultivation techniques. By conducting this bazaar, the freshmen will be able to get acquainted with another, trade resources, and share their own views and experiences on cultivation. This way, everyone will be able to raise their fighting prowess to some extent, thus increasing the overall chances of clearing the entrance examination. Hong Shi said, all right, where is this bazaar conducted? I'll go and take a look. Upon hearing that there was such a gathering, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. It is conducted on the center ship in the middle of the academic sea. Hong Shi pointed. At the center of the academic sea was a gigantic lake. Zhang Xian had thought that it was just for scenery purposes, but who knew that the bazaar would actually be conducted there? Zhang Xian left the residence and walked toward the lake. It didn't take him too long to arrive at his destination. Even though spring had already set in, The frigidity of winter had yet to dispel entirely. The slight breeze sweeping across the surface of the lake carried bone-chilling intent with it. Gazing toward the center of the lake, Zhang Xian saw a gigantic vessel floating at a distance of several thousand meters away. A bustling crowd was gathered on it. There are small boats over there to row participants of the bazaar over. The vessel floated in the middle of the lake, and there was no path leading to it. After scanning the surroundings, Hongshi noticed a small rowing boat not too far away, and the duo immediately walked over. Hongshi walked up and asked, "How much does it cost to get to the Great Bazaar?" The elderly rower raised his droopy eyes and replied, "A middle-tier spirit stone." "A middle-tier spirit stone? This is daylight robbery." Zhang Xian widened his eyes in shock. Even a low-tier spirit stone felt extravagant for a journey this short, and yet, this old man wanted a middle-tier spirit stone. Wasn't he taking advantage of their situation? Daylight robbery? If you find it expensive, you can traverse across the lake yourself. But let me warn you, there are plenty of transcendent mortal 7-dan and 8-dan spirit beasts in the academic lake, so do try not to get eaten. Seemingly used to this scene, the old man shrugged off Zhang Xian's words with a smirk. Since there were landbound and aerial spirit beasts, naturally there were aquatic spirit beasts as well. In fact, they were even more numerous than landbound spirit beasts. Considering the size of the lake, it shouldn't come as a surprise that there were plenty of powerful spirit beasts in it. Having reached consonant spirit realm, even though one was still unable of flight, stepping across a body of water wouldn't pose a problem. Just that, if there were spirit beasts in the water, one would have to think twice before doing so. Who knew if an aquatic spirit beast would be waiting with widened jaws under the next step one took? On the other hand, the boat seemed to be imbued with some kind of formation that deterred the aquatic spirit beasts. This, Hongshi hesitated. Just as he was still considering whether to take the ride or not, a middle-tier spirit stone was thrown into the hands of the old man, and with a blur, 2 silhouettes landed on the boat. Set off. Taking a closer look at the 2 figures who had just appeared on the boat, they were the young man and senior Feng, whom Zhang Xian defeated with just a single finger before. Upon receiving the middle-tier spirit stone, the elder grabbed his oars and dipped them into the lake. Slowly, the boat began to advance toward the vessel at the center of the lake. The young man glanced at Zhang Xian derisively and said, "Why bother going to the bazaar when you can't even fork out a single middle-tier spirit stone?" Even though Senior Feng didn't say anything, contempt could be seen in his eyes as well. Zhang Shi had defeated him with a single finger before a huge crowd. While the other party had gone easy on him, it was still inevitable that he felt humiliated by the matter. As such, he still felt some degree of hostility to the other party. Therefore, he couldn't help but feel a little gleeful when he saw that the great Zhang Shi was unable to fork out even a single middle-tier spirit stone. But at that moment, the 2 men standing by the shore abruptly leaped into the sky. Who? They landed on the back of a giant great violet-winged beast. The massive spirit beast flapped its violet wings, creating a powerful gale that created huge waves on the surface of the water. Even the boat also began to rock violently before the powerful gale. In the blink of an eye, the great violet-winged beast was already halfway through the journey to the vessel in the middle of the lake. Chapter 702. Exchange. A half-transcendent mortal 9-dan great violet-winged beast? Senior Feng and the young man were stunned, and their eyelids began twitching uncontrollably. As transcendent mortal 5-dan cultivators, even if they were to own an aerial spirit beast, it would only be at Cosmos Bridge Realm at most. Considering the limited height they could fly at due to the ceiling above them, chances were that they could be struck down by a sudden assault from the transcendent mortal 7-dan or 8-dan spirit beasts in the lake. On the other hand, the great violet-winged beast was different. Standing at half 9-dan, any spirit beasts which dared to challenge it would be slaughtered in an instant. And as expected, just as this thought was lingering in their mind, a transcendent mortal 8-dan fish abruptly leaped from the surface of the water with a gaping mouth filled with sharp teeth, wanting to swallow Zhang Xian and Hongshi whole. But before it could even reach them, a swift strike from a talon crushed it to death. The great violet-winged beast dug out its inner core adeptly before throwing the carcass back into the lake. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Senior Feng's voice uttered with a hoarse voice, "How can he have such a powerful tamed beast? Wasn't he a consonant spirit realm cultivator just like them? To actually have tamed a half-9 Dan spirit beast to be his tamed beast. How in the world did he manage to do it?" He thought that the other party was just a miser who wasn't even willing to spend a single middle-tier spirit stone on a boat ride, and he had felt gleeful and a sense of superiority at having successfully stole the other party's ride. However, upon seeing this sight, he suddenly realized how laughable his actions were. With such a formidable spirit beast, one wouldn't even spare a second glance at this shabby boat. Putting aside paying for the ride, they wouldn't be willing even if they were to be paid for the ride. Senior Feng, why did they suddenly stop in the middle of the lake? Amidst his shock, the perplexed voice from the young man beside him suddenly sounded. Lifting his gaze, he saw the great violet-winged beast pausing in midair, not in a hurry to head to the bazaar at all. Didn't he ride on his aerial spirit beast so that he could arrive at the bazaar faster? Why would he be stopping in the middle of the lake then? While he was still bewildered by the issue, the great violet-winged beast suddenly flapped its wings once more and glided down to the surface of the water. Its talons reached deep into the water and clamped down on something. Hula! Another transcendent mortal 8-Dan aquatic spirit beast resembling a prawn was crushed to death by its talons, and its inner core was swiftly retrieved from its body. After this, the great violet-winged beast returned to the air. A moment later, it swooped down to another part of the lake once more. They are hunting? The duo along with the rower glanced at one another in astonishment. To others, this lake was no different from a dangerous landmine. They would never traverse through it without sufficient preparation. Yet, that fellow actually regarded this place as a treasure trove and began fishing for prey. How can the great violet-winged beast capture the spirit beasts in the water? What came along with their astonishment was disbelief. The great violet-winged beast was indeed formidable. There was little to argue about that, but no matter how strong it was, its field of expertise lay in the air. The aquatic spirit beasts should have been able to avoid it easily in their own home ground, even if they were no match for it. So how could the great violet-winged beast hunt them down so accurately? It was as if it could predict where the aquatic spirit beasts would swim to. Every strike it made was bound to end in a kill. But how is this possible? Indeed, more importantly, no matter how powerful the great violet-winged beast is, it shouldn't be that easy for it to kill a transcendent mortal 8-Dan spirit beast either. Even if a half-9 Dan was stronger than an 8-Dan, the gap wasn't so huge as for the great violet-winged beast to kill them in a single strike. This was particularly so for spirit beasts, which possessed superior defense to human cultivators. But the great violet-winged beast seemed to be able to discern the weaknesses of the spirit beasts in the water accurately and strike them down precisely. This was way too formidable. While those on the boat were completely dumbstruck by the sight before them, Zhang Xian was currently staring at the inner cores with his hand with a satisfied smile. To trade at the bazaar, he would require some capital, but he didn't have a penny to his name at the moment. Since there were so many spirit beasts that were rushing forward to fill his pockets, it was only right for him to accept their offerings gratuitously. The inner core of a transcendent mortal 8-Dan spirit beast could serve as a medicinal herb, the foundation of a formation, or even be complemented with one's cultivation technique to enhance one's cultivation. As such, it was an invaluable cultivation resource that could easily fetch a hefty price. As for how the great violet-winged beast managed to grasp the aquatic spirit beast accurately, as long as the aquatic spirit beasts attempted to launch an attack, it wasn't too difficult to discern their flaws and track down their locations through the library of Heaven's Path. Just like that, in less than an hour, they had managed to kill 19 transcendent mortal 8-Dan spirit beasts and 25 transcendent mortal 7-Dan spirit beasts, and a bucket of inner cores was gleaming in Zhang Xian's storage ring. There don't seem to be too many transcendent mortal 8-Dan spirit beasts left in the lake. Let's head to the bazaar. Eventually, the group circled the lake for a few rounds, but were unable to find any prey. Thus, they could only end the hunt regretfully. While there were many aquatic spirit beasts in the lake, Those that had reached transcendent mortal 7 Dan and 8 Dan were still in the minority. Besides, considering the huge massacre that had just happened, those remaining would surely be laying low so as to avoid the great violet-winged beast now. Knowing that there was little point continuing on with the hunt, Zhang Xian issued some instructions to the great violet-winged beast, and the latter flapped its massive wings and flew toward the vessel in the lake. Not too long later, Zhang Xian and Hong Shi landed on the vessel. The vessel was extremely big, possessing a diameter of several hundred meters. A huge, bustling crowd traversed to and fro the innumerable stalls laid out throughout the vessel. There were all kinds of resources available here, and customers could be seen haggling with the vendors everywhere. Those two are the ones who were hunting in the lake using the great violet-winged beast. To regard the feared lake as his personal hunting ground, is that fellow really a freshman? If he isn't a freshman, how could he possibly get in here? Considering their flawless coordination, the great violet-winged beast is definitely his tamed beast. But that is exactly what that is confounding. Even though one's elders could assist with the taming process as well, it would still require both the beast tamer and tamed beast to interact with one another from young to achieve this level of intimacy. However, the great violet-winged beast is already beyond 200, whereas that fellow has barely reached his 20s. This means that it is highly likely that he tamed the great violet-winged beast personally. For a person who has yet to reach transcendent mortal 6 Dan to actually tame a half 9 Dan spirit beast. When did beast taming become so easy? News of the great violet-winged beast hunting in the lake had spread like wildfire across the bazaar. Thus, upon seeing Zhang Xian and Hong Shi, the crowd couldn't help but assess them in bewilderment. Those who came to the bazaar were the most talented of master teachers from the various regions, and they possessed keen eyes. As such, they could tell that the great violet-winged beast was Zhang Xian's tamed beast. But, for a consonant spirit lad to tame a half 9 Dan spirit beast, this was contrary to common sense in itself. They were unable to make sense of the situation despite racking their brains frenziedly. There was simply too huge of a gap between them, and they found it too difficult to accept it. This was as if an ant had tamed a divine dragon. It was simply inconceivable. After a moment of chatter, an explanation suddenly emerged. Most probably, the great violet-winged beast might have gotten injured, and he managed to win the other party's goodwill by saving it. That's possible. It wasn't entirely impossible for a weaker beast tamer to tame a stronger spirit beast, but luck played a vital role in such situations. Humph, so he has just lucked out. Upon realizing this, their astonishment slowly vanished. In the end, luck was nothing more than an external and uncontrollable factor. The winds of fortune couldn't possibly blow one's way all the time. In the end, one would still have to rely on one's own capability in the academy. Zhang Shi, what should we do? Not expecting to stir up such a huge commotion, Hong Shi couldn't help but feel a little nervous with so many eyes centered on them. Don't worry. With a chuckle, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist and took out an inner core. Sweeping his gaze through the crowd, he shouted, I am trading this transcendent mortal 7 Dan spirit beast inner core for a suitable consonant spirit realm cultivation technique. As long as it is suitable, I'll exchange it for the book. A book for an inner core? Zhang Shi. Hong Shi's body swayed weakly from side to side, and he nearly fainted. Wasn't this way too cheap? They had only obtained a few dozen inner cores from the hunting earlier on, and if they were to exchange a single inner core for one book, putting aside how they would make a huge loss, they would only be able to gather a few of books like that. Are you serious? As long as it is a consonant spirit realm cultivation technique manual, you are willing to exchange the inner core for it? Hearing those words, the eyes of the crowd immediately lit up even though they were still a little skeptical about the situation. Ever since the establishment of the Master Teacher Pavilion, many cultivation techniques had surfaced in the world. Throughout the years, there had been many noble experts and master teachers who had contributed their own cultivation techniques to the public for the advancement of humanity. While these manuals weren't accessible to everyone, it wasn't too difficult for them, as master teachers, to access these books. In fact, many of the master teachers had studied these cultivation techniques and extracted their strengths to create their own unique skills. Thus, Even though these cultivation techniques might be valuable to the populace, they didn't mean much to master teachers. It was definitely in their favor if they could trade a single cultivation technique manual for a transcendent mortal 7-dan inner core. I vow on my honor as a master teacher that I mean my words. As for Cosmos Bridge Realm cultivation technique manuals, I am willing to trade for them with a transcendent mortal 8-dan spirit beast inner core. Zhang Xian replied. However, the prerequisite is that it has to be suitable for me. If it is not suitable, I won't make the trade. However, you need not worry. I can tell whether the manual is suitable for me just by touching it, and I definitely will not open the book if it is not suited for me. Thus, you need not worry about exposing your cultivation techniques for free. In fact, even if it is suitable, I will return the manual right after flipping through it. I won't need the original copy, and I won't make any copies either. If it is unsuitable, you will not open the book to look at it. Even if it is suitable, you won't take the manual. You will give away a transcendent mortal 7-dan or 8-dan inner core just to flip through it. This is truly a wonderful deal. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, everyone's eyes immediately gleamed in agitation. Initially, there were many who were hesitant because they were fearful of exposing their cultivation techniques to the world. However, the promises that Zhang Xian made had alleviated their fears. I have a total of 22 consonant spirit realm cultivation techniques over here. You can take a look to see if there's anything suited in there. At that moment, a master teacher suddenly walked up, flicked his wrist, and passed a pile of books over to Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian brushed his finger over the books before eventually shaking his head. My apologies, but none of your books are suited for me. None of them are suited? Hearing those words, the master teacher couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Shaking his head, he retreated back into the crowd. After that person retreated, the crowd became even more agitated. The other party wasn't lying. He had only touched the books. He didn't attempt to flip them open at all. Surely there was no one so formidable as to determine the content of a book just by touching its exterior, right? Since their cultivation techniques wouldn't be exposed to the public, what else was there for them to worry about? Allow me. The allure of the transcendent mortal 7-dan and 8-dan inner cores was simply irresistible. The crowd hurriedly whipped out their secret manuals and rushed forward. Soon, a mountain of cultivation technique manuals was stacked before Zhang Xian. However, after brushing his finger across them, it turned out that only 2 of the entire stack were suitable. Of course, Zhang Xian had picked these 2 books out randomly to pass. Otherwise, if he were to refuse all trades, it wouldn't take too long for the crowd to lose their interest, and he wouldn't be able to continue his business. 2 hours later, Zhang Xian stopped his business and declared, "My apologies, but I'll be stopping here today. Why don't you all return to search for whatever cultivation technique manuals you have? From tomorrow onward, I'll trade any Cosmos Bridge Realm cultivation technique for 2 transcendent, mortal 8-dan spirit beast inner cores." He had gathered quite a few consonant spirit realm cultivation technique manuals in the Library of Heaven's Path, but the number of Cosmos Bridge Realm cultivation technique manuals was still terribly limited. Thus, he could only up his stakes to see if he could attract more people. Chapter 703. The Complete Red Dust Heaven Ascending Steps, Trading a Cultivation Technique Manual for 2 Transcendent Mortal 8-dan Spirit Beast Inner Cores? If we really make that trade, we will be rich. Indeed. Furthermore, he is only taking a look. I'll copy some of my sect's Cosmos Bridge Realm Cultivation Technique Manuals tonight and bring them over tomorrow. I'll go as well. After hearing Zhang Xian's promise, everyone's eyes immediately lit up with zeal. Some of the more excited ones even approached the 2 fortunate winners to study the type of cultivation techniques that Zhang Shi had chosen. Let's go. Ignoring the excited crowd, Zhang Xian glanced at Hong Shi, and the both of them leaped up onto the back of the great violet-winged beast once more and flew back to their residence. Seeing how Zhang Xian departed on a mighty beast whereas they could only humbly return on a boat, they couldn't help but feel a little envious inside. There was indeed a huge difference between people. On the other hand, Senior Feng and the young man were on the verge of tears. They had come to the bazaar in hopes of selling some of their possession. However, everyone's attention ended up being attracted by Zhang Shi, resulting in no one sparing even a glance at the items they had laid out. They felt so frustrated that they could spurt blood. But there was nothing they could do. After Zhang Xian and Hong Shi left, they gloomily returned back to their residence as well and shut themselves in, not daring to head out anymore. The heck? They had suffered so many traumas in just the past few hours. If this were to continue, they might just end up banging their heads on a pillar to end it once and for all. Returning back to his room, Zhang Xian compiled the consonant spirit realm's heaven's path divine art and cultivated it. With this, his zhenqi became even purer and more stable. After which, he organized the cultivation techniques so as to prepare a suitable simplified version to impart to his students. Just as Zhang Xian was done, Wang Ying also finally woke up from her breakthrough. With a clear demarcation between the clarity and the turbidity in her body now, she was overflowing with strength. Seeing that Wang Ying was taking the lead yet again, Zhang Yang and Lu Yang immediately dove back into their cultivation, anxious to catch up with her. Their teacher had a total of 6 direct disciples. Of the 6, Zhaoye had gone to the Glacier Plain Court, whereas Lu Chong was currently seeking out the ancient domain of soul oracles. Now, even Yuan Tao was heading to the powerful Yuan clan to inherit its heritage. If they didn't work hard now, they would end up lagging far behind the others. Understanding the emotions they felt, Zhang Xian patiently pointed out their flaws and how they could further improve. By the time he was done, it was already late at night. After a good night's rest, Zhang Xian headed back to the bazaar the next day. There was already a huge crowd by the time he arrived, and they had collected an ample amount of Cosmos Bridge realm cultivation techniques to trade with him. Just like yesterday, Zhang Xian randomly picked out a book and gave away 2 transcendent mortal 8-dan inner cores while rejecting the rest. Of course, he didn't forget to collect all of those books in his library of Heaven's Path either. In less than 2 days, he had already collected around 700 books. Even though it was still insufficient to form a complete Heaven's Path divine art, he wasn't too far from it. After busying himself for the entire day, he left behind another promise to exchange the cultivation technique manual for 3 transcendent mortal 8-dan spirit beast inner cores before departing, thus hyping up the crowd once more. But even though the reward Zhang Xian had offered was alluring, the amount of Cosmos Bridge realm cultivation technique manuals offered to him was decreasing swiftly. As most of the freshmen were still at the consonant spirit realm, they didn't have too many Cosmos Bridge realm cultivation technique manuals on them. Not to mention, most of those at the bazaar had come from Tier 2 empires, where Cosmos Bridge realm experts and cultivation technique manuals were relatively rare. Thus, in the 3rd day, Zhang Xian only managed to gather 200 books. Nevertheless, with around 900 books at the moment, he wasn't too far away from his goal of 1,000. In truth, 1,000 was a just rough estimation. If the cultivation technique manuals he gathered were sufficiently advanced to cover all of the flaws present, he could still compile the Heaven's Path divine art, regardless of whether he had 1,000 books or not. Just as Zhang Xian was about to give it a try, he suddenly heard an expectant voice. "I don't have any cultivation technique manual, but I do have a battle technique manual. Can you take a look to see if it'll do or not?" Raising his gaze, Zhang Xian saw a young man looking at him expectantly. "I am truly in need of a transcendent mortal 8-dan spirit beast inner core, so I would be grateful to you if you can make this exception." "Battle technique?" Zhang Xian was taken aback. "What kind of battle technique is it? Allow me take a look." "All right." The young man flicked his wrist, and an ancient bamboo scroll appeared in his hands. "This is a movement technique, but it is incomplete," the young man said embarrassedly. He had received this ancient bamboo scroll coincidentally while he was undergoing a training session in the past. Initially, he'd thought that he had stumbled upon an invaluable treasure, but he swiftly realized that a huge chunk of the movement technique recorded in the scroll had been torn away or was illegible due to substantial damage, thus making it impossible to cultivate the technique. Since he urgently required a transcendent mortal 8-dan spirit beast inner core to concoct a medicine at the moment, he decided to take it out in hopes that he might be able to interest the other party in the trade. A movement technique? Hearing that it was an incomplete battle technique, Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before reaching his fingers out toward it. Wang. An equivalent ancient bamboo scroll immediately appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path. After looking through the contents swiftly, Zhang Xian couldn't help but shake his head. This battle technique recorded was extremely high-tiered, making it an invaluable battle technique. However, just as the other party had said, the battle technique was terribly incomplete. Not even the Library of Heaven's Path was able to fill up the holes to restore it, thus making it impossible to learn. In other words, it was a useless scroll. You want to trade a transcendent mortal 8-Dan spirit beast inner core with this? Surely you must be dreaming. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian was just about to turn down the other party's offer when a thought came to mind. It seems that this cloud-treading movement technique bears quite some resemblance to the red dust heaven ascending steps. I wonder if I can compile the both of them together. The Red Dust Heaven Ascending Steps was a secret manual that he had obtained coincidentally from an elder in the appraiser hall back then. After compiling it with numerous movement technique manuals, he had gained the ability of flight despite not having reached Saint Realm yet. However, there was a huge flaw in the technique. It consumed way too much Shinchi. If not for Zhang Xian's incredibly pure Heaven's Path Shinchi, he might not have been able to even last for a short moment in the sky. All along, Zhang Xian had been trying to find a suitable battle technique to complement the final 3 flaws of the Red Dust Heaven Ascending Steps, but the manuals he had access to were simply far too low-tiered. Maybe this incomplete manual just might be the key to it. The more Zhang Xian thought about it, the more convinced he became. Thus, he summoned the Red Dust Heaven Ascending Steps manual over as well. Compile. With a silent mutter, light burst into the surroundings, and a new book appeared. The enhanced version of Red Dust Heaven Ascending Steps. There are no more flaws? After checking the content, Zhang Xian's eyes glowed in agitation. After compiling the incomplete cloud-treading movement technique along with the Red Dust Heaven Ascending Steps, the 3 remaining flaws of the latter technique had finally vanished. With the enhanced Red Dust Heaven Ascending Steps, he would be able to remain afloat for several hours without worrying about falling down. In other words, his flight ability was already comparable to a saint's. At the very least, he would be able to avoid the awkward situation of abruptly plummeting from the sky like many times before. This is wonderful. Zhang Xian clenched his fists in elation. This was a huge trump card. It would allow him to easily escape from anyone who hadn't reached Saint Realm. It seems that even the incomplete manuals that others don't need can become useful to me as well. I can use them to complement the flaws of my compiled techniques. I should try to collect such items in the future too, Zhang Xian thought excitedly. These ancient manuals were incomplete, making it unfeasible to cultivate them. However, through the Library of Heaven's Path, Zhang Xian could extract the correct verses from these manuals to complement the missing gaps in his techniques, thus perfecting them. As fellow master teachers, it is only right for us to help one another. Your book might be useless to me, but since you urgently require a transcendent mortal 8-Dan spirit beast inner core, I will give one to you. In a good mood, Zhang Xian placed the ancient bamboo scroll in his storage ring and passed a transcendent mortal 8-Dan spirit beast inner core over in exchange. Just the fact that this ancient bamboo scroll could make up the flaws of the parallel heaven scroll of the Red Dust Heaven Ascending Steps meant that it was well worth an inner core. Thank you. In truth, the young man didn't harbor great expectation in this matter, and he was just trying his luck. After all, he knew that the ancient bamboo scroll was incomplete and useless. Thus, upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, his face immediately flushed agitatedly. Incomplete manuals work as well? I have 2 of them here. I have an incomplete cultivation technique manual here. Seeing that Zhang Shi was accepting even incomplete scrolls at a hefty price, a wave of enthusiasm washed through the crowd once more. With many years of heritage, every single power possessed numerous incomplete cultivation technique and battle technique manuals. As these items were of no use to normal cultivators, they were often left untouched. To think that this fellow would actually trade inner cores for them. Wasn't he a little too dumb? In an instant, a mountain of incomplete manuals was stacked up before Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian swiftly brushed his fingers through them, and a moment later, he shook his head. While incomplete scrolls could indeed complement the missing gaps in the Heaven's Path divine art, it had to have some substance to it first. If the manual only contained superficial content, then it would be useless no matter how many of such manuals he collected. A moment later, after gathering a few more cultivation technique manuals, Zhang Xian realized that he wasn't much progress, so he decided to call it a day. Heading toward a private chamber prepared in the residence, he instructed for others not to interrupt him before going into seclusion. I wonder if I can form the Cosmos Bridge Realm Heaven's Path divine art, Zhang Xian thought as he sat down in the chamber. He had gathered nearly 1,000 Cosmos Bridge Realm cultivation technique manuals already, and he had obtained quite a few incomplete manuals on top of that. Perhaps he might be able to form a complete, transcendent, mortal 6-Dan Heaven's Path divine art. Thus, diving into the library of Heaven's Path, he muttered compile. And a moment later, a book was floating in front of him. The Cosmos Bridge Realm Heaven's Path divine art is flawless. Swiftly flipping through the book, Zhang Xian burst out laughing from joy. He'd thought that he would have to spend some time earning academic credits in the academy before he could compile a complete version of the Cosmos Bridge Realm Heaven's Path divine art, but the bazaar allowed him to accomplish this in advance. With this, he would be able to successfully cultivate to Cosmos Bridge Realm Cultivator and boost his fighting prowess significantly. I should cultivate the Red Dust Heaven Ascending Steps first. Putting the Cosmos Bridge Realm Heaven's Path divine art aside for the moment, Zhang Xian turned his gaze to the flawless Red Dust Heaven Ascending Steps. Having cultivated this technique once, it wasn't too difficult for him to master the complete version. As Zhang Xian circulated his zhenqi through his meridians, he felt his body grow significantly lighter and freer. Boom! After a period of time, as if a shackle tying down his body previously had been blasted open, Zhang Xian felt his body becoming as light as a feather. Who? The cross-legged Zhang Xian slowly floated in the air, and he began drifting all around the room. As expected of the flawless Red Dust Heaven Ascending Steps, the zhenqi consumption is indeed much lower than before. Sensing the zhenqi consumption from the utilization of the technique, Zhang Xian's eyes gleamed in excitement. In the past, zhenqi would gush out of Zhang Xian's body as if a burst dam as soon as he utilized this technique. Despite possessing the incredibly pure Heaven's Path zhenqi, the zhenqi consumption from the execution of this technique was still extremely frightening to him. But at this moment, Zhang Xian's zhenqi was flowing slowly as though a small stream by a village. At the current rate of consumption, he could easily maintain his flight for several hours. Not only so, the speed of his flight had increased considerably as well. Even though he was still far from a match for the great violet-winged beast, he had the confidence to catch up to transcendent mortal 6-Dan aerial spirit beasts. And more importantly, the flight speed would continue to increase along with the rise in his cultivation. Just as Zhang Xian was slowly returning to the ground to rest, an idea abruptly surfaced in his mind. I wonder if I can fuse the Heaven's Path movement art together with the Red Dust Heaven Ascending Steps. Since both the Heaven's Path movement art and Red Dust Heaven Ascending Steps were both movement techniques, could they be fused together? And if they could, what would be the result of it? Curious, Zhang Xian decided to give it a try. Immersing his concentration in the library of Heaven's Path, Zhang Xian placed the two books side by side. Compile. A new book appeared before Zhang Xian's eyes. Taking a look at the contents, Zhang Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 704. The start of the entrance examination, however, the content of the book was completely nonsensical. Each line didn't follow from the previous line, making it impossible to comprehend it all. Just the sight of it left Zhang Xian's eyes spinning. It seems like I am underestimating the difficulty of this matter. Swiftly flipping through the book, Zhang Xian shook his head helplessly and tossed it to the ground. These two books were perfect on their own, and while it was possible to combine the books together, it only ended up introducing many flaws into the technique, making it impossible to cultivate at all. To make an analogy, it was like mashing abalone, durian, loquat, watermelon, milk, chicken, salmon, and many other ingredients together. They were delicacies on their own, but when mixed together, The only logical decision one could make was to toss the entire pot away. It seems that while the Library of Heaven's Path can compile battle techniques to form a perfected manual, it is incapable of fusing perfected manuals together. Zhang Xian shook his head in disappointment. A moment later, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind, and determination surfaced in his gaze. But while the Library of Heaven's Path isn't able to fuse the two manuals together, it should be possible for me to attempt it manually. The Library of Heaven's Path could sieve out the correct portion of a manual and combine them with many others to form a perfect manual, similar to how a cook sieves a bucket of flour to whip up the best noodles. Putting two perfected manuals together would be no different from mixing two different types of flour together. Given the differing nature of the flours, if one didn't have anything to bridge the differences, it was inevitable that the quality of the noodles would drop. It was the same in the case of Heaven's Path movement art and Red Dust Heaven ascending steps. One was a flight movement technique, whereas the other one was a land movement technique. With a fundamental difference between them, the result of the compilation of the two was bound to be plagued with problems. But while the Library of Heaven's Path was incapable of bridging the difference, it didn't mean that Zhang Xian was unable to do so. Despite the differences, they were still movement techniques. If Zhang Xian were to succeed in compiling the two together, he would be able to enhance his flight speed significantly. With such a thought in mind, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up in excitement. I should give try executing the Heaven's Path movement art in midair. A surge of hot blood gushed to Zhang Xian's head, and without any hesitation, he took in a deep breath and leaped to the sky. While floating in the sky, he attempted to execute the Heaven's Path movement art to advance forward. Put-hong. But before he could execute the Heaven's Path movement art, the Red Dust Heaven ascending step, which was holding him up in midair, suddenly stopped operating, and his body suddenly plummeted down. With a dull thud, he crashed back onto Earth, creating a huge depression in the ground upon impact. This isn't right. With a face cloaked with dust, Zhang Xian's complexion darkened. He'd thought that this should be a simple feat, but reality couldn't be any further from his expectations. Given the might of his soul, multitasking wasn't a problem for him anymore. However, both techniques required one's zhenqi to pass through the same meridians, and attempting to execute both simultaneously would result in a clash of zhenqi, thus canceling one another out. And the result? A tragic fall from the sky. It seemed like fusing battle techniques together was not as easy as he'd thought. But thinking about it, if it was that easy to fuse battle techniques together, there wouldn't be a need for such thorough classifications within every class of battle technique. Or maybe I should try executing the Red Dust Heaven ascending steps in the midst of Heaven's Path movement art instead. Zhang Xian didn't give up right after that failure. Instead, he contemplated for a moment before trying it once more. Previously, he had executed the Heaven's Path movement art in the midst of his Red Dust Heaven ascending steps. Perhaps, if he were to swap the order, he might be able to succeed. While Zhang Xian was busy trying to put both his battle techniques together, outside the room, Sun Chang walked up to Zheng Yang, who was in the midst of practicing his spear art, and asked, "Where is the young master?" Teacher is currently in the midst of cultivating in seclusion, and he doesn't want anyone to interrupt him. Retracting spear, Zheng Yang exhaled deeply, and a breath of white air drifted from his mouth. In this period of time, while he had been trying to advance his cultivation, he hadn't slacked off on his battle technique training either. Under Zhang Shi's guidance, his comprehension of spearmanship had deepened significantly, and the might of his spear art had also become much more formidable. In terms of cultivation, he might not be a match for Wang Ying. However, in a true fight, he would surely be able to stand his ground against the latter. Seclusion? Sun Chang scratched his head. All right. If young master comes out of seclusion, tell him that I have already found appropriate living quarters, and we can move in any time. You have already found new living quarters? Retracting his spear, Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. The academic sea was filled with master teachers, and even though Hong Shi and the others hadn't said anything, they didn't feel comfortable living here. Yes, but it's not easy to find available residences in the vicinity of the Master Teacher Academy. I have found one with a small courtyard and a few rooms for the time being. I'm afraid that it'll be hard to find anything bigger than that. Even if we manage to find one, it is likely to cost an astronomical sum. Sun Chang said. Countless young experts had gathered here to enroll in the Master Teacher Academy, and a significant proportion of them came from a wealthy background. Naturally, they would also attempt to find a lodging in the vicinity of the academy as well. As a result, most of the residences in the area had been bought by them. As such, it was impossible to buy any even if they had the money. And even if that one happened to be free by chance, the prices would be driven to an astronomical sum by the great demand, thus making it impossible for them to acquire it. After all, they were indeed rather poor at the moment. It's sufficient that we find a living quarter for the time being. Zhang Yang nodded. However, this isn't feasible in the long term. We might be fine with living in such humble quarters, but what if the old master were to come and visit? How can we allow a noble 8-star master teacher live in such a small residence? Sun Chang shook his head. I think it will be better if I discuss with the young master to decide on what we should do about this matter. Sighing, Sun Chang was just about to speak when a loud crashing sound echoed from the room ahead of them. It seemed like something had fallen heavily to the ground. Didn't you say that the young master is currently cultivating in seclusion? What is that sound then? Taken aback, Sun Chang was just about to push the door open to find out what was going on when another dull thud sounded. The wall before them shook, and a head popped out from the wall. Teacher, young master. Upon recognizing the face on said head, the duo was taken aback. However, before they could comprehend what was going on, the figure disappeared from their sight. Their respected young master and teacher suddenly flew backward abruptly and crashed into the opposite wall, creating a huge hole. Pung 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 pung. Zhang Xian went crashing all around like a rubber ball. Under the massive impact of his rapid movements, the fortified room suddenly collapsed inward. Upon seeing this sight, Sun Chang and Zhang Yang glanced at one another, and their lips twitched violently. Didn't you say that you were cultivating? Then what are you doing crashing into those walls? What kind of cultivation requires you to knock yourself into a wall? Look at your face. It is already immensely swollen. Who? Just as they were staring at the sight before them with their mouths agape, Zhang Xian suddenly shot out from the room and crashed into a huge tree in the courtyard head first, leaving his legs twitching uncontrollably outside. Teacher. Finally recovering from the shock, Zhang Yang hurried over to pull Zhang Xian out from the tree, only to see the latter's face livid with frustration. Teacher. Young master, we are just poor. There's no need to lose hope in life over a money issue. Sun Chang also ran up to talk some sense into Zhang Xian out of goodwill. Cough cough. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian's face darkened further. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, I'll be going out for a moment. Sun Chang, go and look for Hong Shi to pay for the damaged properties. Ignoring the bewildered duo, Zhang Xian leaped into the sky, and the great violet-winged beast immediately flew over. Soaring through the night sky, they headed to the city walls. Given the size of his room in the academic sea, if he were to continue training there, the entire place could possibly be destroyed before he could successfully put the two techniques together. Thus, he decided to venture out to find a larger area where he could train. Not too long later, they arrived at a hill some distance away from Honyuan City. A bright moon hung in the sky, and a night breeze blew lightly. Birds and insects warbled harmoniously in the surroundings, creating a tranquil atmosphere. This is it. Crossing his legs, Zhang Xian first recovered the zhenqi he had expended before turning his attention back to compiling his movement techniques. Pung 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 pung. Very quickly, a loud thud, reminiscent of someone's head crashing into trees or boulders, accompanied with pained moans, echoed throughout the entire hill. The incident would eventually grow to become a horror legend among the populace, as well as a tool for parents to warn children against venturing in the wilderness at night. The next day, is Zhang Shi back yet? Hong Shi paced around the room nervously. When he'd heard the room collapse the previous night, he'd immediately rushed over. However, he'd only appeared in time to see Zhang Shi disappearing in the horizon. He'd thought that the latter was only going out to cultivate for a moment, and he would be back very soon. Who could have known that he would be gone until now? Today was the day of the Master Teacher Academy's entrance examination. If he were to miss it, he wouldn't be able to get into the academy. The young master left yesterday, and he isn't back yet. Sun Chang shook his head in confusion as well. The young master had always been normal. So why did he suddenly go knocking his head on concrete yesterday, as if suffering from a stroke? Not only that, to actually stay out late after that. It couldn't be that he had given up on living. Unable to stand it any longer, he turned to Zheng Yang and the others and asked, "Did any of you agitate young master last night?" "We didn't." Zheng Yang and the others shook their heads, baffled by the situation before them as well. "Teacher only told us that he was going to cultivate in seclusion. We know nothing else other than that." They'd also been astonished when they'd heard that their teacher had gone around bashing his head into walls and trees last night, and this had left them deeply worried as well. What is going on? If he hadn't been provoked by anyone, why would the young master suddenly display such abnormal behavior? Sun Chang fell into deep thought. Just as he was wondering where he should go looking for the young master, the person in question suddenly returned cloaked in dust. Judging from his appearance, it seemed like he had been rolling on the ground all night long instead of cultivating. If they didn't know better, they would probably have thrown him a few gold coins if they met him on the streets. "Young master, you." Sun Chang hurriedly rushed up in a ditz. "I am fine." Zhang Xian shook his head. Turning to the elders standing behind him, he said, "Hong Shi, let's go. You are going to participate in the examination in such a state?" Seeing Zhang Xian's state, Hong Shi's lips twitched in shock. Other examinees would wash themselves thoroughly and don fresh clothes so as to leave a good impression with the invigilating teachers and elders. Yet, with an appearance that seems to suggest that you went out begging for alms last night, and your crimson eyes, a result of extreme fatigue, are you sure you are ready for the examination? It matters not. Zhang Xian waved his hands nonchalantly. He had spent the entire night experimenting, and his zhenqi had been fully depleted 5 times. He had also crashed so much that he'd ended up a state of near death last night, and the result was still a failure. Putting 2 battle techniques together simply involved too many intricate details that made it impossible to refine swiftly. Nevertheless, even though Zhang Xian had yet to succeed, his control over the red dust heaven ascending steps had grown significantly, allowing him to move at faster speeds. At the same time, his comprehension of battle techniques had also deepened from his trial and error, and this would serve him well in true battles. However, it was a pity that his obstinacy in figuring out how to put the 2 battle techniques together last night had deprived him of the opportunity to cultivate the newly compiled Cosmos Bridge Realm Heaven's Path Divine Art. As a result, he was still at Consonant Spirit Realm Pinnacle. "All right then, let's go." Hearing Zhang Xian say that he was fine, and understanding how important the examination was, Hong Shi immediately brought Zhang Xian onto the aerial spirit beast prepared by the academy, and the duo quickly flew for Hongyuan Mountain Range's Leiyuan Peak. Leiyuan Peak was only around 200 kilometers away from the academic sea, so it didn't take them too long to arrive at their destination. Nearly all of the freshmen had already arrived. From afar, the moving crowd resembled the waves of an ocean. It was truly an incredible sight. There is a higher number of freshmen taking the entrance examination this year, with the number at around 30,000. However, the academy is only accepting 20,000 this year, so a third of the examinees will be eliminated. Hong Shi said with a suppressed voice, "Eliminating a third of the freshmen?" Zhang Xian's lips twitched. Considering that each of those present were the top elites of their respective regions, eliminating a third of them was truly fearsome, as expected of the Master Teacher Academy of a Tier 1 empire. Chapter 705. Betting. The first time Zhang Xian had seen so many master teachers was back when he was in Myriad Kingdom City. But even so, the number was only around 1,000 or so. Yet, just the entrance examination of the Master Teacher Academy itself already involved 30,000 4-star pinnacle and half 5-star master teachers. Just the thought of it was scary in itself. But nevertheless, considering the circumstances surrounding Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, this was understandable. This was the only Master Teacher Academy in this region. It accepted students that were not only from Hongyuan Empire but from other Tier 1 empires as well. Taking into account the dozen or so Tier 1 empires and the countless sects and master-teacher pavilions they had in their region, it was natural that there were this many talented master teachers. It was no wonder Tianxian Kingdom was known as Ancient Ruins. To not even have a single master teacher, it was indeed a backward location. Feng Shi, Luo Shi, and the others walked up to Zhang Xian and said, "We don't have any alliances with anyone in the entrance examination, so our team will be depending on you." Zhang Shi, even though they'd had several conflicts with Zhang Xian in the past, considering they were from the same geographical region and the powerful competitors they would be facing in the entrance examination, they had decisively chosen to put aside their differences and unite together as one. This was the greatest hope they had in passing the entrance examination. "Don't worry." Looking at the Huanyu Empire freshmen around him, Zhang Xian nodded in assurance. There was a total of 50 master teachers from Huanyu Empire that would be taking the entrance examination. Putting aside the top 3 from each vassal state, the others were mainly 4-star pinnacle master teachers possessing a cultivation of clarifying turbidity realm. With such cultivation, they were indeed considered mediocre within the group. Thus, for them to triumph over the competitors and pass the examination as a whole was, honestly speaking, very difficult. This was precisely the reason they chose to ally with Tier 2 Jinhai Empire. Considering they were from a Tier 2 empire as well, they'd thought that the strength of both teams would be roughly equal, so they should at least have been able to vie for an equal distribution at the very worst. Who knew that they would be completely defeated by the other party and nearly turned into meat shields? It was fortunate that Zhang Shi arrived at that crucial period and saved them from that tragic fate. But while they did manage to prevent the worst from happening, the crux of the problem still existed: their lack of strength. It was already too late to do anything else, so they could only put all of their hope in Zhang Shi and pray that he would be able to lead the group successfully through the entrance examination. "You have our gratitude." Feng Shi, Luo Shi, and the others clasped their fists gratefully. Thinking back on what they'd done to the other party, they felt extremely ashamed of themselves. Putting themselves into Zhang Shi's shoes, if someone had treated him the way they did back at Huanyu Capital, they would surely have exacted vengeance during the entrance examination and made things difficult for the examinees from the other vassal states. However, Zhang Shi harbored no such vindictive thoughts at all. In terms of magnanimity, they were truly nowhere near the other party. "There's no need to stand on ceremony." Seeing the expressions on their faces, Zhang Xian chuckled lightheartedly, indicating that the past was the past. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded from not too far away. "Is this the man who defeated you?" Turning around, Zhang Xian saw a dark-skinned young man walking over with the defeated senior Feng from Jinhai Empire following behind him. The one who spoke was the dark-skinned young man in front. He had a tall stature, and his arms and legs were unusually long. His gaze was sharp and cold, as if a dagger was hidden in the depths of his eyes. "Cosmos Bridge Realm?" Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. The other party didn't conceal his aura at all. The might of a Cosmos Bridge Realm cultivator lingered around him as if the searing heat of a sun, exerting an immense pressure on the group. At the Cosmos Bridge Realm, a connection would be forged between one's consciousness and the world, granting one enhanced intimacy with nature. Even though a consonant spirit realm cultivator wasn't weak, it could hardly compare up to a Cosmos Bridge Realm expert. But while the young man had reached the Cosmos Bridge Realm, the emblem pinned on his chest only had 4 stars. Reaching the Cosmos Bridge Realm was just one of several prerequisites to becoming a 5-star master teacher. One had to have 5 5-star supporting occupations as well as a soul depth of 15.0. Often there were a couple of grade 1 students who already possessed a cultivation realm beyond their current master teacher ranking, but due to their various other aspects being unable to catch up, they weren't qualified to be promoted to the next rank. Clearly, the young man before him was such a case. Nevertheless, he would still be a fearsome adversary. To acquire such strength before 30 when he had yet to enter the Master Teacher Academy, he could be said to be ranked amongst the top even within the 30,000 freshmen this year. "Yes." Senior Feng nodded. Hearing the other party's confirmation, the young man frowned. He had been acquainted with Senior Feng for some time already, and knowing the latter's strength, He thought that a person who could defeat the latter should be at least a formidable Cosmos Bridge Realm expert. But this? What the heck? Dirty as if he hadn't bathed for many days, exhausted to the point that his eyes were bloodshot, countless swelling marks on his face. The other party had clearly suffered a tragic beating not too long ago. More importantly, even though the other party was at consonant spirit realm pinnacle, he didn't feel exceptionally powerful either. With the other party's disposition and appearance, he wouldn't have spared the other party a second glance anywhere else. Was this really the man who smacked the confidence out of his good friend, leaving him in a slump? Fearing that the other party wouldn't believe his words, Senior Feng hurriedly explained, "Brother Yu, don't underestimate Zhang Shi. He possesses extraordinary capabilities. He was able to defeat me with just a single finger." However, the more he spoke, the more uncertain he became. Looking at Zhang Xian's current state, he couldn't help but wonder if this was really the man who wounded him. Why did it seem as if he had lost to a poor beggar? A single finger? Brother Yu shook his head. Turning to Zhang Xian, he asked, "You are Zhang Xian, Zhang Shi? Since you defeated Feng Wu, may I challenge you to a match?" A match? Zhang Xian was just about to turn the other party away by claiming that he was busy when an idea suddenly struck him. With glowing eyes, he measured the other party from head to toe and asked, "What are you going to bet on the match?" It just so happened that he was a little short on cash at the moment. Even renting a residence was difficult for him with his current finances. If he could earn some pocket change from a duel to tide him over this period, that would be for the best. Sun Chang hadn't had the time to clear away the artifacts he had obtained from the mystical treasure hall before coming here, and there weren't any familiar faces in Hongyuan City that they could approach to fetch good prices for their items. As such, their funds were running extremely low at the moment. Bet? Brother Yu was surprised by Zhang Xian's words. That's right. What is the point of having a match if there is nothing on the line? Zhang Xian shrugged. He wasn't interested in wasting his effort for nothing. If there were no material gains to be earned from having a match, why should he waste his time? Brother Yu's face darkened, and his eyebrows shot up in displeasure. "You, do you know what I want compete against you in?" No matter what, they were all master teachers, respectable members of the society. To place a bet on a respectable contest between fellow peers was really a little too cheap. You are just a mere consonant spirit realm cultivator. It is one thing that you aren't afraid of me, but you don't even know what we are contesting in, and yet there you are talking about bets. Are you just that certain that you will be able to win? How far can your arrogance go? Presumptuous. His initial impression of this fellow already wasn't good, but at this moment, it had dropped to rock bottom. Ignoring the other party's disdain, Zhang Xian waved his hands nonchalantly. "As long as you can offer something that interests me, I'm fine with anything you propose." "Since you're that confident, I'll fulfill your wish then." Harumphing coldly, Brother Yu flicked his wrist, and a bunch of spirit stones appeared before him. "I have 1,000 middle-tier spirit stones here. As long as you can defeat me, feel free to take them away." 1,000 middle-tier spirit stones? Zhang Xian glanced at the pile of gleaming spirit stones. "That's right. You have never seen so many spirit stones in your life, right? But you need not worry. I don't expect you to repay me should you lose. All of you have to do is to apologize to me before all of the freshmen here for your disrespect," Brother Yu said with an air of superiority with his hands behind his back, emulating the disposition of a transcendental expert. Considering how Huanyu Empire was below average compared to the other Tier 2 empires, as well as the other party's shabby looks and attitude, it was clear that the other party was a poor bloke. To people like this, 1,000 middle-tier spirit stones was probably a huge fortune, the like of which they had never seen in their lives before. Wait a moment. Seeing how the other party droned on and on, Zhang Xian raised a hand to stop him. "Don't you think 1,000 middle-tier spirit stones is too troublesome? Why don't we just go with one? One? You call one middle-tier spirit stone a bet? Even the salary that I pay my subordinates is much more than that." Hearing the other party's suggestion, Brother Yu sneered coldly. But at that moment, he suddenly felt Senior Feng nudging him and pointing to Zhang Shi's hand. Perplexed, he turned his gaze over, and his eyeballs nearly popped out from his eyes. There was a spirit stone in the other party's hand that was emanating a blinding radiance. High-tier spirit stone? Brother Yu's lips trembled, and his body shook weakly. Indeed, one high-tier spirit stone, Zhang Xian replied calmly. Brother Yu's vision darkened, and he nearly keeled over. Even for someone as rich as him, he only possessed middle-tier spirit stones. High-tier spirit stones were objects that only saints were qualified to trade. To actually use a high-tier spirit stone as a bet, are you sure that you are a consonant spirit realm cultivator from Huanyu Empire? Given how shabby the other party looked, he thought that the other party would surely be a poor bloke, who knew that he would suddenly whip out a high-tier spirit stone. What was with this huge contrast? Why? You don't have any high-tier spirit stone? If you don't even have the capital to make a bet, why are you bothering me? Go and play by the side. I don't have the time to be playing with you. Seeing the other party's frenzied expression, Zhang Xian tooted in disdain. Why are you pretending to be wealthy when you don't even have a single high-tier spirit stone? Seeing the contempt on Zhang Xian's face, Brother Yu and Senior Feng's faces darkened. What the heck was this? They were here to humiliate the other party. How did they end up being the ones humiliated instead? This was especially so with the other party's expression. It was as if he was snubbing them for being poor. Fine. Let's bet on a high-tier spirit stone then. Brother Yu flung his sleeves furiously and harumphed. Sure. Where is your high-tier spirit stone then? Show me. Otherwise, what am I supposed to do when you don't have the money to pay up? There are simply too many scammers nowadays. Zhang Xian said. Brother Yu clenched his fists tightly in anger. Thus, he turned to Senior Feng and said, Take out your aerial strike amulet. Brother Yu, that item? Hearing the other party's request, Senior Feng's eyebrows immediately twitched. He quickly tried to turn the other party down. Don't worry. Do you think he can defeat me? Brother Yu placed his hands behind his back confidently. All right then. Recalling Brother Yu's identity, as well as the content of the examination, Senior Feng hesitated for a moment before eventually nodding in agreement. He flicked his wrist, and a jade token immediately appeared in his hands. Brother Yu took the jade token and showed it to Zhang Xian. This aerial strike amulet is an artifact forged by a saint. It allows one to withstand a single attack from a saint without sustaining any damage. Its value is definitely equivalent to a single high-tier spirit stone. Aerial strike amulet? Zhang Xian's finger reached out to touch the amulet before nodding in satisfaction. This object is indeed worth a single high-tier spirit stone. Fine, I'll accept your bet. Seeing the other party agree to the bet, the edges of Brother Yu's lips crept up. Good. The winner of the bet shall be determined by the results of the entrance examination. Chapter 706. Elder Imo, Results of the Entrance Examination? Zhang Xian frowned in bewilderment. Weren't the only two results of the entrance examination pass and fail? What did the other party mean by comparing their results? Just as Zhang Xian was just about to ask the other party to elaborate, a powerful voice reverberated throughout the entire field. Quiet down. Everyone immediately stopped their chatter and raised their heads to look over, following which, they saw an elder floating in midair. Saint. Zhang Xian's body stiffened. He could clearly feel the fundamental difference between his flight ability and the others. The other party's flight ability was based on the world's recognition instead of a forceful levitation through the skillful utilization of Zhenqi. It was just like the difference between a flying bird and a balloon. The latter levitated due to the fundamental laws of physics, whereas the former was dependent on the flapping of its wings. The moment it grows tired and stops its movements, it would immediately plummet to the ground. Just like the flying bird, the red dust heaven ascending steps required its user to continuously pump Zhenqi into the technique in order to maintain flight. The elder before him clearly didn't belong to the same class, so the only explanation left was that he had reached Saint Realm. With a warm gaze from above, the elder said, I am Imo Zhu, an elder of Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. I will be the chief invigilator for this entrance examination. He is Elder Imo? A freshman in front of Zhang Xian exclaimed agitatedly upon hearing the elder's introduction. Is Elderamo very famous? Another freshman asked in confusion. Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy is famed for its 10 great master teachers. The 10 great master teachers are all 6-star pinnacle master teachers, as well as the 10 most authoritative elders in the academy. They oversee everything that happens in the academy, and Elderamo is one of them. Do you think that he is famous or not? The first freshman said with a hushed voice. 10 great master teachers? The second freshman widened his eyes in shock. Those who had heard of the Master Teacher Academy would surely have heard of the 10 great master teachers as well. This title was determined via a selection process among the master teachers in Hongyuan Empire and the surrounding Tier 1 empires once every 50 years. As the title was conferred directly by the superior conferred Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, the title was official and possessed true authority. As such, the 10 great master teachers possessed exceptional standing, and even the Emperor of Hongyuan Empire would have to pay respect to them in the capacity of a student. They were also entitled to the most valuable of resources of the Master Teacher Pavilion. There was no student who didn't take pride in becoming the student of any of the 10 great master teachers. He'd thought that such a formidable master teacher would surely be far away from him, but who knew that he would meet one before he had even officially enrolled into the academy? The first freshman exclaimed agitatedly, "Indeed. Of the 10 great master teachers, Elderamo specializes in beast taming. But still, to think that he would invigilate the entrance examination personally." The 10 great master teachers were legendary figures that most master teachers grew up admiring. Seeing the real person in the flesh, they could hardly curb the agitation they were feeling. Even Brother Yu's eyes were glowing with excitement upon seeing Elderamo. I believe everyone should already know the topic of the examination. I have placed many spirit beasts in Leiyuan Peak ahead of us. Interjecting into everyone's moment of excitement, Elderamo continued with a warm smile. All of those spirit beasts are aggressive beasts who have a track record of harming the innocent on numerous counts. I have confined them to the peak, and you are free to hunt them down as you like. As long as you slaughter a transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle spirit beast and procure its inner core, I will consider you to have passed the examination. Transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle spirit beast? Aggressive beasts who have a track record of harming the innocent? This examination sounds extremely hard. Elder Mo's description was brief, but as master teachers, they were able to understand the crux of the matter in an instant. Within an instant, their excitement was replaced with unease. Due to the superior physique that spirit beasts were born with, their fighting prowess was extraordinary. A transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle spirit beast could fight a consonant spirit realm master teacher on equal grounds, and even if things turned out to be disadvantageous, it was likely that it would be able to escape safely. Given that most of the freshmen involved in the examination were at clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle, it would be difficult for them to clear the examination. Not to mention, considering the aggressive nature of the spirit beasts, they were bound to be difficult opponents to deal with. There was a vast difference between a spirit beast with vast fighting experience and a spirit beast with no fighting experience whatsoever. It is no wonder why most parties have chosen to form an alliance. Zhang Xian thought in realization. He had been thinking that it was bizarre how the various parties chose to ally themselves with others for a mere hunt. After all, coordinating with another party was an extremely troublesome task. However, from the looks of it now, if they didn't do so, there was a good chance they could end up being surrounded and killed by the spirit beasts. To think that even an entrance examination would be so dangerous. At this instant, Zhang Xian suddenly recalled what Luo Qiqi had previously said about the Master Teacher Academy. It was indeed a competitive place where only those who could adapt would survive. The time limit is a single day. In other words, before sunset, you must return with the inner core in your hand. Only by fulfilling this criterion will you be considered to have cleared the examination. Otherwise, this will spell the end of your fate with the Academy. Elder Emo continued, also, I would like to warn everyone that the cultivation of the spirit beasts on the peak isn't just limited to transcendent mortal 4-dan. There are 5-dan, 6-dan, and even 7-dan spirit beasts there. Thus, you should be careful not to be slaughtered by the spirit beasts while hunting them down. The examinees had been informed of this in advance, so they weren't too surprised by Elder Mo's words. Fighting prowess wasn't all there was to a master teacher. Master teachers were expected to be all-rounders who were capable in all fields, and this test sought to assess this. After a moment of silence, a freshman suddenly asked, Elder Mo, if we manage to slay a transcendent mortal 5-dan or 6-dan spirit beast, how will the results be tallied? Good question. Elder Mo stroked his beard. We will be using a point system to gauge your result in the examination, and those who score higher will get to come under the tutelage of better teachers in the academy. In fact, if you perform outstandingly, there is a chance that you might win the favor of the elders. Win the favor of the elders? Everyone's breathing hastened. To be an elder in the Master Teacher Academy, one had to be a 6-star master teacher at minimum. Under the guidance of such a teacher, one's capability would surely soar. At the same time, one would also be entitled to the best resources and highest standing. As for how points will be allocated, that's simple as well. It's a cumulative scoring system, Elder Mo said. Cumulative scoring system? Everyone was slightly confused. That's right. You will be scored based on the tier of the spirit beast you kill. A clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle spirit beast will award you with 1 point. A consonant spirit realm primary stage spirit beast will award you with 10 points, intermediate stage 20 points, advanced stage 30 points, and pinnacle 40 points. As for Cosmos Bridge Realm Spirit Beasts, a primary stage Spirit Beast will award you 100 points, intermediate stage 200 points, so on and so forth. Elder Mo paused then said, the more points one scores, the better one's results will be. Alternatively, one can also choose to share one's points with another to help them clear the examination. For example, if 10 people work together to kill a consonant Spirit Realm primary stage Spirit Beast, these 10 points can be equally distributed among them to allow the 10 people to clear the examination together. We can also clear the examination by killing a consonant Spirit Realm primary stage Spirit Beast in groups of 10. That's great. Upon hearing the news, the eyes of the weaker freshmen immediately lit up, and they clenched their fists in agitation. With their current strength, killing a transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle Spirit Beast was extremely difficult for them. However, if they could coordinate with other master teachers and share the points earned, that would be a different story. It is for the purpose of driving away the otherworldly demonic tribe that master teachers were born. To fulfill the responsibility we bear, not only must we be strong, we must also stand united and trust one another, working together to overcome all odds. This is crucial for the prosperity of mankind. Elder Mo explained, knowing everyone's thoughts. Hearing those words, the crowd couldn't help but nod in agreement. Master Teacher didn't refer to an individual but an entirety. Only through teamwork and mutual trust would master teachers be able to bring out greater might. All right, I shall move on to the rules of the examination now. With a stern expression that seemed to be warning the freshmen against trying their luck, he said, in this examination, you are not to attack other examinees and steal their inner cores. In other words, you cannot lay your hands on other master teachers for the purpose of obtaining even more points. Once caught, you will be stripped of your enrollment qualification, and you will never be accepted into the academy for life. As Elder Mo spoke of his punishment, his voice suddenly grew so heavy that it felt as if the sky itself was pressing down on them, and the air felt so viscous that even breathing was a difficulty. The saint raged, the world shattered. Just the slightest expression of his displeasure was sufficient to deprive all transcendent, mortal realm cultivators of their will to defy him. We aren't able to attack other examinees and steal their inner cores? Wasn't that allowed in the past? It seems they removed that section from the examination due to the potential acrimony it could induce among peers. Sigh, I was still thinking of stealing other people's inner cores to obtain a better result, but from the looks of it now, that is out of question. Spirit beasts were intelligent creatures. With so many people marching up the mountain to eliminate them, they would surely have hidden themselves well. As such, how could they be found easily? Thus, quite a few of the stronger examinees had intended to prey on the weaker examinees to steal the fruits of their labor. Upon hearing that such behavior was not allowed, disappointment immediately surfaced on their faces. However, an even larger proportion of the examinees heaved a sigh of relief. Defeating a spirit beast was no easy feat. There was a good chance they might be severely injured in the midst of doing so. If the product of their hard work was stolen by others, they would surely burst into tears. Elder Emo, I would like to ask if master teachers can use their tamed beasts to hunt down the spirit beasts? This time, it was Senior Feng who asked the question. Upon hearing Senior Feng's words, everyone's eyes immediately fell upon Zhang Xian. After numerous days of trading cultivation techniques for spirit beast inner cores in the bazaar, he had become known by a large portion of the freshmen. Most of them were aware that he had tamed a half-9 Dan Great Violet-Wing Beast. If that fellow were to use the Great Violet-Wing Beast to hunt, who would be a match for him? Overwhelming strength paired with the capability of flight, there would be no one who could compete with him. A tamed beast can be considered as part of the strength of a master teacher as well. However, examinees will only be allowed to use their tamed beast once throughout the competition. Other than the first inner core hunted by a tamed beast, any subsequent inner cores procured through such a method will not contribute to the examinee's score. Being able to tame a spirit beast could be considered as a person's own strength as well. Nevertheless, if one were to rely completely on their tamed beast, that would be contrary to the purpose of the examination. Only once? That's good. Hearing those words, Senior Feng heaved a sigh of relief. If Zhang Xian could only use his tamed beast once, it would be impossible for him to win against Brother Yu. After explaining the issue regarding the tamed beast, Elder Emo surveyed the surroundings and said, "All right, are there any other questions? Do raise them so as to avoid infringing on the rules and losing your qualification." "Elder, what about grade 5 formation plates?" another freshman asked. "The same rule applies for anything that is beyond one's cultivation realm. Just like tamed beasts, it can only be used once." Elder Emo said. Several more questions were asked, and Elder Emo answered each of them patiently. Hearing the various rules and regulations of the examination, it was clear that the Academy had put a lot of effort into planning the examination in order to accurately assess the strength of each examinee. Seeing that there were no more questions, Elder Emo gestured to Lei Yuan Peak and said, "All right. If there aren't any more questions, the examination starts now. You can proceed up the mountain now." "Yes." Hearing the instructions, the 30,000 participating freshmen immediately charged up to Lei Yuan Peak. The earlier they arrived, the higher the chance they would be able to successfully find and hunt a spirit beast. Thus, none of the examinees were willing lag behind the others. Chapter 707. Start of the hunt. Zhang Shi, don't forget our bet. Whoever who obtains the most points will be the victor. Seeing the crowd rush up the mountain, Brother Yu turned to Zhang Xian and sneered before rushing up the mountain alongside Senior Feng. Seeing the crowd rush along, Zhang Xian glanced at Luo Xian, Ruahuan Gongzi, and the others and said, "Let's head on up as well." Only the examinees were allowed to be on the examination field, so the escorting members such as Hong Shi weren't allowed to enter. They had to watch from outside the area. Thus, the examinees could only depend on themselves. Luo Xian and the others nodded. "Let's head in that direction." Knowing that he was the leader of the group, Zhang Xian scanned the surroundings, and his gaze eventually fell on a narrow valley. Pointing in that direction, he took the lead. The other master teachers from Huanyu Empire followed closely behind. Lei Yuan Peak was actually relatively large in size. Putting aside the sharp cliffs, there was actually a lot of space to maneuver around. It was filled with innumerable gorges, boulders, and trees. Even an army of 30,000 seemed insignificant against the entire peak. The route which Zhang Xian had chosen was one with very few people. Even the weakest of the group was at clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle, so the group traveled at an extremely fast speed. In just 10 mere minutes, they were already deep within the mountain forest. Perhaps it was due to the lush greenery filtering out the rays of the sun, but cold air seemed to permeate the entire mountain. In the tranquil forest, there wasn't the slightest sound to be heard. Perhaps it was due to the earlier group driving away the beasts and birds, or perhaps the spirit beasts had gone into hiding knowing that master teachers were marching up the mountain to eliminate them, but the entire place seemed to be devoid of life. "Zhang Shi, where do we go now?" By now, The group had been traveling for quite some time already. However, putting aside seeing a whole spirit beast, they hadn't even seen a single strand of spirit beast hair yet. As such, Luo Xian and the others couldn't help but panic. Given the vast size of Leiyuan Peak, if the spirit beasts are intentionally hiding from us, it won't be easy to find them. However, there's no need to worry. I have been looking out for the tracks of the spirit beasts, and I have already noticed something. Zhang Xin smiled. Putting aside his identity as a master teacher, he was also a capable beast tamer who was proficient in the ancient beast language. Not to mention, his eye of insight also allowed him to easily spot the slightest trails left behind by spirit beasts. If Zhang Xin were to seek them out seriously, it would be impossible for the spirit beasts to hide from him. After advancing for a moment longer, Zhang Xin suddenly came to an abrupt halt. He indicated for the group to remain silent, and with a flick of his wrist, he took out a sword. Voila! With a swift movement, a sharp, cold gleam flashed across the steep cliff before him. Just as the group was bewildered as to what Zhang Xin was attempting to do, a deafening explosion suddenly sounded, and the boulder before them shattered. Following which, a gray figure suddenly dashed out. Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan, Pinnacle Spirit Beast. Gale Wolf. To think that this fellow would actually be hiding inside a boulder. I'll hand it over to you all. I'll check out the situation in front. Knowing that Luo Xian and the others shouldn't have any problems with a spirit beast of this tier, Zhang Xin chose to proceed ahead to scout around first. The route ahead was tilted upward. Even though the route rather steep, it was fortunate that there were many plants around to serve as a stepping stone. Soon, Zhang Xin had already covered a distance of 7 to 8 kilometers. Suddenly, Zhang Xin came to a halt, and a deep frown appeared on his forehead. These marks indicate that a group of spirit beasts have passed through this area. Even though there were no clear marks on the field before him, Zhang Xin was still able to easily tell that a group of beasts had just passed the area not too long ago through his eye of insight. Blue-backed ferocious bear, steel-fang panther, southern yellow tiger, metal-arm ape. Those are spirit beasts that specialize in speed. Furthermore, all of them have reached consonant spirit realm. Zhang Xin deduced, after a moment of observation, different spirit beasts would leave behind different trails. Of the beast horde that had passed through this area, he was able to identify at least a dozen of them. These spirit beasts were usually the nemeses of one another, and yet they were actually traveling together. Most probably, just as Elder Mo had said, they had begun working together to stand against the humans. Zhang Shi. Just as Zhang Xin was trying to figure out the direction in which the spirit beasts were heading, Luo Xian and the others finally caught up with him. To them, a clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle spirit beast didn't pose as a challenge at all. They were able to kill it swiftly. However, their group was simply too big. Killing a clarifying turbidity realm spirit beast didn't do much to help them as a group. Everyone, lower your voices. Let's go for a big one. Zhang Xin smiled mysteriously. More than a dozen transcendent, mortal 5 Dan spirit beast had passed through this area. This was an opportunity as much as a threat. If they could get rid of all of them, they would gain sufficient points to pass the examination. If it was any other team or alliance, they would surely avoid clashing with such a large group. However, Zhang Xin was different. His cultivation had reached consonant spirit realm pinnacle, and his fighting prowess far exceeded his peers. If he wished to, he could easily destroy the entire group of spirit beasts. Go for a big one? Having only just arrived, everyone in the group was unable to comprehend what Zhang Xin was getting at. Based on my observation, a group of consonant spirit realm spirit beasts have just passed through the area. As long as we can slaughter them, we should be able to gain sufficient points for all of us to clear. Zhang Xin chuckled. Consonant spirit realm spirit beast? Everyone's eyes immediately beamed with excitement. A single consonant spirit realm primary stage spirit beast was worth 10 points, so they only had to clear away 5 of those to earn sufficient points for all of them to clear the examination. As for the danger involved, didn't Zhang Shi have a half-9 Dan-tamed beast? If put in a critical situation, he could simply summon the great violet-winged beast to save them. Follow me. Having come to a decision, Zhang Xian immediately led the group down the trail the spirit beast horde had gone through. A moment later, he suddenly stopped. Something is wrong. Ruohuan Gongzi walked up and asked, "What's wrong?" "There are signs of a formation being set up just ahead, but there are no signs of battle at all." Zhang Xian frowned. What does that mean? The group seemed unable to follow what Zhang Xian was saying. If there are signs of a formation being set up, it can only mean that someone has prepared an ambush ahead. However, if there are no signs of battle, it can only mean that the spirit beasts noticed the trap and avoided it, Zhang Xian explained. Spirit beasts possess an innate sensitivity to the disturbances in the spiritual energy in their environment. They might have sensed the presence of the formation in advance and avoided it, Luo Xian interjected. Spirit beasts possessed far sharper senses than humans. It shouldn't be anything much for them to notice and avoid a formation. Zhang Xian shook his head. It wasn't as simple as Luo Xian had said. This is a grade 5 green cloud illusion formation. This formation is known for its inconspicuousness when inactive. Even a consonant spirit realm master teacher would find it hard to notice this formation even when passing through this area. Even though the other party had already removed the formation, with his eye of discernment, he was still able to tell what kind of formation it was. The green mist formation was known for its ability to conceal itself, and without the eye of insight, Zhang Xian would have found it hard to notice it as well, needless to say a group of spirit beasts. He didn't believe that a group of consonant spirit realm spirit beasts would possess a sharper eye of discernment than him. What is going on? Hearing that it was the green mist formation, everyone immediately realized the bizarreness of the matter, and a deep frown appeared on their foreheads. I don't know either, but in any case, let's proceed forward to see what they are up to. Zhang Xian wasn't able to understand what was going on, but considering that the spirit beasts hadn't left too long ago as judged from the fresh trails, he was certain he'd be able to figure out what was going on by following them. All right. The others nodded and followed behind. Just like that, the group proceeded on for another 10 minutes before Zhang Xian stopped once again. Seeing the perplexed expression on Zhang Xian's face, Ruohuan Gongzi walked up and asked, "What is it?" Taking in the faint scent lingering in the air, Zhang Xian said, "Someone tried to use a crimson blood pill as a bait for the spirit beasts earlier on, but the spirit beasts ignored the bait completely." Crimson blood pill? Yes, it's a grade 5 pill. Logically speaking, it should be irresistible to the consonant spirit realm spirit beasts. The more Zhang Xian thought about it, the more bewildered he became. Zhang Xian wouldn't have been surprised if the spirit beasts could hold themselves back from any other bait. But this was the crimson blood pill. Once consumed, it could induce a bloodline evolution in them. This was a rare opportunity for them to further raise their cultivation, and yet they still managed to hold themselves back. This was extremely unlikely. Spirit beasts possessed intellect, but they were still primarily governed by their primal instincts. If they were capable of accurately discerning and avoiding traps, the number of tamed beasts in the world would surely be several times lower than it currently was. It might be a coincidence that the spirit beasts managed to avoid the formation, but it would be going too far to call this a coincidence as well. There was something truly suspicious about this situation. What is even more doubtful is that the master teachers who set up the formation and prepared the crimson blood pill bait are missing too. Zhang Xian continued. Luo Xian narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Missing? Could it be that they have been killed? If the spirit beast were strong enough to slaughter groups who were in possession of a grade 5 pinnacle formation and pill, the Huanyu Empire group would likely be unable to do any better against them either. That's not it. If a battle had occurred, traces would surely have been left behind. Putting aside a group of consonant spirit realm spirit beasts, even if there were transcendent mortal 9 Dan spirit beasts here, it would still be difficult for them to slaughter an entire team of master teachers without leaving behind any traces. Zhang Xian shook his head. All of the examinees taking the examination were elites among the master teachers. Given their talents, their homelands would surely have been more than willing to provide them with the best of resources to groom them. Naturally, they would definitely have some life preservation means on them too. With their life preservation means, even if the group of consonant spirit realm spirit beasts had ambushed them, they should still have been able to escape without any trouble. this, everyone was starting to feel unsettled by the bizarre situation before them. If I am not mistaken, they must have noticed the spirit beasts and are tracking them at the moment. Zhang Xian revealed his deductions. Tracking them? This is the only logical explanation. Otherwise, there is no reason why the formation we saw earlier would be dismantled so cleanly, and there are no marks of battle around, Zhang Xian rationalized. Ruohuan Gongzi suddenly realized the incongruity in the entire story. That doesn't make any sense. If the spirit beasts did notice the traps in advance and steered clear of them, they definitely would have left quietly so as to avoid alarming the master teachers. Furthermore, given that they were aware of the presence of master teachers in the area, how could they remain unaware if a group were to follow them? That is precisely what that left me baffled. Zhang Xian nodded. Once the spirit beasts noticed the formations, for their own safety, they would surely leave silently so as to avoid alarming the master teachers. It was already surprising that one group would actually notice them, but now there were two. It was as if the spirit beasts were intentionally revealing their tracks so that the master teachers could find them. The entire situation reeked of a scheme. We should continue following them to take a look. Knowing that they wouldn't find an answer by standing around, Zhang Xian looked around and continued following the trail of the spirit beasts. The others also followed behind. In the next hour, the group circled a large round along the peak, and they noticed quite a few ambushes as well. From time to time, there were traces of battle too. However, judging from the marks, it seemed that the spirit beasts had retreated immediately after encountering the master teachers. With their superior agility, they were able to get away easily as well. Chapter 708. To rescue or not to rescue? Perhaps they feared trouble, so they left immediately after noticing that they were followed? Luo Xian suggested. That's possible. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. At that moment, a member of their group suddenly exclaimed, "There are a few people in front." The group immediately turned their gazes forward and saw three freshmen sitting feebly on the ground. They had sustained significant injuries, and blood was flowing from their wounds. The trio were all transcendent mortal 4-Dan pinnacle cultivators. Upon seeing such a huge crowd, their faces immediately paled in fear. We haven't caught any spirit beasts yet, but soon afterward, they recalled that fellow examinees were not allowed to steal from one another, and they heaved a sigh of relief. I've met these people before. They are from the Luoyuan Empire's party. Luo Xian informed Zhang Xian telepathically. Zhang Xian nodded in response. Just like Huanyu Empire, Luoyuan Empire was a Tier 2 empire as well, and both parties lived in proximity to one another in the academic sea. As such, Luo Xian was able to recognize the trio easily. Did your injuries come from the spirit beasts? Zhang Xian asked the trio. Knowing that he meant no hostility, the trio answered truthfully, yes. It shouldn't be difficult for the dozen consonant spirit realm spirit beasts to kill you. How did you manage to escape from them? Zhang Xian asked. If the dozen consonant spirit realm spirit beast were to charge at the trio simultaneously, they would probably be dead in a breath. There should be no reason for the spirit beasts to leave those who had come to slaughter them alive. How did you know that we were attacked by a dozen consonant spirit realm spirit beasts? One of the three master teachers asked in astonishment. We are tracking that pack, Zhang Xian replied. I see. I am not really sure what happened either. We were just walking around when we suddenly encountered the pack. To be honest, we thought that we would be goners, but for some reason, those spirit beasts suddenly left in a panic after a brief encounter, as if they were scared of something. Perhaps they were afraid of you catching up to them, another one of the trio added. Zhang Xian and the others had arrived not too long after the spirit beast pack left, so they might just be apprehensive about staying for too long. But nevertheless, all they require is a brief instant to get rid of three transcendent mortal 4-Dan master teachers. Furthermore, if they really noticed that we were tracking them, they would surely be filled with hostility toward humans. There's no reason for them to show mercy to them. The more Luo Xian thought about it, the more doubts surfaced in his mind. Assuming that the spirit beast pack was indeed escaping from them, if they were to meet other humans in the midst of their escape, there was no reason for them to spare them, especially since a brief instant was all it would take. How could the trio possibly be able to get away alive? Frowning, Zhang Xian continued questioning them. Where does the path ahead lead to? It leads to Heaven's Thread, one of the most dangerous gorges of Leiyuan Peak, replied one of the master teachers. A canyon? This is bad. Seeming to have thought of something, Zhang Xian's eyebrows suddenly shot up. He hurriedly rushed forward to the canyon, and the baffled crowd quickly followed behind. Not too long later, they arrived at a massive gorge surrounded by steep cliffs. Looking up from below, the sky looked just like a thin thread. Somehow, an ominous feeling slowly spread across the group. Ding, 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 ding. Before they even walked into the gorge, they could already feel a massive disturbance in the spiritual energy ahead, and the sound of weapons clashing reverberated in the air. There is a battle going on over there. With these signs, how could the group still remain oblivious to what was going on ahead of them? Zhang Xian pointed forward. The answer to the mystery lies ahead. There were numerous large floating rock platforms around the gorge. Climbing to a high altitude, the group caught a clear glimpse of the battle ahead, and their faces were immediately drained of color. 200 master teachers were tightly encircled by several hundred spirit beasts. The cultivation of these spirit beasts ranged from the consonant spirit realm to the cosmos bridge realm, and every single one of them was incomparably powerful. Even though the surrounded master teachers weren't weak, their opponents were simply too powerful, and they were outnumbered at that. As time went by, more and more master teachers were being incapacitated by grievous wounds. Could it be that the dozen spirit beasts were intentionally luring the master teachers over, so as to eradicate them all in a single sweep? Upon realizing this fact, the mouths of the group twitched in astonishment. Even if the entire Huanyu Empire party were to head down to offer their support, they wouldn't be able to turn the tides of the battle. They would only end up contributing to the casualty toll. Furthermore, as the name Heaven's String suggested, the gorge was extremely narrow, not to mention that it was filled with numerous floating rock platforms of various sizes, thus making it difficult for the great violet-winged beast to maneuver around. It would be dangerous for the great violet-winged beast if it were to be attacked by the army of spirit beasts under such circumstances. Zhang Xian's face was extremely grave. His high soul depth granted him a far greater analytical ability compared to the other members of the group. When he first noticed the presence of the spirit beast pack and the situation surrounding them, a seed of doubt had already been planted in his mind. From the looks of it now, it was indeed a huge setup. Blue-backed ferocious bear, steel-fanged panther, southern yellow tiger, armetal ape. These spirit beasts were known for their speed on land. If they were to go at full speed, even a Cosmos Bridge Realm primary stage master teacher would find it hard to keep up with them. And yet, they went through the trouble of circling around the peak and drawing in group after group of master teachers. It was clear that they were up to something. Yet, Zhang Xian hadn't expected that the spirit beasts were luring the humans into a trap to eliminate them. The spirit beasts are in an alliance as well. The master teachers had been thinking of allying with one another to hunt the spirit beasts, but little did they know that the spirit beasts were doing the same as well. They had organized themselves orderly with a clear role for each spirit beast in the team. Some would serve as bait while others would lie in ambush to receive the prey. With this, they intended to wipe out a large group of master teachers in a single move. Fearsome. If they were put in the same circumstances, would they have fallen for the scheme as well and landed themselves in grave danger? One of the master teachers turned to Zhang Xian and asked worriedly, "Zhang Shi, what should we do?" As master teachers, they couldn't simply watch idly as their comrades were being killed in battle. But even if their entire group were to offer their support, it would still be insufficient to defeat the spirit beasts. The main purpose of a master teacher is to protect humanity. Even in the face of danger, we must fight to ensure the survival of mankind. If we were to leave our comrades in such a situation, even if we successfully escape with our lives, we won't be able to live with the guilt, and our faith will be shaken. This will surely weigh us down in the future, limiting our accomplishments. But, given the current circumstances, even if we do lay down our lives to save them, nothing will change at all. That's right. This is truly a dilemma. Everyone fell silent. With their current fighting prowess, It would surely be impossible to rescue the master teachers from the clutches of the spirit beasts. But if they chose to leave them in a deadly situation, the guilt would shatter the morals they had stood by and believed in for their entire lives. There is no doubt that we have to save them, but charging straight in will not work, Zhang Xian said with a deep frown. Tapping on his thigh with his finger, he fumbled through his head to search for a solution to the crisis. What do we do? The helpless crowd turned to Zhang Xian to lead them. They had pinned all of their hopes on this young man, hoping that he could produce a miracle as he always did. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xian turned to the crowd and asked, "Does anyone here have the formation flags and blueprint of a 5-star beguilement formation?" "I do." One of the Luoyuan Empire master teacher raised his hand. The only reason the trio dared to operate in such a small team was due to his ability as a formation master. Otherwise, given their clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle cultivation, how could they possibly dare to leave the group on their own accord? "Pass it to me." Zhang Xian stretched out his hand. "All right." Knowing that this was a critical situation, the master teacher flicked his hand, and a stack of formation flags and a jade token appeared in his hands. This is a grade 5 primary illusory footsteps beguilement formation. It was created by a great formation master. Tao ran from our empire when a stroke of inspiration struck him while he was studying the waves. However, this formation is extremely troublesome to set up, and even after studying it for 3 years, it still takes me 2 hours at minimum to set up a workable formation. Furthermore, considering how narrow the gorget, I'm afraid that it is nigh impossible to set it up, the Luoyuan Empire master teacher said. Even if he were to set up this formation personally, it would be difficult for him to succeed without spending 2 hours on it. More importantly, setting up a formation required one to study the geographical terrain and measure the flow of spiritual energy in the air using a geomantic compass. All in all, it was an extremely complicated process. Considering the intense battle below, putting aside whether it was possible to set up the formation or not, it was a huge question in itself whether the master teachers could last that long against the ferocious assault by the spirit beasts. More importantly, how was the formation supposed to be set up? To set up the formation, Zhang Shi would have to head down to plant the flags. However, if he were to do so, he would be putting himself in the midst of the spirit beast encirclement as well. There were surely plenty of formation masters among the 200 master teachers below as well, but even they were helpless against this situation. What could he possibly do? Let me take a look first. Ignoring the other party's doubts, Zhang Xian touched the jade token with the tip of his finger, and the blueprint of the illusory footsteps beguilement formation immediately came into sight. Flaws. Muttering silently, Zhang Xian's eyes remained fixated on the jade token, while his consciousness had already dived into the library of Heaven's Path. The illusory footsteps beguilement formation was created by Formation Master Tao Ran from Luoyuan Empire. Through utilizing the geographical terrain of the surroundings, it was able to trap all life forms in the area of the formation and confuse them. Once activated, even a Cosmos Bridge Realm cultivator would find it difficult to escape from the formation. It only took Zhang Xian a few breaths to grasp the important details regarding the formation through the library of Heaven's Path. When he finally opened his eyes once more, he turned to the crowd and asked, "Do any of you have spirit stones on you now?" Everyone nodded in response to the query. "Spirit stones? We do have some with us now." Even though middle-tier spirit stones were valuable, most 4-star pinnacle and half 5-star master teachers would still keep some with them at all times. "Take them out. I need each of you to be holding 10 spirit stones. If you don't have enough, borrow from someone else," Zhang Xian instructed. All right, 10 middle-tier spirit stones were still within their means, so they had no problem taking this sum out. "Other than me, we have a total of 52 people. Split yourself into 4 teams, namely North, South, East, and West." Zhang Xian continued instructing. Even though they had no idea what Zhang Xian was up to, there was nothing else they could do at the moment other than follow his instructions. As master teachers, they were extremely efficient. In just a few breaths, they were already done dividing themselves. With a grim expression, Zhang Xian instructed seriously, "All right, prepare yourselves. Make sure to follow my orders strictly later on. The slightest mistake can spell the failure of our operation. If that is the case, we won't be able to save the master teachers below. Zhang Shi, don't worry. We will listen to your arrangements. Even though the crowd still had no idea what Zhang Xian was up to, the latter's previous deeds, as well as his confident and firm gaze, inspired trust in them. The three master teachers from Luoyuan Empire harbored some doubts about Zhang Xian's credibility, but after seeing the reaction from Huanyu Empire's party, they could only swallow their words. They couldn't help but reassess the young man before them. This young man was the youngest among the group, but why did everyone possess such deep trust in him? In their eyes, unless an expert of Elder Mo's caliber were to arrive on the scene, there was no way they could break out of this dire situation. Did this fellow really have a feasible idea in mind? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.